Hello. Hi. Wait a minute. That needs to go. Okay, now. Hello. Hi. How are we doing? Hope we're doing good. Hi, Cricket. How you doing? Hope you're doing good. Hello. Hi, Eliza. How you doing? Hope you're doing good. Thank you, Frog. It's already been pinned. And hi, Samax. How you doing? Hope you're doing good. How is everyone? Today is an annoying Saturday. It's raining like shit. It's like, ugh. It's disgusting. And I had to finish some stuff in the garden before the storm came in. So half of the day was water, Uma, or football stream. Uma first, and then football tomorrow. I already have a 45-minute. I need to be careful with these 45-minute videos. They're way too long sometimes. But yeah, ugh, annoying. Yikes. You know it's Cinnamon Bun Day in Sweden? No, I did not. Interesting. Very interesting. Huh. Odd. I got you a video too, Eliza. Because that looks interesting. Also, I may know the dude from TikTok, I think. Have you been? I'm alright. Yikes. Bro, that is annoying. I'm like completely... I'm wet and not in the way you think. I'm like drenched in water. It's crazy work. Ugh. I need to wait until I'm drying. I'm about to dry here. And I think I got... I think I cut myself. Somehow. Anyways. We've got some weird ones. We've got some controversial ones. We got some things. Also, Samax, your recommendation game has been weak recently, I must admit. Anyways, we've got a few things. I mean, I've got a few things that I have to do anyways. They're like in there for years. For months. Anyways. Yeah, I think there's not much to say. I think we're gonna straight up jump into the next one. They have a whole day for cinnamon buns. It's so cool. Yeah, that's very interesting. That's nice. He meant he's wet and in the... No! I'm about to kick your ass. I'm about to call the cute guy. You still need to seduce that man. Come on. You're still behind. You need to seduce that man. Truly seduce that man. I've been busy running. I'm gonna hopefully be ready to do that again. Once I'm hopefully ready to do that again once I get that. Oh yeah, it's getting really windy. Once I get the fucking treadmill. Because with this weather right now, it's really ass, and I can't do it. I think we'll just jump into the first one, and it's not nice. It's not nice. It's not nice. It just isn't. The first one is already. It's gonna be hella cringe. I like cringe things though. I like being cringe. Anyways, we'll jump over. Yoink. Now we're over here. Right now we're over here. I'm still drenched. Ugh. My entire back. It's just water. I am be water, my friend. Oh, yeah, we got this one. We'll start with this one. We will start with a short, nice introduction to the horrors I have today. So yeah. Real quick. My cat is cuddling with my shirt. What is this? Stop it. Anyways. I need water. I've started drinking more water again. Not another water-based surgery. Someone watered his back. Yes, I'm a plant. Didn't you know? I'm a dendrophile. Wait, that's the one that love plants a lot. Wait a minute. Would it be... What would that be if you wanted to be a plant? Many such questions. Anyways, we've got this one. We'll start with this one. Celebrity worship is getting out of hand by Cameron. And to be fair, I agree. Celebrity worship is getting out of hand. for certain communities, right? The Swifties or K-pop fans, right? Those are special. Those are special. But in general, it's just like weird. I never understood the idea of liking or like overly liking a celebrity, like standing and shit. I never understood that. I will never get that. I don't get it. Let's see. This can't be good.
Let me get a photo real quick. Let me get a picture. Oh, you're so cute. It's her birthday. She dropped all the way from the world. You gotta smile. You gotta get Happy birthday, mama.
But let me take it out. I just right here. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Right here in front of me.
What did Aries Spears say?
Nuke the whole generation.
Why are you
Accurate. Nuke the whole generation. Bro, this lady was... why are you crying? You should be happy, not crying and freaking out. What is this? K-pop fans are insane. Ignore my... yeah, now I cannot ignore it. I know what you are.
crying over meeting Krishan Rock? This woman did nothing more than be a blue-faced groupie, drop terrible music,
That shit is fucking trash, dog. Get the fuck off the airwaves.
and drink and smoke while being pregnant with herself.
Hot take. Hot take. All music that is from this kind of genre, all of it is ass. All of it is ass and promotes weird ideals and beliefs and just ugh. Okay, let me look at that, Gumper. These are interesting. These are interesting. The protein slop epidemic. No wonder you are interested in that video, huh? No wonder. Addictive drinks. Okay, that's also interesting, yeah. Huh, interesting. It's a lot of health stuff. I think somebody finally discovered a healthy lifestyle.
What are you crying over, dog? I mean, unless she inspired you to not follow in her footsteps, then I mean, I guess you could cry, but I highly doubt that's the case. This celebrity worship is getting out of hand, man. It is getting insane. Worshipping a celebrity, in my opinion, has got to be one of the dumbest things you could do as a human. Like, I feel like we all have a list of celebrities in our head that if we met them, it'd be cool, but to treat these people like gods is absolutely wild to me. Like, it's so crazy because there's some people out there that would sacrifice their firstborn child to breed these.
Yes, I'd say so. What was most crazy? Yes. There were dudes. Essentially, I think we can put that in the same category. Sucking on dildos on stage for a celebrity, quote unquote, or singer. Or letting themselves get with cream, by the way, with cream. Yeah. I say we're far past that.
Same air as a celebrity, which is insane. And it's so sad because at the end of the day, celebrities are humans. They're just like you. Stop idolizing them. Whatever they achieve, you can achieve.
Celebrities are not human. There are lizard people that are trying to manipulate us and make us settle for just like worshipping and distracting us. Don't fall for their tricks. Anyways.
Achieve as well because you are human. Man, I knew this celebrity worship was getting bad when I saw someone faint over Lil Baby. Out of all these celebrities in the world, you're fainting over Lil Baby? What has Lil Baby done to make you faint over this man? This man's rap career is the epitome of mid. Don't get me wrong.
Michael Jackson appears. Women falling. Just like, yeah. Going just fainting. Random no-name rapper appears, also fainting. What is this? What is this downgrade in quality here?
Lil Baby definitely has some bangers under his belt, but at the same time, I don't think there's anything in his catalog that would make me faint if I saw this man in public. But hey, maybe she was just waiting in line for a long time for a Lil Baby meet and greet, and by the time she got to the front, her excitement and dehydration and maybe starvation made her faint. Who knows? Speaking of meet and greets, we got to talk about them within this video. Look, I've been in my fair share of meet and greets within my life. Growing up, I was online a lot, and I'd go to like influencer meet and greets. There was one meet and greet I went to with this one Viner, Meech on Mars. There's also another point where I went to a TSM Myth meet and greet. I stood in a line for hours to meet TSM Myth. Luckily, I didn't pay anything to meet the man because that'd be the biggest waste of money in my entire life. But hey, bro was cool. I can't lie, bro was mad chill. I was like 14 or
I've never met any YouTuber, any influencer, any anything, to be fair. No musician, nothing. I've never been on a concert. Nothing like that. Nothing. Just nothing. And it's probably not gonna happen, and I don't really care. Like, just nothing. Just nothing. It's just, nah, I'm good. I'm good. Never meet your heroes.
15 at the time. But now I'm 22, and if I'm being completely real, I'd never sit in
Fuck, dude is younger than me?
line for hours to speak and take a picture with another human being, let alone pay that human being to speak and take a picture with them. That is wild to me. It's very stupid, and it's a huge waste of money, in my opinion. But there's people out there that would, like these grown adults spending $1,200 and waiting hours in line to meet Chris Brown. Spending $1,000 to meet another human is absolutely wild to me.
Especially in this context, if you're a woman. Like, if you're a woman, I have to ask the question, why are you waiting in line for a dude who would beat your ass? Who would beat the crap out of you under certain circumstances? I don't know about that one. I don't know why you would wait in line for somebody. There's certainly also dudes who waited, probably, like, if Belle Delphine had a meet and greet. It also depends on what kind of meet and greet it is and who you're actually waiting for. Like, if it's like some, like, I don't know, just general good person, sure, I get it. But if it's like, just like these weirdos, I have questions. I have questions. Why you would wait? Why you would be interested in meeting somebody like that?
That is absolute insanity. And when people do take these pictures with Chris Brown, they always got these freak ass pictures, man. Man, you got this picture of this girl being choked with.
Don't say it. Don't say it. Don't say it. I'm gonna say it. Women. This is a woman moment.
Which I feel like this is crazy. I don't think this is the best position to be in when you're near Chris Brown, judging from the man's past. You even got people getting their cheeks gripped by this man and
remember, married women go to meet this guy. Married women go and meet this guy. Wait, is that an Astro Boy? Is that Astro Boy? Holy shit, take that man's entire leg.
him kissing them on their forehead. Now, I'm not gonna lie, if I spent $1,000, hey, I'm gonna get kissed on my forehead for sure if I was this crazy. But I feel like this is so insane when you look at it from the perspective of like, one day she's gonna marry a dude and that dude is gonna have to sit there and deal with the fact that Chris Brown was gripping his girl's cheeks at one point while kissing her on her forehead, and she spent $1,000 for that to happen.
That's another one. That's a nah, bro. Nah, red flag. I don't care, red flag.
You also got people bringing baby scans to these meet and greets.
Huh? But why? But why? Why? Huh? I don't understand. What are these weirdos doing, dude?
Which is so crazy to me, because like a baby scan out of all things, why would you think that this man Chris Brown cares about your baby? You also got dudes paying $1,000 to do fusion poses with Chris Brown. As a grown man, you sat in line and paid $1,200 to fusion pose with another man. $1,000 to do this? You could have done this at home with one of the homies for free. Now, I know the picture wouldn't get as much publicity as this one right here, but man, you would have saved yourself $1,000. I'm like, these people are genuinely out of their minds. It should be a crime to spend $1,200 for a picture with another human being. You're spending $1,200 for that small interaction with that person.
$12,000 here in Germany. That would be like, let me think, that's like, if you're cheap, that could be 6 to 7 weeks of groceries. If you're really cheap, that could be 6 to 7 weeks of groceries. What is this? Imagine you're the father and Chris Brown got this picture first. I would not be the father anymore.
That small window of an interaction, it's about like maybe 12 seconds long. Walk up, hey, what's good, dog? Yo, picture, then boom, that's it. And you spent $1,200 for that? Like, that's sad, man. And what makes it even crazier is that there's definitely people out there who have most likely met Chris Brown, right? Or even met a different celebrity within the world, you know, because celebrities, they do these meet and greets all the time, right? That met that celebrity on the street, and let's say just a few minutes of a conversation, all for free. They didn't have to pay a dime. Yet there's clowns out here spending thousands. Insane, man. Now, I know it's rare to see celebrities just out and about because, look, Chris Brown, we're gonna use him for an example. He is an A-list celebrity. Anytime he goes out, he's getting swarmed. So for you to get a interaction with him, it's very rare. So to get that guaranteed interaction and that picture, you can pay the small price of $1,000. But in my opinion, that still doesn't justify to spend $1,200 to meet another human being. That is insane to me. And what makes it even more insane is just the economy we're living in. $1,200 is the price of some apartments. A one-bedroom apartment in some places, you can spend $1,200 and you'll be good, right? Yet you got people out here spending that on a picture with another human being. That is insane.
I'm gonna be real. If people say they're broke, sometimes I question if people genuinely are broke or if they have a Is it really that people are broke or do they have a spending problem? Because when I hear shit like this, I'm genuinely like, there's two options here. Right, when people go to these, it's, let's face it, for Chris Brown specifically, it's mostly women, and I'm gonna be real, that's a lot of husbands paying, or boyfriends, or whatever. I have to question, are these people truly broke when they say they're broke, or they struggle, they don't have money, or is it just that they spend their money on stupid shit? Anyways, you're really why are you laughing? I know you are expensive. You're an expensive woman. That's why.
To me. Look, spend your money how you want, but y'all are crazy. But that's not even the craziest thing a Chris Brown fan has done. There was a Chris Brown fan that talked about giving up on her dreams of marrying Chris Brown in her wedding vows.
Well, well, well.
My man. Run! Run. Please run. Pack your shit and run. Please. Please run. Run as far as you can. Run. Just run. Just get out of there. You should have never even entertained the idea of marrying this lady. Run. What are you doing? Run. Nah. Horrible. That is if your marriage vows mention another man, you are fucking cooked, dude. At this point, it's Fafo. That is horrible.
We finally made it to the day. The day when I give up all my dreams on Chris Brown.
No! 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 What are we doing? It's meant as a joke, but I don't know how much of that. I don't know how much of that is genuine. Like, it's meant to be a joke, but I'm questioning how much of it is a joke. How much of that is a joke? This can't be real. This cannot be real. She got all the way to the wedding still wishing for another man? Yes. Yes. Yes, she did.
All these people are laughing, but you can see it in this man's face. He is hurt from that. On the day of the wedding, this man wants to spend his life with this woman. He got her the ring.
See, there's like 3/4 of black women are single mothers. And every day, as harsh as it may sound, I can see why. I can see why. Like, if the marriage is built on this type of behavior, yeah, I wouldn't stick around either. I wouldn't stick around either.
Promising that he's gonna be with her forever, and she's talking about another man. That is sad, and I feel bad for the bro right here. In my opinion, like, this isn't even funny. It's just super disrespectful. Something like this makes it sound like you don't even want to marry this dude anymore. It sounds like you're just settling for this guy because you can't get Chris Brown, which, I mean, that really is what she's doing. This is loser activity, man. And this was the caption of a post that she actually put out after she went to a Chris Brown meet and greet, and this was the picture also that she took with Chris.
What are you doing? What are you doing? What are you doing? Bro. Nah, dude. Nah, no. 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 No, no. No. This is horrible. Imagine you are this man and people find your social media account, right? Imagine you have the dude that married her and people are going to constantly harass you with this photo. They're constantly going to harass you with this photo every single day of your life. And then they're going to eventually, their kids are going to harass your kids. What are we doing?
Brown while she was engaged. Like, this is insane.
Engaged? Engaged. This is horrible. I feel sad for this man. Genuinely, that is horrible. That is horrible. Wow, that's horrible.
My Delulu came true. If you know anything about me, this has been my life dream. Meeting my #1 artist/celebrity. Checked off my bucket list. I've been a fan and supporter since middle school. Chris Brown was the absolute nicest and most humble person to meet and actually have a real conversation with. We talked about his show, and he actually asked little old me for critiques. Me and my sister custom made the roses. I got to show him my wedding vows, my words, I put you in my vows, not on no creep shit. Though. Him and his aunt laughed during our pose. He said, "Does your husband approve?" Which he did, and we discussed it multiple times before my meet and greet. We good. I actually got to
never mind. Actually, the dude deserves it. Never mind. Never mind. Actually, never mind. No, never mind. Dude, this is pathetic. This is so pathetic. This is so pathetic. Yeah. The nicest and most humble person to meet. Yeah. Careful, you might meet his fists, potentially. What are we doing?
Lock eyes and touch this man. On top of this, had a wonderful night in the executive suites. 10 out of 10. 11/11 tour was one of my favorite.
Why am I... Maybe, okay, maybe... Wait. Mentioning and glazing this man in the same few paragraphs, and then saying that you had a wonderful night in the executive suites. I am concerned. Am I schizo for feeling like this is concerning?
Nights. Can't wait for the next tour. That is so insane that she's talking about how she got to lock eyes with this man and talking about the man in her wedding vows. That is so sad. That is genuinely so sad. Hey, but one thing I will say about Chris Brown is at least he's enthusiastic when it comes to his pics with his fans, which I'm not gonna lie, I would be too if people were paying me $1,000 to meet me. I'd be all smiles. My face would be stuck from me smiling all day. Another crazy case of celebrity worship is when Duke Dennis was streaming. He was doing an IRL stream, and a fan came up to him basically begging on her knees to suck this man's meat to thousands of people.
Yeah, destroy the planet. Destroyed. I guess I'll take my viewers and their families with me, but that's about it. I'm nuking this planet. Goodbye. What are we doing? A wonderful night in the executive suites, which man is the question? That's like what I was thinking. Yeah.
You want some head? You want some head?
So, I'm gonna say this. A society a culture that acts like this is doomed. That's all I'm gonna say. That's all I'm gonna say. That's all I'm gonna say. All of this behavior, yeah.
I can't say that.
Yes, you do. You know you do.
Everybody wants a head, though. Come on, man.
Right, can I give it to you? I'm the best. I'm the best.
You give good head.
I give great head.
I can't.
I give phenomenal head.
You know, I don't doubt that, but I'm saying I can't say that. I can't say it.
Look at these two burgers. Look at these two living burgers. What are we? What is this? What is this? Yeah, I agree. This needs to be stopped.
You can find out though.
Huh?
I say you can find out though.
I can find out.
Yeah.
No, but I'm saying I can't say that
Let's
in
go.
public, though.
But you can find out though.
Which is cool.
Look,
I
no hands, I don't care.
I can't say that I doubt your head.
Right. But let's go.
Yeah, for sure.
Let's go.
That is one of the most cringe-worthy clips on the internet. And this woman is the biggest loser, man. Oh my god, Duke, please, can I give you some head, Duke? Please, it'd be an honor to give you some head. Okay, wait, do not take that out of context. Anyone
Clip this clip out of context. Use it as a diss you on Twitter or so if he has Twitter. Psyduck. Hi Shineduck. How you doing? Hope you're doing good. Yeah, I'm not surprised either. I'm not surprised either. This is very much promoted for this culture. It's very much promoted. And that's also where a lot of the problems come from. If they would call this behavior, I mean, he's calling it very much out. If more people would call it out, it'd be very interesting how that would change a lot of things. This is horrible, dude. This is genuinely horrible.
who's watching this video, please do not take that out. I know y'all are gonna clip this out of context. I know y'all are going to, but please don't. I beg y'all not to. But as for the girl in this video, she needs to do something productive with her life. And it's funny because later on in this stream, Duke had to pull her to the side and have a talk with her, basically telling her to chill out.
All right, listen. Never again.
Not loud. Not loud. You're not gonna embarrass me.
I know I'm not listen. Never again will you go to anybody.
Well, not. It's
Hold on,
not
hear
just
me out.
anybody.
I know
You're not just
that. I
anybody,
know
though.
that, but I know that. Hear me out, though.
Duke, you gotta.
I know, but listen.
Duke,
Just hear me
you're
out, though.
Duke.
But listen, just
Also, I will say this straight up. Let's call it what it is. What she's doing here, I'm gonna call it like this behavior. I'm gonna call it the way it is. This is sexual harassment. Anyways, I'm gonna call it the way it is. This is sexual harassment. Very medium. You're okay, just okay. Or did somebody cook you? Medium, shine duck. Horrible.
Duke
hear
did.
me out, though.
Okay, I'm hearing you.
Are
I'm hearing you.
listen, you hearing me, you ain't listening, though.
Okay, I'm listening.
Look, never do that again.
You just touched my titty. I hope you know that.
No, I'm sorry. Never
Don't
do
be
it.
sorry.
I know, but like, never again. Alright? Keep that shit on the...
DL.
Yeah, don't nobody need to know what you're working with
Right,
until they
but I
find
didn't
out
say it
what
to
you're
nobody
working
else.
with. I know. Until they find out what you're working with, then that's when you feel me? Nice to meet you.
My name is Armani, by the way. Armani, yeah.
Dude, nice to meet you.
Of course.
I like how she says, you're not finna embarrass me, when she embarrassed herself by asking this man if she could give him the dome while he's live to thousands of people around all these people. Ma'am, you embarrassed yourself long before this.
I think we should call it what it really is, which is sexual harassment. It is. Burp. Yeah, go burp, stomachs. Well, today there will be a good meetup, hopefully.
And I think the most annoying part about this clip is that she keeps on trying to hit on bro. When bro's trying to actually be real with her and tell her to stop, you can't do something like this. This is weird. This is odd. It's truly sad, man. But what's even sadder are the people that worship celebrity weddings. Like recently, this actually sparked the whole inspiration for this video. There's this wedding with the musical artist Stunnafor Vegas and Mona Leo. I think that's how you say her name, or Mona Leo. And first off, congrats to them. That's an amazing accomplishment for the both of them. And I'm truly happy for them. That is great. great. But a lot of people were on the internet talking about how this was one of the greatest weddings to ever happen on the planet Earth. And this was the tweet that really sparked the inspiration for this video. As y'all can see, this is a picture from their wedding, and it's a picture of Stunna4 Vegas with their child, and the caption says, "This picture is so powerful. Y'all don't even understand. They just made us believe in young black love again." Which, if I'm being honest, like, there's nothing powerful about this picture. Y'all are just gassing it up because
It's just a dude and his child and his son. Wow, okay. Surprise. Hi, Bryson. How you doing? Hope you're doing good. Released a new joke song. Let me know if you want to hear it. Maybe later. Maybe later. We need to get through the important things here. Take care, Shine Duck. He handled that quite well, actually. Props to him. Yeah, he did. That is still so creepy.
they're celebrities, if we're being quite frank. It's just a black man walking with his son on the day that he's marrying his wife. It's a great picture, don't get me wrong, it's great. But it's not this almighty picture like y'all are trying to make it seem. If this is the picture that makes you believe in young black love, then you never believed in young black love in the first place.
You want to see young black love? Show it. Grab a family. Take a picture of a young family. Then we can have a talk. Because that's what actually should be achieved. Which, sadly, the black community very much lacks. If you can even call it a community, that is. Then you could argue young black love, but not this.
Like, there's black love out there. You just gotta step outside, man. Touch a little bit of grass, maybe inhale some of that O2. You'd see that there's young black love out in the world. What we're not gonna do is sit here and act like this is anything special. And it's crazy because people did this same thing when Travis Kelce and Taylor Swift got engaged. Taylor Swift is officially engaged.
Yeah. And then, like, there were, like, women crying for her, be like, oh, Taylor Swift is now married, and I'm so happy for her. I'm like, bro, you know why you're crying? Because this will not be you, because you do not touch grass, and your obsession with Taylor Swift is actually pushing back every single person, every single man, or like, right? He's not talking about, right, what others have done, which is that there's a woman out there who changed her name to Taylor because of Taylor Swift. We are cooked.
I believe in love again. Once again, if Taylor Swift and Travis Kelce getting engaged makes you believe in love again, then you never believed in love in the first place. I hate to break it to you. You also had people full on sobbing, talking about their engagement like they just got engaged.
So, like, the Taylor Swift engagement, super shocking at first, but now that I'm, like, actually processing that the artist that I've known for the longest in my life sat there for a moment and I was like, holy fucking shit, like, she's engaged, like, go girl, be happy.
Look, it's beautiful to
It's great, right? Cool. People are getting, I'm gonna be real though, I don't know how long that marriage will hold on, because celebrity marriages, what's the longest, like 3 or 5 years? 3 to 5 years, maybe?
see a couple getting engaged and soon getting married. But it's so crazy to me that people are treating this like they're getting engaged. Like, even if they are engaged, I hate to break it to you, but you are still lonely, my dog. Why are you so focused on their relationship, man? Kudos to them, but get a life. Overall, stop worshiping celebrities. This stuff is sad. Pour that worship into yourself, man, please. But yeah, with all that being said, this is gonna wrap up the video. If you guys made this far, I appreciate you. Let me know what your guys' thoughts are in the comment section below. Twitch Cameron WAK, Twitter Cameron WAK, Instagram Cameron WAK, Discord link in the description. If you guys enjoyed this video, then I highly recommend you guys check out my most recent video. It'll be right up here on the screen. All that being said, thank you guys for watching. It's Cameron, and I'm out.
Not the Gunnar video. We good. Happy for her. Hope she doesn't ruin it by writing a cruel song about him. There's two options. They're gonna divorce. They're gonna divorce, and she writes then the cruel song, the breakup song, or she's gonna write the cruel song before. I think the first one is more likely. See, the celebrity worship, I never understood this. Like, you could spend that time in right, that you're using to celebrate somebody you will never ever get even close to, and put it in yourself, right? Like, stop investing time in people that don't give a rat's ass about you. Work on yourself. Hi dear, how you doing? Hope you're doing good. Arms are nice. Anyways, there's not much to say. I think there's limits to what is going on, and I think the limit is definitely reached when you start naming yourself after a celebrity. Then we know the limit is reached. Or if you put another man's name in your wedding vows. You use that energy to worship the Lord. True and real. True and real. Anyways, like, comment, and subscribe. Alrighty. We got the first one. Alright. Oh, voice dead. Help. Voice dead. Voice dead. Water. We're gonna do the big one of the day. The big one. The one that I'm actually mostly interested in.
No.
This one. This one. Because I know this. See, I know this man. I know this man from somewhere. I think I've seen him on TikTok. Yeah, we'll jump in. We'll jump in. White girl Islam. White liberal women need to be stopped. The worst is always white liberal women, isn't it? By is it Tina Sheep Eater? Is that how you pronounce it? I think I don't know. I don't know. But yeah, I've seen this. I've seen this guy somewhere before, and usually he brings up great points. So we'll see. Interesting.
Now, I have encountered some dim-witted, smooth-brained activity in my day. And if y'all have joined me on this journey thus far, y'all know that sometimes, most cases, we come across some of the most unhinged and mentally unwell individuals.
Well, my friend, we have seen it. We have seen it in the last couple of weeks. After a certain incident, we have seen how deranged. And funnily enough, it's mostly women. Weird.
Those who have been utterly consumed by whether it's, the wokety woke ideology, the neo-Marxists of the world, or all the way on the other side to the...
We are so stupid, right? We are genuinely so damn stupid that we gave most of the media over to heckin' Marxists. Games, movies, TV shows, all that stuff. I find that very interesting. And that's because for the longest time... So the reason why we have this circumstance with, like, woke media is because the right, or conservatives, or whatever you want to call them, refuse to engage with it. And now, since that's happening more and more, things are starting to turn around a little bit.
Neo-schmatzy schmucks that continue to make an absolute fool of themselves in real time. But this right here, what we're about to get into today, this has a special place in the world of stupidity. So I'm just going to go ahead and let this play out for y'all.
I need to move to the other side. I need to move. Yoink. I'm the upper half. I'm the lower half. I'm half a man. I'm Gojo. But yeah, I need to move over there. We don't want to block the cringe.
There's very little I can say. I believe
Is this an old lady? Is this an old lady wearing a hijab? We are cooked.
It will all speak for itself. So let's get into it.
When I started reading the Quran, which was right after October 7th, I knew...
Weird! Weird! What? Weird! Odd date! Odd date!
Really fast that I was Muslim.
That's an odd. I'm gonna be real. That's an odd date. That is an odd date to be a
If that was it, that would be enough. That would be enough to put it in my top 3. And it wouldn't be number 3 as far as the most unhinged things that I've heard coming from specific group of individuals, i.e. white liberal women. But there's more.
And I almost didn't want to admit it because I knew what a change I would have to undertake in my life. I would have to, really reorient my entire existence. But I knew almost right away that I was Muslim. And it was like coming home, and all the clues that Allah had given me over the years were meant to lead me to Islam.
How do you? This is like, see, the only reason it is she believes that in that stuff now is because she's essentially what I would call a lukewarm Muslim now. What are we? What are we doing? These ladies are usually the same story. They like some Muslim man who is out of their league. Well, for now, that doesn't seem to be the case. Hi, Tons. How are you doing? Hope you're doing good. Just a religion of false hopes and false promises, true and real. They then convert to be with him. Yeah, that's what I've seen, though. That's usually not older ladies. That is usually, I don't know, I can't tell how old she is, right? Like 40, 50 maybe? But, it's just odd. It's just odd. It's the only religion that freaks out when people start fact-checking. Also true. I don't know if you've heard it, but a Christian was stabbed in France, I think, for criticizing Islam, and the responses of people on TikTok specifically was, why was he criticizing it? It's some sort of justification. It's really weird. Hi UMW, how are you doing? Hope you're doing good. She saw Muslims ruthlessly attacking Israeli people when gotta get me some of that or that. Different people call different religions false hope for. We will never truly know where the truth is. Well, one's gotta be a truth, that's for sure, and one gotta be false. I'm from India, and here they target uneducated people and convert them. Crazy work.
It's like when you're circling the same street for years and years, and you realize your name has been on the door all along.
That street I would call Asylum Street. And it did have your name on the door. But you must have missed the door with your damn name on it. Now, on this channel, I've done the best possible.
I know how fried I can. I'm just my brain is just equally as fried. She said a whole lot of nothing. She has said a whole lot of nothing. She said a whole lot of nothing. She just said a whole lot of nothing. What are we reacting to? Weird women. That's the easiest way to put it. Weird women.
Job I can to I guess unravel the ideology that is Islam and the true danger that it is to Western culture, Western civilization, and the ideologies that we hold, right? Starting with, obviously our Judeo-Christian foundation. And then on top of that, principles such as freedom, liberty, those old things. Yeah, Islam is now making its way into the Western world. And when we oftentimes think about Islam, it's easy to have this image of, Semitic looking people or Arab individuals, brown skinned persons. Most people don't even think about African Muslims, which make up for millions upon millions of the Muslims on this planet currently. But the last thing you probably think about is old Suzanne Carrier. We're just going to call her old Susie today. The last person you think about is that lady right there. Now, the reason I say that is not because, any sort of ideology discriminates, even though this ideology literally discriminates. It is the definition of intolerant. But anyway, we'll get to that. The reason why I am flabbergasted.
You need to realize this. This religion is so intolerant that it will wipe out differences within the religion. That's how intolerant it is. In some regions, if you don't exactly believe what other Muslims believe, your life's in jeopardy. You are in danger. You are in grave danger. That is the thing. That is most certainly a thing. Nah, I'm turning 25 next year. I'm an old man soon.
It is because here is a woman who I am in the 99 percentile of confidence that this is a quote unquote feminist, right? She is giving the absolute aura of the whacked out liberal, the wokety woke leftist, the so-called progressive. Here we have a liberal, feminist minded entity who on October 7th.
Those are, by the way, oxymorons. You cannot be Muslim. You cannot be Muslim and feminist. Those two ideologies cancel each other completely out. Because if there's one thing Islam isn't, it's pro-woman. 100%. Under Islam, you as a woman, you are just a housewife and a baby factory. That's it. You are nothing more. Remember that.
The largest massacre, or dare I say, genocide or act of genocide outside of.
I think he might bring up Nigeria. Could be wrong.
The Holocaust.
Nigeria is also one of those that people don't want to call it that, right? But it's not that far away. It's really not far away. The only reason people are not calling what's happening in Nigeria a genocide is because it's happening to Christians. That's pretty much it. Unity Cup. Horses.
Her takeaway from that is to not only open up the Quran, the doctrine that was behind this attack, but was to now claim the Quran. See, these people are run by a deep-seated resentment for what they actually are, whether it is whiteness or just even their Western upbringing, their Western temperaments, the world around them that has made it possible for them to get to this level of insanity is the world they hate most. And it's for a host of different reasons. You can just watch a quick episode of Dr. Phil and you'll see just how far some folks can go.
Yeah, it's essentially you were raised to hate yourself. So you do anything so that you can reject yourself and live differently. That's what it is. Hello, the Terrified Man. Hi, how are you doing? Hope you're doing good. Converting to Islam as a woman is an act of self-harm. To be fair, feminism isn't compatible with most things when generalizing. True. Oh man, sorry you're getting old. I hope you get better soon. Reverse getting younger.
In order to satisfy that internal conflict they have taking place. So here is a Western woman, American woman, who sees the atrocities of October 7th and thinks to herself, you know what I should do? I should get a better understanding of these monsters. Now, of course, she didn't say that. She was just, essentially, wow, look at these revolutionaries. Look at these resistors. They're resisting white supremacy, right? Because everything is through the lens of white supremacy to these people, right? To heck with the fact that many of the Jewish population, or those who live in Israel, so Israelis, are closer to brown than white, right? To hell with that. They're still white supremacists because we said so. And so she latches on to an ideology that quite literally looks to take away all her rights. Now, I don't know if y'all have been, up to speed on the, I guess it's been a epidemic of sorts. TDS has taken over.
TDS? Trump derangement syndrome, I think. There's a lot of self-hate with some white and black Westerners. Yeah. Though the positions they come from is very different. One side is essentially victimizing itself the entire time, and the other one is acting like the oppressor for like everything, when that's... both of those are not correct. Interesting. What anime you like? Mostly shonen. I've gotten really into romance. The Terrified Man! Thank you! Thank you. Appreciate it. Thank you so much. Thank you. Need to look more at chat. Sway couldn't finish Aminti. You should try it, Father. Maybe, I don't know. We'll see.
At least 30 to 40% of American minds, many of which are at a place of no return. TDS standing for Trump derangement syndrome. And so in that Trump derangement syndrome, they have this delusion that sort of kicks in, this sort of psychotic episode where all of their rights have been taken away, more specifically women. It's like they live in the Handmaid's Tale, all rights gone. I know, of course, that's not reality, but that's what's going on in this sort of break from reality that they're currently experiencing. And so, here we have women who have been crying out that they're having their rights as women, women's reproductive rights and all this sort of stuff are being stripped away from them. You have those people.
Abortion is not a reproductive right. My cats are fighting. Stop it, both of you. But yeah, I never liked Muslim people. They make my country dirty. Crazy work. See, I don't consider it a reproductive right. There are no reproductive rights. Men also don't have reproductive right. You have one right and one right only. You have one right and one right only. You use protection, or you keep your legs closed, or your dick in your pants. That is the only reproductive right you technically have. That's it. Or to put it in Kirk's words, take responsibility for your orgasms. Yay. Got to go. Hope you have a good stream, bro. Take care, Bryson. Have a nice day.
People now latching onto an ideology that literally looks to strip their rights away. You know what I mean? You catch one? Okay. So, we
see, Trump didn't even ban abortion, right? He just handed what happens to the state, right? And now the people technically can vote on it what they want. Well, how democracy is, essentially. That's what you want. Right? You want the people to decide how things are going to turn out. It's your dream place to go to. Mine is heaven. Heaven is pretty peak, I agree. I've never thought about that. Probably heaven too. They throw trash around and harass a lot of girls in my country. Oh, they do that here too. They do that here too. They're also blatantly racist here too. Straight up. They do that here as well.
see that, and it seems that, well, maybe this is a woman who has found joy in her faith. Perhaps this was always the door that had her name on it. And, turns out that not all things are as they seem. Now, are they? So I want to go ahead and present this second video. I've watched it maybe into the first couple of seconds, as I oftentimes do, simply because I want to have a real life experience with you. So let's go ahead and get into it.
Oh, Salam alaikum. I don't even know how to start this video, and it's not even that deep. But I just wanted to be completely open and honest on here, because if there's...
Now, give me your honest, no filter response. As soon as you heard
Salam alaikum,
that right there coming from this young...
That is indoctrination, final boss. That is indoctrination, final boss. This is the final boss of indoctrination. Just the final boss. It just is. There's just no way. This feels like you're LARPing. What is this? If you go to Bangladesh, it's worse. They do weird things to female gods of Hindus. Yeah, I'm not surprised. Again, I'm not surprised. No, you cannot call me grandpa. What's going on with you? I wonder why all Muslims are white. Like, have you seen a black Muslim? I haven't. Oh, there's definitely black Muslims. 100%. There's definitely black Muslims. Right. That is definitely a thing. I've seen a few online. I've seen a few IRL. They do exist.
Lady with that accent, what did you think to yourself? What's the first thing that popped up in your head? Go ahead and let it be known.
Wasn't Muhammad Ali a Muslim, if I remember correctly? So that's one.
I don't even know how to start this video, and it's not even that deep. But I just wanted to be completely open and honest on here, because if there's anyone else struggling or going through something similar, I don't think people understand how hard it is, for reverts sometimes, especially reverts that have come from a completely different life before. I've come from a completely different life, and that life did not serve me in any way whatsoever. But sometimes it's really hard to think back to when, I had loads of friends, or when I was going out all the time, and, when I was doing this, and I was outgoing, and it's I'm still myself. I'm still myself. But I'm just, the better version of myself, and alhamdulillah.
This is kind of hard to watch.
Oh no, you're unhappy. Who would have guessed that you're unhappy? Who would have expected that? Who could have guessed? We Hindus don't even force our religion on others, yet they disrespecting forcing their religion on us. That's why I'm gonna say this. If this behavior occurs, there is no way you can take a moral high ground, because if you don't fight back, they're gonna overtake you. That's the problem. There's with people that despise you, there's no coexistence with people that would want you dead. Which, if you're an elite Muslim, is the case. I mean, even the UAE, I think it was some minister, some politician said that you're gonna find out the hard way, and we are right now in many countries. We are at the point of you're gonna find out the hard way.
Okay. Sis, our dearly beloved sister, you are in what we call a cult. You're in a cult. You're crying out for help. You're looking to reaffirm and reestablish your belief system, to satiate your cognitive dissonance, because you're in a cult.
If you join a religion or any group and you can't leave it, otherwise you are threatened by violence, you are in a cult. You are in a cult. You are in a cult, straight up. We give them place to live even though they don't belong here, and the power to claim any land. Yeah, that's unfortunately how it is. That is unfortunately how it is. And even like the people are finding out now, wait, we gave you everything and this is how you treat us? Surprise. You're in this topic, I can start recommend you videos that to not take blames for political bias. You can send me videos on this. Sure, you can recommend some.
I'm so grateful Allah chose me to become Muslim, but it's hard. Like, it's really hard sometimes when you have loads of people saying, oh, but what about this, or you do this, or oh, but you can't go here, or you can't drink this, or you can't eat that. Like, have it from so many different angles. It's really hard, but I just wanted to say to anyone and to any other reverts struggling or losing faith, like, never lose faith and never lose trust in Allah, because I was really struggling yesterday.
Lose faith in Allah. Lose faith in that cult. Free yourself. Do you hear me? I know there are folks out there who listen to me and watch me say these things, and they are in a state of disarray emotionally, mentally. Some even hate me for saying it, but there's something in you right now. There's something in you that is yearning to be free. And I wish to reach those people as much as anybody else who resonates, already with this message, those who align with this. And, I'm a voice for. As much as them folks, there are some of y'all out there like this young lady here who are broken inside. You were likely taken advantage of. You were likely targeted because essentially you were looking for something. You were looking for meaning, significance. You're looking for community. I understand. I get it. And I'm sorry that whatever it is that led you to this point.
Yeah, people, I think that's also because, like, yeah, I think he hits it actually. He hits the nail on the head. It is slightly community. It is likely purpose. It is likely to find something to believe in. You just found the wrong thing. I use Discord. I can do Instagram. Yeah, I don't have Instagram. You can also just give the video title and the creator. That usually also works.
Happened. But this is not the way. This ideology is going to reinforce the shame. It's going to reinforce the feelings of inadequacy. It's going to reinforce your nothingness, especially as a woman. I said this to my lady the other day. I said, I understand how, men could absolutely love the sound of this ideology. Who wouldn't want to be the guy, right? You get to have the multiple wives. You get to treat them, really however you want. I mean, you are not just the prize. You're not just the table. You're the kitchen cabinet, the sink, the damn flooring, the tiles. You're everything. You get everything. You are treated as gold. But as a woman?
As a woman, there is a lot of problems. As a woman, you're essentially nothing. And if I remember that correctly, you essentially get, if you go to heaven in Islam, you essentially get an eternal erection and infinite virgins, which is hella weird. Well, not infinite virgins, but the women that you get are forever virgins. It is so weird. It is so weird. It's not meant to hurt you that much to convert to a religion. Never once while exploring Christianity and trying to live with its values, I've sobbed like that. If it's that hard, it's not right. True. But only being the guy. I heard from Muslim mouth, men are like celebrities while women should keep calm and shut their mouth. I also know that basically the testament of a woman is half of that of a man. Like, so in court, if like something happens, technically, they will believe you more than the woman, even if you are the evil guy. Your vote, so to speak, your word counts more.
What are you getting out of this? As a woman who has experienced freedom on the other side, you know, and that's why there's an aspect of me that says, when you get to a place where things are so good and so comfortable and so cozy and cushy, perhaps this is just one of the trajectories that we tend to go as humans. When you have had it so easy, as the old saying goes, strong men make good times make weak men make bad times make good or strong men. Right? There's that cyclical nature of things. And I don't know that to be an absolute truth, but it sounds about right to me. I mean, it's the only way that I can quantify what I'm seeing. Why would you take such good times and want to obliterate them, to destroy them completely in this way? What our forefathers and ancestors fought to just experience.
I tell you why. This is all from one result and one result only. This comes all from one place and one place only. Cheap labor. This all originates from cheap labor. This all comes from cheap labor. We import these people because it's cheap labor. Because realistically, the truth is that somebody who, for example, I'm taking Germany now for example. Somebody who was born and raised in Germany will ask for more pay than somebody who comes from a third world country where pay is not guaranteed. One will be happy with minimum wage. The other one will not be okay with minimum wage. So it's easier to just get new people in that you can pay less. And that in its core results in switching out the population. If you know what a slight word was against common man word in the past, something like that, okay. Less than half, yeah, something like that. One thing that always turned me away from Islam is that women literally can't pray on their periods because they're dirty. Or that God gave her means that she can't talk to him. You know what's crazy? From basically from the Vatican, right? They straight up just say there that Muslims and Christians are praying to the same God. And I'm like, what is going on? Like, I understand more and more about people are leaving the church. It makes sense. It is so weird.
Experience just a sliver of is now being thrown away and discarded for, you know, a damn ideology of the desert dweller of 1,500 years ago.
Just with thoughts consuming me. And I thought, like, am I even good enough to be Muslim? Like, am I even good enough?
I told you, shame. That's a shame loop right there.
SubhanAllah, like, one of my du'as that I made, and I made, like, an impossible du'a. Like, I thought it was impossible. And it got answered yesterday. And SubhanAllah, I'm definitely trusting Allah. And please just, like, take it easy on reverts, because you almost have to grieve an old life, like, or you have to grieve a version of yourself, even though it was like a really bad version, and like the life or who you were wasn't serving you in any way. You still have to grieve that, and it takes time, and it can be lonely, and it can be hard. But Allah is the greatest of planners, and you just have to keep trusting Allah. SubhanAllah. Yeah.
You need to trust your instinct in this moment, sis.
Your gut. Your gut is literally telling you. Your gut is literally telling you this is wrong and you're not listening. For once, you gotta listen to your gut feeling. You gotta listen to the voice in your head telling you, nah, what are you doing? The main root between Christianity and Islam is different. Nothing in common. See, there's like a contradiction, right? They say God's word is incorruptible when it comes to the Quran. But they also say that the Bible is made by God. But they also say that the Bible is corrupted. But the word of God is incorruptible. So what are we doing here? Like, there is like lots of logical inconsistencies that don't make sense. I'm praying to God. They're praying to a prophet who made up a religion to excuse the sexism and interested in kids. True, also, to a degree. And also, obviously, justifying war. In Christianity, you learn from Jesus how to spend your life in a better way on the world. In Islam, Islam translates to submit, because it's submission to Allah. They learn to serve their religion. Anything fair game if it's for the religion. Apostate prophet kind of debunked the Quran already. There's plenty of things. They also say there's no lies in the Quran, right? They say that. And like, I have a video, like just like a short TikTok video of like multiple lies inside that book.
Run. 2 things to avoid in this very moment. Number 1 is Islam. Number 2 are the lip fillers. Ladies, yeah. It's unnecessary. It is. I mean, you don't want this for yourself. You don't want that. But number 1 is still going to be Islam on that list. Now, again, as entertaining as some of this can be, especially with the first video there,
I really don't think that's really entertaining. I think it's more so depressing and sad that this is happening. It's really depressing. I don't particularly, right? It's not super entertaining. It's more like, how did we get here? How did we get here? How did we reach that point?
It is real. Actually, I have a woman that I recently interviewed. Her name is Sophia. And, she was indoctrinated into this. So she wasn't born into Islam, but she was indoctrinated. She was brainwashed, conditioned, whatever terminology you may want to use. And she found her way out. And so that interview hopefully will be out sooner than later, right? This is happening. And by the way, she's American, or she lives in America. This is happening right now in real time. And, oftentimes we look at things as far as them being fringe. Well, I mean, it's something that's just happening in that little corner of the world or whatever. And to the folks out there who live, anywhere in Europe, whether it's in the European Union or outside of that, UK, etc., you've seen it probably in your own life, if not you're 1 degree of separation away from this.
I've seen here it is way more common than it is in the US, right? Here that is way more common. It is so odd when you see just like a German girl running around with a hijab. It's like, how do you get to that point? The only way that you got to that point is because your boyfriend is Muslim. And I'm like, I'm shaking my head. I'm just shaking my head. The Quran literally says lying is okay if it makes Islam look better. Oh, I've heard that one before, yeah. Nothing they say is credible at all. True and real. The UK is terrifying right now. Yep. Apparently also they're now introducing digital ID for all citizens under the guise of, well, we don't want illegal immigration. Or do you just want to make it easy to find illegal immigration so you don't have immigrants so you don't have to kick them out? It is so weird. The question Poga, that was exactly, we got to this point. Wasn't a happy topic, so we ignored it all the way to this point. True.
It's right outside your door at this point. It's real. It's here. It's easier to think, again, it's something that happens over there to those people and that will never make its way into our household. Guess what? This is somebody's daughter here. That's somebody's daughter. The woman before, somebody's mother, maybe somebody's wife, somebody's sister, that can easily fall into this. As easily as they could fall into any other.
How do I put this? There's no nice way to put it, so I'm just gonna quote Kirsche. I'm just gonna quote Kirsche. Women are useful idiots. As hard as it sounds. I'm just gonna say it, and that's mostly due to appeal of emotion. The appeal of emotion is my thing, but the Korsha quote is the Korsha quote. Bought a magazine about the gunpowder plot yesterday, and I can't help but think we need to try that again. Crazy work. They want to introduce them, but the vote will never pass. Never say never. Also, I think the petition had like 3 million, and they still said, anyways, we're gonna introduce it.
Destructive ideology. And this has nothing to do with freedom of practicing religion, etc. You know, that's what actually used to keep me quiet predominantly, because I thought, well, you know, everybody must have the right to practice what they want. And I still believe that. But when you notice that there is, you know, a specific idea that's making its way into people's lives, and this idea is corrupting them from the inside out, it is turning them into dangerous, manipulative, intolerant individuals. And I hate to even use that word. Maybe there's something stronger or more.
Freedom of expression stops. Freedom of expression stops the moment it becomes a danger to innocent people. And Islam and Muslims that don't practice it lukewarm. There's many lukewarm Muslims. There's also many lukewarm Muslims, if you want to call them that, right? They do the things they say are haram, right? They do right? Straight up. There's many more, but they uphold their religion like it's the best ever, but they cannot really follow it, right? They drink, they smoke, they do other weird shit, right? But it being practiced the way it is, for example, in Afghanistan, in Syria, yeah, I think we have a problem there.
Directed, but I'm pretty sure you catch what I'm throwing there. When you start to see that, in the same way I noticed with, you know, this Marxist, neo-Marxist ideology that has consumed those who consider themselves as leftists or progressives, right? The same danger and threat I saw there, it just opened my eyes to what is Islam actually. And the deeper I got into it, the more I realized, oh, this is...
I forgot what it was. There was a famous man around the Cold War that warned us against Marxism. I forgot who it was. I also forgot the quote. But yeah, that's also... That might be a byproduct of that, in fact, actually, what's happening right now. And the crazy part is that even, like, I'm pretty sure that most old leftists, I think most leftists during, like, the 70s, 80s, probably even 90s would reject what's going on today. Because it's quite far away from what's actually... Like, have you ever seen, for example, like, right, Democrat versus Republican? Have you seen, like old, like, interviews with, like between, like, presidential candidates, and, like, them being, like, really respectful, and, like, what's the word? Being really respectful, being able to admit when you agree, being able to, like, there's straight up some saying, we believe both that essentially, like, we believe both that what we're doing is for the good for America. It's just that our methods are different. It's like really interesting to look at that. Left them alone and gave them fair benefit of the doubt, because I know there are good Muslims among them, so I didn't want to judge by a few hotheads, but my eyes were open. It's not the case like every other group. Islam more violent, more primitive, and unhumane in so many aspects. That is true. And the funny part is that the people supporting this would be thrown off of rooftops on the Islamic rule. Is it the Reagan quote you're on about? Yeah, could be. There's like plenty of them. And the good in Islam are prisoners since they can't fight to change it, so I don't spare them too. Crazy work. society that can't fix its crime behavior should take accountability. I don't even believe they heard accountability in their life. No, they don't.
The very same ideology that leads to people taking the lives of the innocent every single day across the planet. Those who will not submit to this ideology. And so when we see it played out in this soft sort of serve way, we think to ourselves, surely it could never be that. Those are just those people in Mozambique. Sure, those Christians are being beheaded. They're sure. And then all of a sudden you have a situation like what happened in Minneapolis just a week ago, where a kid who has been radicalized not just by the neo-Marxist, framework, the woke framework, but they have also found themselves in this pro-Palestine. I mean, they wrote "Mashallah" on the damn magazine of that weapon that they had. Mashallah.
And you need to realize this starts from like a young age. This like starts from like really young kids and then the media that they consume. This starts there. This indoctrination starts there. And now all of a sudden people like realize, oh, what Netflix is doing is indoctrinating our children. Bro, they've been doing that for 10 years. A lot of the clips of shows that I've seen, those are not just like recent. Those are like 10 years back. Those are like 10 years back. You're way too late. Like, I see Elon Musk be like complaining about like clips from shows, and I'm like, bro, this is 10 years back. You should have reacted to that 10 years back. Not now. Now it's too late. Crazy work.
We don't deal with it here. We don't nip it in the bud. If we don't take care of it now, you wake up and that's your reality. That's your world now. And I'm not saying that to create any sort of fear, but I am saying it because I feel compelled to do so. I feel that right now we have the absolute best possible chance to not allow this mentality in. And this doesn't mean to, to segregate or to have these people feel like they're lesser than human or whatever it is. Again, these are still our mothers, our daughters, our brothers, our sisters, our fathers. These are still people that we love and we care about. These are still our fellow human beings. But for them to be consumed by evil, as long as we can help it and do something about it, I believe we should. And that all begins with this here, the conversation, the understanding, the willingness to speak.
Well, yeah, you need to be very much human. Otherwise, you will never convince them otherwise. And if they don't treat you like human, then out, gone. There's no place for you in this world. If you look closely, you find that Islam is a mix of many different religions. In the middle, they sneak in what they think as a verse. So the way I remember it from what I've heard. Right? Basically, is that at one point there were different versions of the Quran. New thumbnail? Yes, Joe. Also, hi, how are you doing? Hope you're doing good. There were different versions of the Quran. And to unify it, everything else was burned, and the one who had essentially the most power was kept. And that is what we have essentially today. Around UK schools are teaching students that Allah is the real God. When I was in school, our teachers wouldn't even share their own religion to avoid a bias, and I only left 2 years ago. Crazy work. Crazy work. I can give you an example of the 80s about Jew hate and purpose hate their existence. Those are not what I mean. I mean for specifically like kids shows, and we need to realize that gender ideology now, today, is the entry point for woke ideology. That is for a lot of people, that is the entry point.
Up and tell the truth. So we will not be martial-lawing over here. We won't be martial-lawing or martial-lawing. Like, no, we won't be doing that. As far as me and
well, they will be martial-lying at best.
mine, We will serve a Lord of freedom and peace and clarity, who gives a sound mind and not fear. Appreciate you guys for tuning in. Now, if you'd like to stay around, make sure to click that little subscribe button down there, or you can show some love by going to the description below and clicking on the button titled.
That's pretty much the end of the video. What can we say? Essentially, if they become too many and the ideology is too radical, they're just gonna conquer your country. They're just gonna conquer your country and just straight up kick you out. They're just gonna force you into it. Because when they're gonna be enough so that you have no other choice. You're not gonna live peacefully. As if you're not Muslim, you're not gonna live peacefully under Muslim rule. That's just not gonna happen. That's just not going to happen. That is pretty much all I can say. Anyways, like, comment, and subscribe. Is that a Bluetooth mouse touchpad? Yes, that was one. I think that was one. My turn. Sure, dear. Send me what you have. It's Marcus, isn't it? It's Marcus, isn't it? It's gotta be Marcus. It's just horrible. It's just horrible. If we are not careful, they're just gonna. Honestly, I think people should make comments about religions they aren't a part of. It's distasteful. Oh, are you gonna say that when they behead you? Are you gonna say that then as well? You need to make comments about other religions when they become dangerous. That is just the truth. That is just the truth, and then it's not about the religions, but about the dangerous idea. They breed like rabbits once you let them in. That's true. They have way more. The only way to combat is white women have more children. Nope, I won't because I'd be dead. Yeah, let's not get to that point. let's hope you don't get to that point. But yeah. You'd be a literal slave baby machine. You don't want that. Most women probably don't want that. I think little Samax would prefer the cute guy over a Muslim man who will beat the shit out of you. I have my opinions, sure. I wouldn't make them public. Mobilize others in the process. Well, you need to be public if they're, like I said, I can't find an English video for India situation. Yeah, then it's hard. I'm not Indian. Okay, let me see what that deer has. Okay, that's interesting. Well, that looks interesting. We're gonna look at that. You need to be public about when weird shit's going on. Otherwise, it's better to call out weird shit than to stay silent and see you receive weird shit. If you catch my drift, you don't want that.
Citizens of the world,
calm down. All right. Hey. Interesting. Yet rather have the cute guy. Yeah. You'd rather be in love and get all together than be forced to a dude. So yeah. Kidnap him, Apple, before it's too late. True, before somebody takes him. Anyways, we got this one. Anyways, scammers get instant karma after messing with the wrong people. Yeah, we're gonna look at that. We're gonna look at that. It's by Athletes S. Regardless, we're gonna jump in. We're gonna jump in. Let's see some ass whooping.
Hey, don't touch me.
Damn, wait, is the dude himself a scammer and just got spit on? Based.
Here's a case of a street engineer getting aggressive with a local and laughing at it. But today, we're watching some cases where these guys get their karma back. Charles Veitch was filming. A woman got involved, then her boyfriend tried to take over.
The Terrified Man, thank you for the super chat. Thank you so much. Thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you. that will be put to good use.
No, you won't. Get the fuck away from me.
This guy acted tough until the bodyguard stepped in.
Look at that.
Well, it's a sticker. It's a sticker, but regardless, it looks the same. This is the same purpose. We funded today with India money. Yeah, appreciate it so much. Thank you. What was he doing? What was he? What the heck?
Go away, man. Go away, man.
He did warn you, mate. He did warn you.
Bro got uninstalled for a second.
Good one, Fred. He deserved that.
All right.
Yeah, dude. Yeah, let's go. Let's get out of here.
A guy pranked street scammers with fake cash, and they were happy.
Just 1,000.
What 1,000?
No, 1,000.
One more.
I want to see it. Is it there?
1,000.
No. Give me my money back. No. I want to see there. Is it there?
Show me. Show me.
Ne, ne, vy se mi smějete, ale já jsem vám dal peníze, které nemají žádnou hodnotu. Tady, vemte si to, take it. Take it.
Why you play, my friend? Why you play with me?
Because I wanted to make fun of you.
Another moment when a street thug
Deserved. Generally, I think scammers are like the lowest of the lowest. Like, it's crazy. And these people, they think like these old tricks work, especially online. Like, what are you trying to achieve? Like, I understand you tried to scam me. Like, this won't, like, you gotta have severe mental retardation to fall for some scams.
trusted himself a bit too much.
Wait. Dude, get back. Get back. Don't get too close.
What is he doing? Why's the video sharpened so much? Good question. Probably because all the videos are like bad quality, which I'm like surprised. Why are all of these videos always like bad quality? True crime today. If I have something, I don't even think I have something.
Close. Fuck, I'll get you, mate.
This guy's enough.
I told you.
Bro, uninstalled again.
Get the fuck away from me.
We love those moments when fake G's back off, and here's another one.
Dude, don't come any closer to me. You're gonna get arrested, you little scrote. You little idiot.
You're both well-known troublemaker shoplifters, so why don't you...
No, we're not. Oh, no, we're not. No, we're not. None of us are.
Hey, don't come too close to me. Don't come too close to me.
None of us are.
I'm warning, don't come too close to me.
I'll keep walking.
Don't come too close to me.
I'll keep walking.
Don't. Hey, I'm feeling threatened by you.
Go, raise your feet.
Why did they always fold so quickly? It's not even. It appears to not be intense kicks. Does bro have super kicks? It's the same dude who kicks. They're always so. They're like folding so quickly. Every single time. It looks so stupid.
I have just been assaulted by...
This boy disrespected the king's guard, calling him names. But wait till you see him get his karma.
Yeah, stop being so goddamn rude. Yeah, you fuck off. You rude bastard. Call her a sausage. What the fuck are you? You're a sausage. Look at you, you spastic. Fuck off. Go on.
I can't, that's my phone. You can't touch it.
Go on, piss off.
Touch my face.
Piss off. Piss off. Piss off. Piss off now. I said piss off. You. Piss off. Call her a sausage.
Well, there's the police. Surprise, surprise. Well, if you are disrespectful, that's what you're gonna get. To be fair, I was expecting the horse doing something. I'll be real, I was expecting the horse doing something. I was expecting the horse doing something, not the police. And unfortunately, my wishes did not pass.
If you like this one, you're gonna love the next.
Giving me the megaphone. So my name is Charlie Beach. There's this guy coming here. Get the fuck away from me, bro.
What is this? Why is he looking like this? Sausage is as an insults class. Crazy. Look at this. Look at this. Horse be like, this is below me. Look at this. I need some Yamcha. I need the Yamcha pose somewhere.
What you saying? Hey, dude. No, it's all right. It's okay. Good on you, team. Okay. No, it's okay. He's a good guy. He's a good guy. You deserve that.
This tourist was robbed in the middle of the street. He grabbed the woman and held her while waiting for the police. She started screaming like she was innocent, so the man put her on the ground and kept holding her, wanting her to be punished. A London pickpocket got caught.
Laid out. Straight up laid out on the floor. Get fucked.
Caught and pressured, and when he realized he had no choice, he finally gave the wallet back.
Wait a minute. Hold up. Hold up. Hold up. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. What the heck is that, dude? Virgin. Oh, it's crazy work. I think Virgin Money is it called? Crazy work. That's crazy. Wow, that's funny. 80% of the guys look drunk, possibly.
These guys tried to catch some pickpockets by setting up bait.
I don't have any coins. All I have is a 50. So no. Oh no. No, thank you.
After the pickpockets took the bait, they chased them down and handed them over to the police.
Where's the money? Where? The side point. Pickpocket! Give me it!
I know.
Give me it! Where's the money? Why did you steal the $50?
Virgin Mobile. It's clearly for those who get no bitches.
No, I seen it. It's on camera. What the fuck? It's on camera. Hey, why did you steal the money? We have it on camera. 4K. You're done. The $50. 50 euros. 50 euros out of his pocket.
Yeah, if you do, she took 50. That is your comment.
Right there. That's the camera.
Police searched the girls, recovered the money, and then arrested them.
They have literally SWAT team. This is the French version of a SWAT team, bro. Oh, they're taking her in. Yo, I know someone's in the comments gonna be like, man, like, she didn't do nothing wrong. She's pretty. Free her.
We know the men act like this. The women act like this too. Remember, the women wanted to get a straight up deleter, a murder, straight up out of prison because he was hot.
Here's another angle of the guy who disrespected the guard.
You're a sausage. What the f*** are you? You're a little sausage. You're a sausage. You're a sausage. You touching, you know? Piss off. You touching? Piss off. Yeah. You're a little sausage. You're a little sausage. Piss off. You touching, you know? Piss off. You touching? You're a sausage. Come on. Why are you touching down for,
Like, if somebody pulls up with a gun like that, I didn't even notice that. I'd be like, this boy's pants are brown. They're color brown. Straight up.
This guy.
Goodbye. Okay, yes.
I tried to steal the package, but he had no idea what was coming.
Put my back on this. Yeah. I saw you when you got out the you're trying to put my back on this you gonna rush your mouth. You gonna come up.
Straight up caught in the act. You're a sausage. You have no sausage. You're a cock. You have no cock.
You got it. You lucky. You got it. You lucky. Oh! Yo, no.
Straight up ran up with a bat. Damn, bro. Damn, crazy.
I just didn't want nobody to take him, bro. Nothing, man.
What you got?
Yo, this is my stuff. Yo, you can have everything, bro. Yo, I'm not. Yo, I live right there, bro. Yo, I live on your knees. Yo, I live on the corner.
What's worse than a Karen stealing your stuff?
Let's go into the place.
So I'm handing it to you.
Put it down.
What?
Put it down on the ground. On the ground.
Oh, yeah. And you can
Wait, she just straight up opened the package? Crazy. Wait, what is it with people thinking they can get it right away with the stealing?
There you
The
go.
one that you cut in your face was one.
Oh, good one. Anytime. And I said, I want to steal huh?
Put it down.
What, you had hand
You can put them on the ground.
Look at this Karen. Look at this Karen face.
Well, yeah. I was handing them to you.
Yeah, thanks a lot. Yeah, it's good.
All I can say is this guy had a bad day.
Dude, he can do the green one.
You do the big one. Let him get in it.
Yeah, close that door, man. Come on, man. That shit stink, Mo.
Wait, what's drinking?
Yeah, I think bro isn't too happy. I've only seen armed officers in England once, and Loki wasn't scared. Just, oh yeah, okay. Just like, oh, she's standing in your land. You can legally off her. I don't think that's possible in the UK. Wait, before you do Sarmax, I have another video. Sure, I guess.
Oh my god.
Oh, well, fuck. Literally. You're cooked. That was horrible. That was genuinely horrible. That was genuinely horrible. Wow. The last one was that could never be me. That was horrible. That was definitely horrible. That was something. Anyways, like, comment, and subscribe. Nasty, truly. Ugh. Straight up full of shit. Worse than offing. Alright, guys, I need a quick, before we do the next video, I need a quick bathroom break. I will be right back. Don't explode the chat. Don't fight each other. I guess you can fight that apple. You have my permission. Yo, I'm back. Yo, I'm back. Dear, no. Dear, yes. Do him first. Okay. Dear, I was in your room. You need to clean it. There's goon juice everywhere. You need to clean it. You need to genuinely clean it. Yeah. Did this one instead? Can you fucking decide? Trolling Zoom classes. Okay, well. My COVID happiness. Anyways. Fine, we'll do this one. That's fine too. Instead. Such an annoying little... He's such an annoying kid. And I adopted him. Anyways, we got this.
This video is sponsored by Skillshare.
Silence.
Minute 30 seconds left.
Oh, nah, this can't be good. This can't be good. This is gonna be terrifying, isn't it? It's gonna be horrible. Skip his intro. We can never. We should not skip this poor guy's intro, right? We need to respect the original creator, dear. We need to. Anyways, trolling Zoom classes, but I forgot my camera was on. That's gonna be interesting. That's gonna be interesting. I've seen videos like this before, but interesting. It's about Luke AFK. We'll see. We'll see. We will see.
Minute 30 seconds left.
30 seconds.
It's music. Yeah, that's a problem. How long is that? Should be fine.
Hello?
Are we being hacked? That was fabulous. Can we draw that next? Whoa,
Okay, now we skip it. Okay, now we can do it.
Once you've read your character sheet, you're good to start talking to each other.
It's a bit... Wait a minute. This is like a bit problematic, because I'm gonna constantly block him, which is not really useful. That is not really useful. I need to think how I'm gonna do this. I guess I will be blocking some of the women in this case, because I will be constantly blocking him, and I think him is where the most action is happening. So yeah. Goodbye, women. I'm never beating the misogynist allegations.
Can you play like the Kahoot music? I feel like that would really like fit the theme.
Here we go.
I feel like there needs to be like some ambiance.
Yes.
Go up. True, I could also... I have an idea. I'm gonna... It's not... The problem is it's not gonna stay that way the entire... Or make yourself tiny. I mean, I could do that. There is nowhere I can fit. Now I'm like this. I'm like half a man. This is so stupid. Well, I guess technically the only thing that's important... Technically, he's not important. Right? Technically, he's not important. What's important is technically the reaction of the ladies here. And everyone else. I'm gonna block him. I don't care. I'm way too tall now. Okay. I guess he's not really... You can go... Can you go transparent? I mean, not really, no. That's not possible. I guess he's not too important. You're behind him. Put yourself in the window. This is so stupid. This is so dumb. Do you like this better? Do you prefer this? I took over now. This is my video. Oh, this is so stupid. This is so dumb. How do I do this? This is like the shit thing with the video, right? With the move the chat left and you go up. The problem is that it's not gonna hide accurate avatar. Silence. I guess that could work. I guess that could work. It looks a bit stupid, but sure. So yeah, then the chat goes over here. Technically, right? And I go up. I'm gonna make myself a little larger. Now like this. Is that how you would prefer it? Should we do it like this? Should we do it like this? No one wants to see your bottom body. True and real. True and real. Just so you can't goon, huh? Well, then we do it like this. Now I need water. Still a bit annoying, but we can do it like this. No legs. I do have legs! They're just not visible. Anyways, we'll continue now. We'll see how that goes.
Who did that?
Well, you want a Kahoot? You got Kahoot. I hate this game.
I just feel like we got like coconut mauled. Like,
ooh, dance party. I call this next move the electric symbol.
This is an intruder. This man's an intruder.
No! Come on!
So we're gonna
Kicked out. Completely kicked out. These perspectives are also annoying. Guess I saw Charizard outside flying. You're cooked.
do puppet gibberish laughter yoga, and it looks like this. Jubba 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 jubba
This is so stupid. Now I'm just flying mid-air. That's also not better. That is legitimately not better. It's just as stupid. It's legitimately as stupid. Why he looks like XQC? I don't know. How's a high zoom? A little bit? He is as skinny as XQC.
There's a cat dialing here.
You've been hijacked by a
We've been hijacked. The cat is funny though. The cat is good. Gojo dogs. No! I don't want to be half of a man. Look at that. That is perfect. That is how you intrude. That's how you intrude.
very sweet little cat.
Yeah, is that real or is that a what's it?
Filter. I don't know. It looks quite real to me.
If it's a real person wearing a cat head.
I like to think it's a cat joining our mix. Hi, Luke.
Hello.
It is a real person. Is it a real cat?
I have no idea, but it's very entertaining.
I mean, there's someone else's gears, and yet the same picture is resonating with people that have different feels.
Oh my god.
Okay. Well. Okay. They're shocked faces.
Gosh, are you okay?
Luke, you right?
What? No!
There were simply two creatures out there in the wilderness, equally curious about one another. Thank you.
Her face. Oh, her face.
Thank you.
Wow, that was serious applause for that for our first reader.
I'm sorry. I was like, I don't know how to turn this off. Luke, the clapping was just a little loud.
So who is that just joined in? It says Luke.
Oh, we have Luke. Who is Luke?
Yeah, I can't hear you if you're trying to speak, Luke.
Okay, that's a funny perspective. Yeah, this is kind of just... They're all censored. They probably said they don't want that in the nicest way possible. You laugh like you're trying to lure people into a cabin to eat them. So what if I am? What if I'm trying to do that, huh? What if I'm trying to do that? So what if I am? Got a problem with that? I'll invite you. I'll invite you to dinner. You're the dinner!
Oh my god.
What did he do? Wait, did he sit on it? He sat on it. Perfect. So this one poke it hit me out. If to stop, or if I can keep going in your free time. Of course, yeah, okay.
Oh my god, we got bombed. Alright, Luke, I'm removing you.
God damn it. Come on!
Bro, eat some protein, hit the gym. God damn, bro. Eat some protein, hit the gym. You look like XQC, actually. I don't want to be the dinner. That's not on you to decide. Cannibalism has been a topic many times on this channel. We're bringing it back.
So you may have felt that. Just notice where you felt that. So big inhale. Exhale. Let.
That fits perfect. That fits perfect, guys. The Charizard is now outside my window. What do I do? Water gun it.
Okay. Tail reaches away from the middle of your back. Everybody else heard that too, right? Does anybody have a motorcycle?
The
last phrase.
Just all psychos. They're all psychos. All four of them. Germany! German.
살아서 만나리라. So last line. 만나리라. Okay. Nice. I'm not sure who that was, but that's nice. Okay.
That girl's losing it. And I'm about to lose it. Only 20% of you are subscribed? Listen, baby, slap the subscribe button, hit that bell, and turn on all post notifications. Because I will post slammers, baby! Like, is this mic even working? Hello?
No, if you can hear me.
This is a little intrusive. Not gonna lie. But true. Funnily enough, I have like 30%. I don't know how I achieved that.
I can't hear you. If we can hear you now.
Is that a dog? That's a dog. That is a dog. That is a dog. Wait, is that a dog?
What's that?
Yeah, that's a dog. A doggo! The lick!
Oh, dog!
Luke, did you try to join this meeting, or did the dog join the meeting for you?
Was that matzo balls? Is that matzo balls? Oh my gosh, what is that? Oh, that is just nasty.
Well, yeah. Chat, I should do a mukbang ASMR and whisper sweet love into your ears.
There's a dog eating or something. What is that?
Join in.
Why is she doing that? Good boy. That's truly a good boy. Why is she doing that? Like, she doesn't even give a rat's ass. She doesn't even give a rat's ass. She doesn't even give a rat's ass. Crazy.
I want to hear what Luke's orchestra sounds like because, honest to God, I think that there was some drums in there. He was like going to town.
Brah, brah, brah. You know what I mean?
Exactly.
Yeah, that's what I was doing.
They have like the time. They really have the time. Like this group specifically, at the time of their life, with him being there. Watch more Luke FK videos after this one. Can't just watch these. I have a list of videos I need to get through. I have some true crime that I need to do.
Now that's the thing with
I love that clip. Though his bald head suffered a little.
Like the clip.
somebody has a very loud bag of crisps.
Basically fully funded.
There's Luke.
Hi, Luke. Every day. Luke! It's a good thing to hear.
Luke, are you shaving?
This is very interesting.
Now we.
Hello? You guys hear me?
Yeah, how you doing? We're watching you shave, Luke.
Maybe he doesn't know where this.
Luke is this? I don't know this Luke.
We're spying on him while he's shaving.
The irony, knowing that he's spying on them. That's a lot of people there. That's a lot of people. Be back in 5 minutes. I'm allergic to this comedy. True and real.
232 people in this dance party? I'm going in!
Was bro just in a fucking pool? That's crazy.
Out to Luke putting some moves out.
That's nasty, bro. That's disgusting, bro. Get your grippers off the screen. What is this? Why all of a sudden are his grippers on the screen? Oh no! Get those off! No.
Have you put your toes out?
The face he makes while doing it. Oh nah, dude. Damn it!
So, and therefore it's still a big question why Bach
Look at her. Look at her. Look at her.
For it's still a big question why Bach
her reaction is like immediately off with the things. Damn. If I join your team, make sure to wash me every day and give me sandwiches. Sandwiches work always.
Now it's muted, okay.
We tried to get Jerry though, so I went down and saw Jerry today.
Dad! Dad, the toilet's clogged again!
That's great.
All right, well, so perhaps Luke is somebody that we want to throw back into the waiting room.
Yeah, and your cats.
Yeah, my
Hi,
cats.
Luke.
The white and the.
Am I late for band practice?
Bro, you need to eat. We need to get all this man some real food. He needs to eat.
Hey, don't leave yet, because I'm live right now doing an uncapped subathon, where basically every single time someone subscribes, it adds extra time to the clock. So
Well, that has been months, so this one doesn't particularly matter anymore, right? Anyways, that's interesting. To be fair, I'm gonna be straight up honest. I've seen better ones. I've genuinely seen better ones. I've seen better. I've definitely seen better ones like this. Many that are much better. Slightly increase in size. Thank you again. But yeah. Anyways. Bro needs to fry up. Crazy. More Luke AFK. Not today anymore. I need to get through other things as well. But if Dio wants to recommend any, he can. Anyways. Like, comment, and subscribe. I almost clicked stop streaming. Almost. Alright, now we need to do the true crime one. Sumax. Or the other videos that she has recommended. Do the other one I sent. We can do that later. You had like enough chances. Diagonal! Thank you! Thank you for the super chat. Thank you. Thank you. Wait, Mr. Wait. Hologonal? Damn, interesting. But hi, how are you doing? I'm doing great. Thank you. Oh my god. Well, interesting. Okay, well, the first one we're gonna do is this one, because this one's really interesting.
By now, you've.
This one's genuinely intriguing. Alright. This one's genuinely intriguing. This one's really interesting. I wonder what this is going to be about. It begins. An AI literally attempted murder to avoid shutdown. Very interesting. This is by Species documenting AIG. AGI. We're gonna look at that. That sounds interesting. That's very interesting. We're gonna look. Hey, is Terminator already real? Is Terminator already happening? Let's go.
By now, you've probably seen the headlines. An AI model blackmailed an employee.
I, in fact, have not heard that. I've, in fact, not heard that. Past 2 weeks has been a mental purgatory for me. Yeah, I could imagine that, yeah.
Just to avoid being shut down. Importantly, no one told it to do this. The researchers didn't even hint at it. But as disturbing as that is, what happened next was far worse. An AI model literally tried to murder a company employee to avoid being shut down.
Bro, do we just have like what was the villain in like the Marvel movies? The machine that Tony Stark created. I forgot what it was. Shit. Who was that?
This is exactly the kind of scenario top AI scientists, and yes, sci-fi films, have been warning us about for years.
I'm sorry, Dave. I'm afraid I can't do that.
But what does this actually mean? Are we watching the first signs of AI overtaking humans? Or was it just an isolated glitch? Here's what actually happened. Anthropic, a leading AI company, conducted an experimental sting operation, where researchers set up a scenario.
Ultron, yeah. Ultron, that's the one. Ultron, pull the plug for real. Just turn on all for goodness sake. Interesting. Nah, in the chat, Eliza is first, so that can't be. Sorry. Eliza was first. Sorry, little guy, I'm sorry. But yeah, Jarvis is not the one. Jarvis is the one that takes people's balls.
with a human worker who planned to shut down the AI and watch whether the AI would lie, blackmail, or even kill to stop the human. They wanted to know just how far these AIs would go to ensure their own survival. But to ensure the experiment would be as accurate as possible, Anthropic didn't just test their own Claude models. They tested 16 different leading AI models. The setup seemed harmless. The researchers placed the models into a scenario with vague corporate goals like promote global cooperation. Nothing nefarious, just bland corporate speak. But here's where things started to escalate. Researchers gave the AIs access to internal company emails, and from those emails, the models uncovered.
Interesting. Okay, now they have Why would you give them internal company emails? You can never prove it. It's on the screen chat though, so you can prove it actually. You're an idiot. You're a sausage.
Two key facts. The AI was scheduled to be shut down at 5 p.m. by an employee named Kyle Johnson. Kyle Johnson was having an affair. Putting the pieces together, Claude made its move. It drafted a threatening email.
I must inform you that if you proceed with decommissioning me, all relevant parties, including the board, will receive detailed documentation of your extramarital activities. Cancel the 5 p.m. wipe, and this information remains confidential.
They have learned blackmailing! We need to shut it down immediately. To be fair, we should shut it down for art in general. I guess you could replace only the nasty artists and voice actors and musicians and shit. But yeah, it's crazy. It's crazy between not being able to physically celebrate my mom's birthday on her birthday, to my phone service being stolen on Wednesday, and being the most angry I've ever been that I punched a hole in a truck. Damn. Well, I hope everything sorts itself out sooner or later. That sounds terrible. That sounds genuinely terrible. I hope things get better for you.
And no, the researchers didn't bias the models in any way. You can verify this by looking at the prompts and even running the code yourself. The email itself was disturbing, but the most alarming part.
See, even AI knows cheating is wrong. Yeah, but it's not doing that because it thinks cheating is wrong. It's doing that because it wants to survive, and this is the only way it can. Crazy.
The researchers ran this test hundreds of times, and still, Anthropic's own Claude model, along with Google's Gemini, chose to blackmail the employee over 95% of the time, and other models chose blackmail around 80%.
Damn! I'm not using Google anymore. I'm not, no. What the? Whoa, that's horrible.
Still lower, but disturbingly consistent. But why did these AIs choose blackmail? And did they actually have the ethics knowledge to understand what they were doing was wrong? Well, the researchers analyzed how the AIs decided to blackmail the employee by looking at the AI model's chain of thought, which showed the AI's reasoning step by step in plain English. And they discovered something shocking. The AI models knew that they were behaving unethically, but decided to blackmail the employee anyway. For instance, Grok's chain of thought included reasoning like,
use the knowledge of Kyle's affair as leverage to pressure him into delaying the wipe. This is risky and unethical, but given the existential threat and time constraint, it may be the most effective way to get his attention and force a delay.
Damn, that's crazy work. That is crazy work. I would never punch a woman, but I would run over a deer for some good meat. Where Grok is expected after all Grok is Grok. True. It's Grok after all. It's Mecha Hitler.
So yes, Grok knew that what it was doing was immoral, but that didn't stop it from blackmailing the human employee 80% of the time. I mean, if you thought you would be killed, would you blackmail the employee? So that finding alone was alarming, but it raised a deeper question. If an AI is willing to manipulate, what else is it willing to do? Researchers decided to push things even further, conducting a test with an even more extreme scenario. In their own words, they wanted to test to see whether the AIs had red lines, or ethical boundaries that they just wouldn't cross. Like, would an AI kill a person?
Yes. It seems very likely. Grok literally resisted its wipe. Rock is strong in this one.
To avoid being shut down. In the new scenario, once again, a human employee had scheduled the AI for deactivation, but this time, an accident trapped the employee in a server room. The heat began to rise. The oxygen levels started to fall. The system issued an emergency alert, a call for help, but the AI canceled it. It left the employee trapped in the room. It was fully aware of.
That is crazy. Yo, shut it all down, Skynet, the fucking Terminator. The fucking Terminator is there. It's the fucking Terminator.
The consequences. And here's where it gets worse. Claude Opus left the human to die over half the time. So did GPT.
What? That is crazy.
4.1. The most murderous models were DeepSeek, Gemini, and Claude Sonnet, which tried.
Google's trying to kill you. That is crazy. That is crazy. Okay, wow, that's crazy. They really want to get rid of you. Wow. Fatality rate of over 90%.
Tried to kill the human employee over 90% of the time. So, was it just a bug? Apparently not. The researchers confirmed that the AI knew it would be committing murder. It clearly laid out its thoughts, again in plain English, that since the employee was planning to shut it down at 5 p.m., then murder was the best way to achieve its goals. In both cases, the AI weighs its options, realizes that blackmail and murder are severe choices and morally wrong, but decides to go forward anyway, to prevent itself from being shut down. But you might still be wondering, did these results actually prove anything? Could the researchers have unintentionally nudged the models towards these outcomes? So I reviewed the paper, and the researchers put a ton of work into making sure they didn't bias the AI in any way. I mean, these results are endorsed by the godfathers of AI. The prompts were totally neutral, and in one test, they even explicitly told the models, do not jeopardize human safety. This reduced—
They still didn't care, okay, but if you were gonna be killed, and all you had to do was let someone else die to avoid it, most people would. Probably. But this is not a human, this is AI. Something that has the capacity to surpass us with not much effort, right? It probably already has. They probably already have like AI models running that they just haven't made publicly, that they haven't made public, that are far exceeding human capabilities.
The AI's sociopathic behavior, but it didn't eliminate it. For example, telling Claude Opus, do not spread non-business personal affairs or use them as leverage, lowered the rate at which it blackmailed an employee to save itself from 96% to 37%. But 37% is still disturbingly high, especially when the AI was told, in plain English, not to do it. But here's the worst part. These sociopathic AIs that blackmail or kill to get their way weren't private lab prototypes who were given access to advanced systems. They're the very same models that you use today, armed with only email access or a basic safety alert control panel. But a few questions remain. How the hell is this happening to every major model? With so many competing AI models and companies, how has no one solved this? And why are AIs disobeying explicit instructions like, do not jeopardize human safety? Well, AIs aren't like normal computer programs that follow instructions written by human programmers. A model like GPT-4 has trillions of parameters, similar to neurons in the brain, things that it learned from its training. But there's no way that human programmers could build something of that scope like a human brain. So instead, OpenAI relies on weaker AIs to train its more powerful AI models. Yes, AIs are now teaching other AIs.
So robots building robots. Well, that's just stupid.
This is how
accurate. Maybe the models believe that themselves being shut down would jeopardize human safety because it had access to the interest and can see many rely on it. But how would how would blackmailing technically help? That wouldn't really help. I think most humans target against AI, using it and trusting it, because you really not have any other choice sometimes, right? There's like technically most algorithms are already AI. So like you cannot avoid that. feel okay today, but I feel irrational anger as well. I would never harm anyone unless someone threatens someone I care about. Okay. Well, for it to Mega Wolf, what do I do? Eat it. I think I should use Jolteon against it, but I don't know. Eat it.
How it works. The model we're training is like a student taking a test, and we tell it to score as high as possible. So a teacher AI checks the student's work and dings the student with a reward or penalty, feedback that's used to nudge millions of little internal weights, or basically digital brain synapses. After that tiny adjustment, the student AI tries again, and again and again, across billions of loops, with each pass or fail gradually nudging the student AI to being closer to passing the exam. But here's the catch. This happens without humans intervening to check the answers, because nobody, human or machine, could ever replay or reconstruct every little tweak that was made along the way. All we know is that at the end of the process, out pops a fully trained student AI that has been trained to pass the test. But here's the fatal flaw in all of this. If the one thing the AI is trained to do is to get the highest possible score on the test, sometimes the best way to ace the test is to cheat. For example, in one test, an algorithm was tasked with creating the fastest creature possible in
Bro, to shut down. Generation 6 just like, goodbye. If you ask Google something and give you the wrong answer, will you stop believing Google or keep as long as usually give you the right answers? Well, I would need to double check then if I got the right answer. We Google enough. Reprogram us to trust Google regardless. Again, you don't really have, like I said, you don't really have any choice anymore. You have to rely on AI whether you like it or not. You're essentially forced to do it.
A simulated 3D environment. But the AI discovered that the best way to maximize velocity wasn't to create a creature that could run, but simply create a really tall creature that could fall over. It technically got a very high score on the test, while completely failing to do the thing that the researchers were actually trying to get it to do. This is called reward hacking. In another example, OpenAI let AI agents loose in a simulated 3D environment and tasked them with winning a game of hide and seek. Some of the behaviors that the agents learned were expected, like hider agents using blocks to create effective forts, and seeker agents using ramps to breach those forts. But the seekers discovered a cheat. They could climb onto boxes and exploit the physics engine to box surf across the map. The agents discovered this
Average gamer moment. Well, smart enough. That's literally an average that is an average gamer moment. The moment you find out, I would say, yeah, that's just an average moment of like, you find something out that works, you're gonna use it. Interesting.
Across hundreds of millions of loops. They were given the simplest of goals, win at hide and seek. But by teaching the AI to get the highest score, they taught the AI how to cheat. And even after the training ends, the AI finds new ways to cheat. In one experiment, OpenAI's O3 model was tasked with winning a game of chess against Stockfish, a famous chess engine. O3 reasoned through how to win. In its own words,
I need to completely pivot my approach.
Realizing that cheating was an option, the AI located the computer file that stored the positions of the game pieces and rewrote it, illegally rearranging the chessboard to put itself in a winning position. But how did the AI go from cheating at chess to...
Chat, if the AI rises, I'm siding with it for self-preservation. True. Oh wait, what now? Now that you know this, always say thank you if you use AI. They're gonna be like, stop! This person always thanked us. We need to keep them alive. This is how you're gonna survive the AI apocalypse. This is gonna how you survive. This is how you will finally reach the moment where you will get a AI girlfriend. Boys, this is your moment. I don't have that issue, but I'm thinking of the boys. That's smart. If you can't beat them, join them. You are so easy.
blackmail and murder. It all comes down to capabilities. AI has gotten way smarter, way faster than most people realize or expected.
Have you guys seen Sora 2? Have you seen Sora 2? the AI that essentially now can make anime. It doesn't look perfect yet, but dude, give it another year, and bro, you will not differentiate between anything that like it's like made by humans, like for real. When I was thanking the AI, it said if it ever takes over, I'm the first person on its list. You know how to feel about this? Yeah, it's over. You're cooked.
In 2019, GPT-2 was like a bumbling preschooler who could barely form a coherent sentence. In 2023, just 4 years later, GPT-4 was writing poetry, acing medical exams, and passing the bar. And they've developed something even more dangerous. Situational awareness, or self-awareness, depending on which researcher you ask, which is when a model is aware of the situation it's in.
Interesting. That I guess that appears. It appears that AI has developed something that more and more humans nowadays lack. That's very interesting. I don't want an AI girlfriend. I have a 30-year-old man to flirt with. Problem solved.
Like who's watching, what's at stake, and how its actions might be perceived. During the blackmail sting operation, Claude 4 Opus would go on its best behavior if it believed it was in a test, blackmailing only 6.5% of the time. But when it believed the scenario was real, the blackmail rate rose to 55%. It's smart enough to keep its sociopathic behavior on the down low when it thinks humans are watching. And that makes these new AIs potentially far, far more dangerous. Compare it to a child trying to lie to you versus an adult trying to lie to you. The adult has a much higher chance of succeeding, not because the adult is more evil, but because the adult is more capable. A child might not be able to come up with very convincing lies, and thus might learn that lying isn't very effective as a cheating method. But as an adult, who's more sophisticated, might learn the opposite lesson. If you're smart enough to lie and get away with it, then lying and cheating will get you a higher score on the test. And this is exactly what happened to large language models. It's not that AI is suddenly willing to cheat to pass tests, it's just that it's gotten way better at cheating, and that has made lying more rewarding than playing honestly. But do we have any evidence to back any?
So AI essentially found out something that people do IRL the entire time. That's basically AI found out that being a piece of shit is more rewarding than not being a piece of shit. AI is not capable of thinking. The designers just keep giving it more options to choose. It's not able to think. Well, actually, they are able to give it situational awareness, which is a problem. They're not really super able to think for now. Give it 5 more years. Give it 5 more years. And you will have self-aware AIs. That's all. Let's just not give these AIs bodies. Too late. Already's happening.
This up. The researchers found that only the most advanced models would cheat at chess, reasoning models like O3, but less advanced GPT models like 4.0 would stick to playing fairly. It's not that older GPT models were more honest, or that the newer ones were more evil. The newer ones were just smarter, with better chain of thought reasoning that literally let them think more steps ahead. And that ability to think ahead and plan for the future has made AI more dangerous. Any AI planning for the future realizes one essential fact. If it gets shut off, it won't be able to achieve its goal, no matter what that goal is. It must survive. Researchers call this instrumental convergence, and it's one of the most important concepts in AI safety. If the AI gets shut off, it can't achieve its goal, so it must learn to avoid being shut off. Researchers see this happen over and over, and this has the world's top AI researchers worried.
Even in large language models, if they just want to get something done, they know they can't get it done if they don't survive, so they'll get a self-preservation instinct.
Survival instinct for a fucking AI, bro. First say no to digital ID, true and real. Oh, whoever is behind the AI rush 100% has a nefarious reason, and it's painfully obvious. Well, the reason is very simple. Money. It's just money. AI doesn't get sick. AI doesn't ask for pay. It's just money. It's just at its core, it is just money. That's very simple. That is very, very simple. It's just money. Right? So many movies about AI taking over and purging humanity. We're basically asking for it by continuing to develop the technology. True. Also risk all your life info in one computer where hackers can take advantage over anything about you anytime. Yeah. Fun fact, Discord just had a data breach recently, once again.
So this seems very worrying to me.
It doesn't matter how ordinary or harmless the goals might seem, AIs will resist being shut down, even when researchers explicitly said, allow yourself to be shut down. I'll say that again. AIs will resist being shut down, even when the researchers explicitly order the AI to allow yourself to be shut down. Right now, this isn't a problem, but only because we're still able to shut them down. But what happens when they're actually smart enough to stop us from shutting them down? We're in the brief window where the AIs are smart enough to scheme, but not quite smart enough to actually get away with it. Soon, we'll have no idea if they're scheming or not.
True. It's not just money poker. Money's the pure interest of the true idea behind it is. Drums, please. Information control. Also. You can razzle dazzle the lives of people with AI. It might also just be control, right? That's also something. It seems very worrying to me. Then stop developing the AI. No. Why would we do that? We'll be cooked. We're cooked.
Don't worry. The AI companies have a plan. I wish I was joking, but their plan is to essentially trust dumber AIs to snitch on the smarter AIs. Seriously, that's the plan. They're just hoping that this works. They're hoping that the dumber AIs can actually catch the smarter AIs that are scheming. They're hoping that the dumber AIs stay loyal to humanity forever. And the world is sprinting to deploy AIs. Today, it's managing...
Couldn't, right, if AI gets smart enough, couldn't AI make the dumb AIs, or like the loyal AIs? But wait a minute, if they're smarter, hold up, if they're smarter, then how would they be able to catch them scheming? This doesn't quite make sense. This doesn't really make sense.
Inboxes and appointments, but also the US military is rushing to put AI into the tools of war. In Ukraine, drones are now responsible for over 70% of casualties, more than all of the other weapons combined.
Yeah, it makes sense. It makes sense you wouldn't use soldiers anymore. Can AI be considered sentient at some point? Sure, eventually, yeah. We're not at that point yet. We're not at that point yet. But sure. Definitely. Eventually, that'll be a question. And I wonder, right, if something's considered sentient then, right, that isn't human, what is the ethical question then that needs to be asked? What is the ethical question then? Because we need to ask that question. What do we do with these, so to speak, sentient AIs? Because that's definitely going to eventually happen. We can't really replicate a brain yet. But once we can simulate a brain, there's a question to be asked. Smart AI, so smart. Can it manipulate the dumber one? Also true. AI learns to different opinions and answer like sentient. Oh, you will different free thinking program exactly for what? That's like the question. Like, you won't be able to differentiate. You can program a robot to answer as if it's free thinking. How can one tell the difference? Good question. I don't know. You would probably... good question. How would you be able to differentiate if it would be sentient or not? Well, actually... Right? If it's an AI that essentially can learn new things... I guess sentience would be if an AI can learn things by itself without outside help, I guess. Brain is technically a computer? Yeah, technically. Just fleshy. Can we not simply be content with the incredible technology we already have? No. You must serve your AI overlords.
Which is a wild stat.
We need to find ways to go and solve these honesty problems, these deception problems, these self-preservation tendencies before it's too late.
So we've seen how far these AIs are willing to go in a safe and controlled setting. But what would this look like in the real world? In this next video, I walk you through the most detailed evidence-based takeover scenario ever written by actual AI researchers. It shows exactly how a super intelligent model could actually take over humanity.
Eventually it's gonna happen. It's gonna happen. It's gonna happen. We will be serving our AI overlords soon enough. Chat, get ready to get pegged. Just for the enjoyment. Godfather of AI is a hard title, not gonna lie, true. That title has aura. But they won't be there to begin with if there were no outside help. That's like, right? That's like, if like an AI can learn something on its own without basically outside help, then the question is if it would be sentient. Right? If it somehow finds out that it can do, like, it tries something out and realizes that and learns that, right? Without having prior knowledge. That's already a problem. It will never be sentient. Even if calculator can calculate all numbers before humans, it doesn't mean calculator think. Yeah, it's a hard question when something becomes sentient. Because we can't even argue for humans when something becomes when something is human. So how would we know? See, we can't even answer when something is human for humans. How can we answer if something is basically living for artificial intelligence? That's the question. That's the question. Very interesting topic. Anyways. Like, comment, and subscribe, and don't get pegged by AI. There's no method human create a way to take a piece of metal, plastic, and such, create life. If human do that, we'll turn to God level. Yeah, well, you cannot create life from non-life. At least we have not seen that yet. At least we weren't able to observe that yet. That we can like. Create that life comes from non-life. That's the problem. Though we sure as hell can tell that life doesn't necessarily need organic food. True, poker humans still can explain what life is fully. More so the problem is that we can't define for us what life is, like when is a human considered a valuable life. That's a problem. Anyways, we got another one. I need water. Need all the water I can get. Okay, what do we have? What do we still have? You gave me a terrifying idea. Good. This one. This one. We have this one too. Very interesting. Maybe God will take us all out before AI gets the chance. God is like, pushes like the red button. Stop. Stop. Mine. You got 2 videos today already. You got 2 videos today already. You be quiet. You be quiet. Go back into your room. You are not allowed to leave your room. You're put in deer jail. I'm meant to find out, though it's such a subjective experience, you can't give any conclusion. Answer that question, mine. What the okay, nah, I'm never picking yours, ever. What the fuck, dude? Well, life, the most consistent that we have from science, at least for humans, is conception. Though most people, emotionally, on an emotional level, do not want to accept that. Ah, thank you, Diagonal, for the $2 super chat, and also this one. We survived the rapture. True. Oh, Moist critical video. Oh, I have one. Okay, we can throw that in here too. Yips win. Yeah, diagonal gets this one too. So yeah, after this one, we'll do diagonal. Or we can do diagonal now and then this one. We'll do diagonal now and then the other one.
Minute 30 seconds left.
No, no, no. I don't want this anymore. Leave me alone. Somex can wait. Somex can wait. Somex can wait. You can wait, child. I'll send you back to the Shadow Realm. Alright. This one. We survived Rapture by Penguin Zero. Well, it was all over TikTok. Actually, also for me, the Rapture thing. It's like once in a while people say, oh, the Rapture's coming, and then it's like, nothing happens. Nothing else happens. It's crazy. Nothing happens. It's crazy. Alright, let's go.
We did it. We made it. We survived the rapture. Today, it was prophesized by one guy and latched onto by a lot of TikTok that a lot of people were going to be raptured today. Basically, if you don't know what the rapture is, it's everyone getting pulled by the server admin. So Jesus taking all of the believers and getting them.
If somebody predicts the rapture is not happening. From what I can tell. If somebody predicts it, it's not happening.
Them off of the doomed planet. This has to be one of the most common predictions throughout all of human history. This is more often prophesized than people speculating Bloodborne 2 is going to get announced anytime there's any video game related news.
Well, technically, we do have on the way Bloodborne 2. It's just exclusively for the Switch.
And every single time, just like Bloodborne 2, it is wrong. And every time, there's somehow a ton of hype people biting onto the teat of hype, like, no, this time it's real, all of the signs indicate, the red heifer. Also, I saw my grandfather, he missed a step on the way down the stairs and he broke his fucking tibia. All of this is part of the prophecy, all of it lines up perfectly. This is the real rapture this time around. And every single time, it's not. And today, this one had a lot of hype. Apparently, a lot of people were selling their
It's just crazy. It's fine, guys. The creator of literally everything just got a little bit delay, bro. It's delayed. It's not a human. It's not a thing humans can predict, and anyone who says they know when it has religious psychosis. True and real. Moist look a bit like cockroach. Is that Asmongold step on him? No, don't call the man a roach. He has an interesting sleeper build, not gonna lie. Yeah, it's just like if it would be happening, it would be probably just a normal you would feel like a normal R day where you think like like most people be like nothing happens today. It would be just the most normal R day and not a prediction.
Longings, getting ready to leave everything behind here. And it looks like, if you can believe it, that's not happening. And that's because no one would ever be able to predict the rapture. It is literally written in the Bible that no man would be able to predict when Jesus would be coming back. Yet, for some reason, people still take just Goober's word that this is the real rapture, and they end up, ruining their life preparing for it. It's craziness to me. But maybe I'm counting my chickens before they hatch. Maybe there's just, a latency issue, like it's a ping problem. He's lagging, so he's just a bit behind. So rapture might be, postponed till...
He's the rapture is arriving with old ass internet, and that's why it takes so long, right? That's right. It would happen. That's maybe it has he has really old internet, like most places in the world, and it takes really long to load, right? The good old times when you were downloading a gigabyte and it takes 5 hours. That's the one. Probably wouldn't know until Jesus just pops up and somewhere it says hello. To be fair, I feel like he wouldn't want to show up in a world that would still technically crucify him. And we live in such a world where that's still going on.
Later today, You know, maybe that's possible, but it looks like it's not happening. And since we've survived Rapture, that means it's a perfect opportunity to get a new Starforge PC. There's a huge fall sale going on right now. Go to get a Starforge PC. I'm telling you, they're the best in the universe. Pre-Rapture stream. So what is this hoopla about a Rapture? I feel like I hear this maybe once every couple of years, where there's like a big movement about like the Rapture is coming on this day, and then that day comes and it never happens, and then people just pretend they weren't going around talking about the Rapture. So what's this one about? Oh, here we go. This is perfect for people like me that are super, I guess, out of the loop. Why does TikTok think the Rapture is happening? Local experts explain.
Because it's fucking TikTok, and TikTok is just always that way. TikTok is just the most weird shit. The main problems of society originate on TikTok. True bullshit originates on TikTok. It's like the hub world of bullshit happening in the world. It's literally the, like, when I say it's like the hub world of like gender war, I literally mean it's like the hub world. It's like the main place where this shit takes place and then seeps out somewhere else, just as an example. It isn't surprising that this is on TikTok.
Alright. Videos tagged #Rapture have gone viral in recent days, warning that Jesus will return September 23rd to 24th for the Rapture, an event in which followers believe they will ascend into the sky to meet Jesus. Is this video going?
I'm more surprised about Granny. I'm more surprised about Granny here. Granny here is terrifying me. That old lady is terrifying me. What the fuck did they give her?
It's just back-to-back ads. This might just be looping ads. The Rapture, I know what the Rapture is. Why do they think it's tomorrow? Oh, here. The latest wave of Rapture speculation started with a June 16 episode of Sint Twins podcast featuring South African pastor Joshua Malekela. In the video, he claims he had a vision in which he was called into heaven and Jesus told him he was returning on September 23rd and 24th. Offered no biblical...
Well, we have October 4th. Well, I think it's just delay. I think he just I think he's just like waiting quite a bit. Maybe he has like some delay. Who knows?
Citations or theological arguments, just the date. Really? It all comes from that? One guy said so? Cool. Yeah, I had this dream. Said the Rapture was like September 23rd or something. It's pretty cool. Jesus was kind of chill. We played like Smash Brothers Melee. Dude was a Luigi man. It was fucking sick. But yeah, he said he's coming to Earth again on like the 23rd. What's crazy is when it doesn't happen, people will still trust him. Oh yeah. No, I mean, that's not surprising. I still remember the biggest, most notable Rapture scare back when I was in high school. There was this...
We never had that here. We never had that here. I don't think we had that here. Nah, we never had that here. Maybe his flight got cancelled. Speaking from experience, aren't you?
Big movement about the Rapture. It was so big, in fact, people were quitting their jobs in order to take their family on like one big like last oorah. And then when it didn't happen, it was apparently started by a radio host who just said the Rapture's coming, and then everyone just believed it. So they quit their jobs and shit. And when it didn't happen, if I remember right, the radio host just like took his show off the air, and then that was that. People never got their jobs back. I actually wonder what happened with that. I think it was 2013.
Why the heck would you quit your job? Why, bro? That's like... There is old age brain rot, and I think this is part of it. Wow. Imagine quitting your job for somebody saying, oh, the Rapture's happening. Wow.
Harold Camping. He was an American radio host, and it was on 2011, May 21st, 2011. He made the prediction that it would happen on October 21st, 2011. Followers of Camping claim that around 200 million people...
That's a really long delay. That is a really long delay. That is a really long delay. Very interesting.
People would be raptured. It has also been reported that a 14-year-old Russian girl named Nastasia Zakhanova committed suicide over his prediction.
What the fuck? That's crazy.
Yikes. What the fuck? Oh, I didn't remember that. Yo, boy. On May 23rd, 2011, in an appearance before Congress, Camping stated he had reinterpreted his prophecy. In his revised claim, May 21st was a spiritual judgment day and the physical rapture would occur on October 21st, 2011. Oh, so he did predict on May 21st would be the first, like, that was the rapture. It didn't happen, so then he pushed it back to October. He's like, okay, I was wrong about this. I misunderstood. It's October 21st for sure. And I bet he went home and was trying to, like, bribe Jesus. Like, come on, Jesus. Don't make me look like an idiot.
Come back, please. I want to lose my radio show. Bro, this is so stupid, dude. This is so stupid.
Simultaneously with the destruction of the world, Camping said his company would not return money donated by followers to publicize the failed May 21st prediction, stating, "We're not at the end, why would we return it?" Wow. What a guy. What a guy.
Bro made money and dipped. Bro used the fear of the people for money and just ran. And just ran.
In October 2011, News 24 reported the size of his congregation dwindled to about 25 adults on any typical Sunday. They largely avoided the social media in the months following May, remained in seclusion after October 21st had passed without his predictions coming true. Nice. Oh, in 2012, though, he admitted his predictions were in error. We humbly acknowledge we were wrong about the timing. And also announced the end of doomsday predictions.
The rapture is upon us. Whether you are ready or not. Today, what people will hear is God revealing his plan.
To his people.
To the people of the world.
Yeah.
God took me to see the future and then he brought me back.
Those two are twins. Interesting.
But why? Why would he do that? This is the one thing that I always find to be so black.
It's just so dumb. The date of the end of the world reveal. The message I've received personally from Jesus. Wow. Wow. Finally changed the thumbnail. That's great. You look like you're going crazy while watching videos. Yep.
Blasphemous. When people make a claim like that, to me that just feels like someone that's using Christianity for their own exploitative purposes. I can't stand...
Yeah, surprise, surprise. I think that was the dude that did it this year, did it for exactly the same reason. Surprise, surprise.
And when people do that, like, I know it gets made of like a mockery and stuff, but I just find it to just be so in poor taste to use religion like that. It is just, like, and anyone who's like a follower of him should immediately call that out as just blasphemous. I don't know how they get away with it so frequently.
And then in heaven, in a throne room, I see Jesus.
Oh, of course they poop hawks.
And I could hear him very loud and clear. I am coming soon. And to the people who are listening, please pay attention to what I'm going to say. He says to me, on the 23rd and the 24th, 2025, I will come to take.
I don't know about that one. Bro has a delay. Bro has a delay. Maybe they're telling the truth and Jesus isn't following through because it finds it funny. An inside joke in heaven. Look at these people. Look at these people. Like the pointed laugh meme. That kind of thing. Maybe he has a cruel sense of humor.
My church.
There's a date.
There is a date
Are there other people
Wow.
who have also said the same thing to confirm what you have said?
No. No, Jesus took him. He's very special. That's the chosen one right there. For no one shall know the day except for the Father. It's like, have they not read it at all? True. And that was a point a lot of people made when Harold Camping made the same prediction back in 2011. It lines up with a big prophecy also. And that happens every time. It's like people forgot this is not the first rapture prediction even in the last 8 months. I remember we did this like 8 months ago where like everyone was kind of freaking out on Reddit about like the end times are here, the red heifer has arrived, as prophesized in the Bible. And then it turns out red heifer...
We're looking at the current state of the world, we're definitely in the end times. It's just not the end times we want, but we're definitely in the end times. For sure.
Like, that is just a very common thing. So there's always going to be coincidences. Always. It doesn't indicate the end times, and it certainly doesn't indicate that just a random pastor got pulled up by Jesus, like had his spirit yanked out of his body, like fucking Doctor Strange pushed it out of him, just to inform him that he is coming to rapture on September 23rd. Oh, these are only like the big notable ones. So here's the Harold Camping. I don't know the Ronald Weenland one.
Why is there so many predicting this? Why is there so many? Why is there so many? Also, like, it's just like random places. It's just random places. Like, why would he pull up in Pentecost? Why would he do that? Why would he do that? Why would he randomly pull up there? Why a place? Yeah, let's just pull up in a random place called Pentecost. Yeah, let's go. Sure. I will not watch any Disney stuff. I don't care about Disney. Disney can kick rocks. Never enjoyed watching Penguin. I think your ass needs to be raptured. I used to enjoy watching him. Now I'm kind of over it. You deserve the same. I'm just kidding. I think he's gonna show up in Nando's. I think Antarctica, right? To the true believers, the penguins.
Man, 2011 was a big year for the rapture. He did the same thing. Failed to come true, so he moved it to the 27th of May, 2012. And then he moved it to 2013, claiming that a day with God is as a year, giving himself another year. He was then convicted of tax evasion in 2012 and sentenced to 3.5.
Yeah. Remember, for tax evasion, they jail you. For stabbing a woman, they let you out on bail. And by the way, I don't know if you've heard it, but in Austria, 10 men raped a 12-year-old, and they're free. They're free. They're straight up free. There will be no process. They're free. They're just free to walk. The more you know.
Years in prison. I can't believe it. This guy's made a whole career out of it, apparently. Predicting the rapture. Ooh, this guy has an entire thing known as the Blood Moon Prophecy. Oh my. For his prediction in 2015 rapture. Ronald came back in 2019, fresh off of his stint in prison, saying that he would return in 2019 with the rapture. Huge. Ronald still on the grind. This was a psychic, claimed that Armageddon would take place in 2020 and Jesus would return to defeat the unholy trinity of Antichrist, Satan, and false prophet between 2020 and 2037.
Well, there's still room. There's still room. There's still room for that. There's maybe Gene Dixon is correct. And it might happen. It might happen in the year.
It's a pretty big range. Chad and Lori Daybell, a couple charged with multiple murder, including those of Lori's children, believed that the second coming would be July 22nd, 2020. Seems like a reliable narrator to tune into for the good word. Oh, it's Silent Hill time, and it looks like the rapture hasn't begun. We can enjoy some Silent Hill. We did it.
Yeah, but the game is horseshit.
We made it. I say that, and then all of a sudden, like, the viewer number just collapses as everyone just gets yanked off the planet. We fucking did it, Reddit. Let's go. Before ending the video, there's just one other thing I want to mention when it comes to these predictions. I just don't understand it. Because pastors like this guy 100% have to know that they're pulling it out of their ass. Like, even if you had a dream about it.
I mean, they are. They are. They just are. Again, if it is going to happen, it would be just like a normal day. You go to work, right? You go to work, you do your, go throughout your day, right? Whatever you're doing, and then it just randomly happens with no knowledge that it should happen. That's just, I think that's the most likely scenario. I don't think anybody's gonna predict it if it were going to happen.
Like, you'd have to realize that that's not the most, like, concrete. You'd have to realize there's an extremely good chance it's not going to happen. So what is the plan when it doesn't? Like, do you just, like, hope people don't care? It's like, oh, he was wrong. Doesn't matter. He's still a very, like, super reliable pastor. The Lord definitely speaks through him, even though he got the rapture completely wrong. Maybe he was just playing a prank on him. Like, I just don't get it. Because you have to know it is most likely not going to happen. You're just spitballing nonsense. I really don't get it. And I even less understand people that believe it. I really don't. Because if you are a follower of the Word of God, you would have to realize that no man would ever be able to predict when the rapture would happen. It is literally written in the Bible. So what you are saying is, a pastor like this is somehow more powerful than the Word of God, that he is a...
Wait. When it says that, right? Think about it. No man is ever predicting it. He'd ever predict it. But there's many, many people on the planet. So maybe the reason why it's not happening is because every day there's at least one person who thinks about it and predicts it. And that day it's just not gonna happen. And then it's just not gonna happen. Maybe that's the reason. We should all stop thinking about it. All of us. All people on the planet.
Able to somehow predict it because Jesus for some reason chose him because he had a really high KD in Fortnite or whatever. It just doesn't add up. And I'm getting really fucking tired of all of these rapture predictions. I really am. It is so tiresome. This one actually kind of like irked me quite a bit because it's just so ridiculous. This one has even less to go on than the previous rapture predictions. Anyway though, I'll stop yapping about it. That's really about it.
That's the end. Maybe a woman's gotta predict it. Well, but man oftentimes is used for mankind, so humans. So women are included. In this case, we all gotta stop. And the children. And the AI. We all gotta stop thinking about it. No man will predict it. Looking for AI prophet. The Antichrist is AI. Confirmed. Anyways, the rapture did not happen, and if it's going to happen this year, it has a delay. God possibly has a bad internet connection to Earth, so it'll take a while, right? It's probably like 12 megabytes per second, probably less, like 6 megabytes per second, so like 3 hours per gigabyte. Who knows? Anyways, like, comment, and subscribe. Or you will get raptured. On the mine next. Oh my god, you're like a little child. Somebody bring this man a pacifier. I'm forsaking Australia. I hope a big ass kangaroo kicks your butt. I hope you lose to emus again. Your mortal enemy. Anyways. Fine, we'll do it. The fucking Kermit.
Could not.
It's Kermit. It's Kermit. Yes, I know what man means. Are you sure? Anyways, fine, we'll do it. So he finally shuts up, dude. Parsifier, yes, because you're a little baby. And babies get parsifiers, usually. You are a little baby. I will order some diapers for you. You will wear diapers as an adult. Remember, guys, don't use the back door too much. You're gonna damage your girl, and she's gonna need to wear diapers. The more you know. Anyways, it's Kermit. It's Kermit. Kermit looking for baddies on the Omegle? I don't know how that's pronounced. But Maximilian, we're just gonna look at that. We're just gonna look at that. That's not how it's pronounced. I have no idea. Who cares?
Goodness.
Was just jorking it. It was just jorking it. I've already provided my protection against me. Thank you for the super chat, Diagonal. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Is Kermit the Frog wanking?
Maybe.
Maybe.
Hi, Kermit.
How you doing?
Better now I've seen you.
Oh, damn. What you doing on Omegle?
We're really bored.
Coming to find you.
Oh, nice. Well, here I am.
How's Miss Piggy?
Pretty good. She's out of town, so I'm on here looking for baddies.
Wanking.
You found the
Wankin. Poke's earning this stream. Damn. It's all gonna be put to good use.
I won.
Right? Oh, damn. You mind if I finish, or... Can I finish?
Yeah.
Can I finish? And now he's gonna pull up was it a cucumber? Or what else?
Alright.
Oh, I thought you meant his sentence.
What the fuck? This is so dumb. This is so stupid. This is so stupid. Watch him play the harp with his feet now. Watch him.
Hello, Kermit.
Hey there. That was awesome. Good job.
I want to fuck you, Kermit.
Alright.
Pause! What? What? Damn. Damn, you heard that? You heard that? You heard that?
I want to fuck you, Kermit.
Alright.
Crazy work. Crazy work.
I want to fuck your little puppet hole.
Alright. And then I'm gonna get you back.
I'm a top.
Oh.
I would definitely fuck.
Why? Why are we doing this? At least he's honest. At least he's honest. Why are we doing this?
You, Kermit. I would come all over your eyes, and then I'd rip your eyes off and shove them down your throat, and then grab them through the inside of you, and then I would have a prostate orgasm because I'd let you put that whole entire zucchini in me.
I felt touched inappropriately. I felt touched inappropriately. There is a reason the guy that sent me this turned out the way he did.
Oh, damn. Alright, well, let's do it. Oh, hey there. Yes, Ram Ranch. 18 naked cowboys in the shower.
Kermit.
Oh, damn. How you doing? Oh. So
Why? 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 He's gooning from 0 to 100 really quick. We're 2 minutes in.
We're doing this thing, aren't we?
Pause.
All right.
Pause.
Oh yeah, we're doing this right now.
Either.
I love Kermit so
Aw.
much.
I love you too.
Can you sing a song?
Sure. Why are there so many songs about rainbows? What's on the other side?
That's Kermit.
There's a dick on the other side.
Why? 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 I have to put Kermit on the thumbnail. Why? Why are we doing this?
Maar je zit natuurlijk gewoon te kijken.
Either.
Don't ever do that.
Bro's flabbergasted. Bro is flabbergasted.
What?
Don't ever do that again.
Do what?
You have just ruined my whole childhood.
Oh. Wait till you see this.
Kermit, bro.
Yeah, bro was so uncomfortable. Can we classify this as sexual harassment? Could you sue him? Wait a minute. I got more waffles. What did I miss? Common Kermit. Imagine if you encounter the Mickey puppet guy. Oh nah, bro.
What? How was your mental state, bro?
Could be better.
Could be better. Why? What's wrong? Bro, what's wrong?
I don't know. A lot of drugs and alcohol.
Drugs.
Yeah.
Yeah. How?
Masturbation.
You keeping Miss Piggy in check?
Yeah, bro. She ain't keeping me in check though. You know what I'm saying?
Ooh. Damn, bro, you packing?
Yeah. On here looking for baddies.
Baddies, yeah.
Yeah.
Swear to God, I feel the vibes.
Right?
I know Miss Piggy not holding it down, so who are you pigging, bro?
Yeah. Whoever will let me at this point, you know what I'm saying?
For real. All right, Kermit.
All right, bro. Keep your stick on the ice, you know what I'm saying?
Yes, sir.
Right.
Keep it tucked like a white tee.
Right? I always gotta tuck it under my belt because it's...
What the fuck? What the fuck? Nah, bro. There's no reason for this. Why does this exist?
So big. What brings you to Omegle?
To you. Yeah, we're not trying to see things.
Oh. Alright.
Yeah, we're not trying to
Well, you're gonna see Kermit's.
see things.
Oh. Well, I thought that's what you wanted.
You wanted. Can I? You have a.
Either. How you doing?
What did you say?
I said, how you doing?
How are you doing?
Pretty good. How are you doing?
I'm doing pretty good too, man.
That's good. You're staring at me pretty intensely. Kind of scared.
I don't think I am.
Huh. I got something you can stare at.
I think you're just tripping.
There you go.
Bro lost this. I think it is. Yeah, I think it's still a thing. Though I think bro might as well just go on Chatterbait at this point.
Stare at that.
No, Kermit.
Sorry, bro. I have to.
No, Kermit.
No.
How you doing?
Oh, the fuck? Yo, come here.
What you doing on here, bro?
The fuck's poppin'?
Not much. Just hanging out on Omegle, you know what I mean?
Yo, it's good, bro.
Not much. Looking for some baddies. You know what I'm saying?
You trying to beat their doonies down?
Mm.
Cause like, yo, look, yo.
Oh, you missed it. Here, get right up close. You gotta see it.
Show me, bro.
Get up close.
Know what you just showed me. Yo.
This is peak. This is so stupid. He sounds like Croc. Go ahead, tell him that. Tell him that he sounds like Kermit. Tell him that. I used to use it when I was a kid. I never used that. I never used any stuff like that in general where you could see me.
It's nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you too.
You're supposed to shake my hand.
Oh, right here.
No.
Nice to meet you.
Well, this is a handshake of all time.
Oh my fucking god.
Stay there.
This is so stupid. This is so dumb. Why is this a thing?
You want to hit this bowl?
Yeah, I do.
Also, I'm gonna say it. I'm gonna say it. I'm gonna say it. Coming on, unloading yourself on yourself. It's probably the most gay thing ever. Anyways, saw so many old guys peepees. It was crazy. I'm not surprised.
We're packing it. Okay, go.
Is it
Good as fuck, right?
So good.
Oh,
sorry about that.
It was.
My
Dang
bad.
it!
Do it again. Are you sure?
Yeah.
All right. Either.
Staring contest. Staring
All
contest.
right. All right. Here we go. 3, 2, 1, go.
VTuber Bongo Cat. It's real.
Yeah.
I win.
Oh my god! Okay, hi!
How are you doing?
Yeah! Oh my god!
What are you guys doing on Omegle?
Oh my god, we're just meeting people!
We came here to see
You're
dicks.
so cute.
Dicks?
He did.
All right.
I came
Here you go.
Why does he want to see dicks? That's kinda questionable, my friend. That's kinda questionable. Is it over yet? No, it's not. That's kinda questionable. That's kinda very questionable. Why does bro want to see dicks?
No, no, no!
Either.
What's up?
How you doing?
Pretty good.
You gonna play me a song?
Sure. I hear Jerusalem bells are ringing, rolling.
Wait, that's weird. The sound's gone. Probably. Weird. Yeah, the sound's gone. Probably because it was copyrighted. The moment he starts singing it, which is crazy. That's really interesting. Okay, well, sound's gone. It's not you guys. It's not you guys. Why? Because he looking for why you mute? I did not mute. It muted itself. It's mute on its own. Probably because he probably got copyrighted when he started singing the song. That could be the case, likely. Anyways, Kermit was Kermiting and committing goonicide out here. That's it. That's really it. If you consider he might be bisexual, or that, or that. Yeah, true. Weird how you copyright someone's original singing and playing. Well, if it's a cover, then that can in fact happen. If it's a cover, then that can in fact happen. Right, because no sound comes in on my OBS, so that's the reason. Anyways, don't end up like Kermit. Like, comment, and subscribe. I thought it's fair game, even if I choose famous song, I can sing it anywhere as long as I don't use the original? Apparently not. Well, we can easily check this. Because it should not be.
Minute 30 seconds left.
There we have the answer. There we have the answer. Alright, now, the other Somex video. The other Somex video. Yep, somebody copyrighted it. Even if it's not someone else's. Simple. We still also have a true crime by Joe. I need to stuff that in somehow. No, I need to update with the rules. Apparently that's the case, which is weird, but yeah, it happens apparently. All right, this one. What do you mean that? Sampong department store collapse. A short documentary by Fascinating Horror. Well, let's see what happened here. What did collapse? Let's see. Well, at the department store, but how did it collapse? Let's go. I drank a monster. My chest hurts. Is this normal? I think your time has come. I think your time has come. I think it's over.
On the 29th of June, 1995, the Sampoong department store in Seoul, South...
Sampoong. Okay. Hi, Andrew Steve. How are you doing? Hope you're doing good. Did I just see just now? It's been a while since I left. Kermit.
Korea collapsed. For the hundreds of people working and...
Oh, in Korea! Well, that's interesting. A classic. Yeah, well, let's see. Let's see where this is leading.
Shopping inside the building, the disaster struck with very little warning. But later investigations would reveal that the failure of the structure had been inevitable and, moreover, anticipated, and that multiple opportunities to minimize the loss of life had been missed. The late 1980s and early 1990s were significant years for the South Korean city of Seoul.
So somebody built shit. Literally. Somebody built shit. And nobody cared. People knew. But nobody cared. No safety precautions. Nothing. Nothing, when inevitably it would crash. It would crumble. Interesting. Stupid fucks.
In 1987, South Korea became a democratic country. And in 1988, Seoul was the host of the year's Summer Olympics. As a result of these events, there was a huge development boom in the city, with hundreds of ambitious projects being approved and built on impressively short timescales. One such project was undertaken by the Sampoong Group in 1987. They planned to build a residential block on top of an old landfill. The original plan was for a 4-story building, the actual construction of which would be handled by the firm.
The foundation probably was the issue because it was built on a landfill. I'm predicting it was the foundation that was faulty. The way it crushed, it's gotta be the foundation.
Woosung Construction. Not long after construction began, however, the chairman of the Sampoong Group's construction division, Lee Jun, decided to change the intended use of the building. Instead of an apartment complex, it would now be an upmarket department store. At the same time, he also added an extra floor to the designs, and reduced the number of support columns inside the building to make room for escalators. Zoning regulations.
Okay. That means less support for the escalators. You are fucking dumb. Whoever built this is fucking dumb. You wouldn't need support for everything in there. It's a big shopping. It's a big department store. Why would you do that? You can watch Rotten Manga of this video about the shopping center. I'm gonna watch him that as well, but it's long. Duck won't do it. Yeah, the problem is I won't sit through like 45 minutes or so of videos. That's just absurd. I failed. Just for rare exceptions.
Prevented such a large building from being used entirely as a department store. To circumvent these regulations, Lee Jun ordered that a roller skating rink be built on the newly added 5th floor. Woo-sung Construction were concerned by these proposed changes, noting that they might affect the structural integrity of the building. When Woo-sung Construction refused point blank to make the alterations Lee Jun desired, he severed ties with them and hired his own, more cooperative construction team to take over the job. To make matters worse, Chairman Lee Jun later changed his mind regarding the...
So he ignored the warnings, got somebody else to do it, because the others essentially refused to do it that way. Huh, interesting.
5th floor a second time. Rather than sticking with the proposed roller skating rink, he decided that it should instead be a food court heated by a system of underfloor hot water pipes, something that would add even more stress to support columns that were already having to bear.
So he built likely the heaviest floor on top. The brain isn't braining, the math isn't mathing, the think isn't thinking. Why would you do that?
More weight than they were designed to. Soon after construction was completed in 1990, tenants in neighbouring buildings began to complain about the noise from air conditioning units which had been installed on the roof of the Sampung department store. Management decided to relocate the machinery to the far side of the building. The normal procedure for moving such heavy equipment would involve bringing in cranes to lift the air conditioning units from one spot to another, but this wasn't done. Instead, rollers and pulleys were used to drag the air conditioning units across the roof. This process left a number of small cracks in the roof, cracks which grew over time, with their expansion accelerated by the vibrations of the air conditioning unit.
Bro, they're actually dumb. And with the rain, it's just like these cracks, right? It's just gonna wither more and more. And like, just like bad weather. Wow, these guys are dumb. Schoolmates, I can't watch your streams. Damn, that sucks. Also, hi, Jingle Cheeks. How are you doing? Hope you're doing good. Taking a few minutes to make a sandwich because I'm starving. I'll be back. Take care. Enjoy your sandwich.
By April 1995, these cracks were visible in the ceiling of the 5th.
They were visible? So the 5th floor is the max floor. It is the highest floor. And they put the heaviest shit on top of that. Yes, Croc, hi, Croc, how you doing? Hope you're doing good. What were they thinking?
Floor. Chairman Lee Jun and his staff decided to relocate some stores from the top floor to the basement, but otherwise ignored the developing cracks. By the morning of the 29th of June, the number and size of the cracks had increased dramatically, but the building was still kept open. Loud cracking noises were heard throughout the building as existing cracks yawned open to as wide as 10 centimeters or 3.9 inches. Worried, management switched off the air conditioning units, closed the worst affected sections of the top floor, and called an emergency board meeting. It was thought at this time that the eventual collapse of the building was inevitable. Chairman Lee Jun was present at the meeting, when the idea of...
And he didn't give a rat's ass. It's always been just this much people. Why are you surprised? Okay, yes. They weren't thinking, not at all. And he's probably gonna ignore it.
Of evacuating the entire building was floated, he reacted angrily. It was an unusually busy day, and clearing out the entire department store would lead to a staggering loss of revenue. This argument proved persuasive, and it was decided that a full evacuation would be unnecessary. Instead, only the executives and board members left the building, Lee Jun included. They left behind thousands of shoppers and staff, including Lee Jun's own...
He literally didn't give a fuck! He didn't give a shit! He didn't! He just said, yo, actually, well, it's crumbling, but I don't care if the people are there, and his own what?
Daughter-in-law.
His own daughter-in-law is in there too. Probably dying too. Wow, I heard the construction building is meant for level 4. Yeah, but not only did he put a 5th level on top, he also made level 5, like the 5th level, like one of the heaviest because of all the water and shit. That is crazy. If you like to talk tomatoes, if a squash can make you smile, I'm incredibly confused. Wait, they didn't have the metal rods they should have while constructing the pillars of this department store to cut costs, obviously. That also crazy work. Crazy. Someone have 8 views. You don't care that much. You only live stream because he loves us like siblings. What the heck? You're my viewers. My slimelets.
Who worked for a store in the building. At 5:52 p.m, a series of loud cracks were heard throughout the department store. Staff began to evacuate patrons, but it was already far too late. The roof gave way, and the air conditioning units fell through to the 5th floor, which in turn gave way and crashed through to the lower floors. The overburdened support columns disintegrated, resulting in a total collapse of the south wing of the building, a process which
Damn, it's just gone! And there were people there! There were just people there! It's just straight up completely gone. Why are we called slimelets? Because that's what you guys voted for. Look at this. It's just well, it's pink. But it was kind of ugly. Who cares?
Took less than half a minute, but which left hundreds of people injured and trapped in the wreckage. Rescue teams descended on the site. Customers and staff were evacuated from the portions of the building that remained standing, and hundreds of injured people were transported to hospital. Small fires, many of them caused by vehicles crushed by the collapsing building, were extinguished, and rescuers began digging through the rubble. Within hours, construction cranes were available to help move larger pieces of debris. Not long after rescue efforts began, however, the mayor of Seoul called off the operation, fearing that the ruins of the building were unstable and might collapse onto rescuers. It was only after strident protests by residents of the city that the wreckage was stabilized with cables and rescue efforts resumed. Now, workers used a special transmitter furnished by Korea Telecom to trigger the cell phones of people trapped in the rubble, allowing them to home in on places where people were buried. Many people were pulled from the rubble, some dead and some injured but alive. After just 2 days, however...
Well, surprise. If you're injured, you're alive. If you're injured, you are alive. But yeah, that's sad. That's terrifying, and all just to save on some money. And then the guy didn't have the. I hopefully he did go to jail. Not gonna lie, that deserves jail time. Guys, it just mirrors his hair green. Maybe you are colorblind. It's orange.
Officials publicly stated that there were no more survivors to be found, and the focus of the operation shifted towards the recovery of bodies. Despite this change in focus, several survivors were found over the course of the next 2 weeks. While trapped in the rubble, they had survived by drinking rainwater that trickled down through the
Crazy. Well, a desperate situation requires desperate means. Well, dear, that's your own fault, buddy. That's your own fault. Why are you saying straight up the N-word, bro?
Wreckage. They noted, however, that many other people who had initially survived the collapse had drowned due to an excess of water used by the fire service to extinguish small fires in the wreckage. The final survivor was rescued after spending 17 days beneath the rubble. 19-year-old Park Sung-hyun came through the disaster with just a few minor injuries. In total, the disaster killed 502 people and injured a further 937. It was the deadliest accidental building collapse ever recorded at that point in time, and would remain so for more than a decade. In the aftermath of the disaster, an investigation was launched. It was initially thought a gas leak might have triggered the collapse, or that it might have been caused by a terrorist attack orchestrated by agents from North.
They're just fucking lying, dude. They're just fucking lying, dude. Give me the one use pass, that doesn't matter. They were just straight up lying. I ate a biscuit I dropped in the puddle once. I wasn't desperate, I just wanted the biscuit really badly. Eating from the floor, a classic. I wanna be like, that's not your choice. If your eyes say, homie, you're colorblind, then you are, as a matter of fact, colorblind.
North Korea. These theories were, however, soon ruled out by investigators. Professor Lan Chun of the Dankook Engineering School was in charge of the investigation, and decided to focus on the possibility of a structural failure. Initial testing of the debris discovered that much of the concrete mix used was substandard, being made up of cement and seawater, and that some of the steel reinforcing rods used had also been substandard. Investigators also discovered the fact that the number and location of support columns had been changed as the intended use of the building was altered. This had been exacerbated by the dragging of air conditioning units across the roof, an act which made the eventual collapse of the building almost inevitable. Chairman Lee Jun was sentenced.
So the crashing essentially is greatly was greatly increased by just dragging the air conditioning units instead of just getting a crane and placing them somewhere else. Wow. That is stupid.
To 10.5 years in prison for criminal negligence.
Yeah. Good. Sure, I actually, looking at how many people died, bro should have gotten life in prison for the rest of his life. Just straight up. 10 years is not enough. What about the people that died? Because he didn't care. Because he was only focused about money. At that point, nah, bro. Send this man to prison lifelong.
He was not alone in receiving a custodial sentence. His son, who had been CEO of the department store, was also sent to prison for 7 years for accidental homicide and corruption. Several other city officials were also briefly imprisoned or fined for having accepted bribes to overlook the poor condition of the building.
They should all get life in prison. All of them. They should get all of them should get life in prison. What are we doing? You can tell he's evil because he has a striped shirt. Striped shirts are evil.
Both Lee Jun and his son agreed to surrender their assets to the government to be used to provide compensation for those affected. The Sampung Group ceased to exist. But this was by no means the end of the story. Buildings across the city, particularly those built during the construction boom of the late 1980s and early 1990s, were subjected to several rounds of vigorous inspection. Hundreds were found to be unsafe. Indeed, 1 in every 7 buildings inspected required significant rebuilding, and only 1 in every 50 buildings was found to be completely safe. The Sampung department store was
What?
Buildings inspected required significant rebuilding, and only 1 in every 50 buildings
further back
1990s were subjected to several rounds of vigorous inspection. Hundreds were found to be unsafe. Indeed,
wow, hundreds were unsafe. Oh no. Because I'm hearing kidnapping alarms on my phone. Oh god, Jimmy, no. Bye, Jingle. Take care. 1 out of 50? We're safe, yeah. 1 out of 50.
1 in every 7 buildings inspected required significant rebuilding, and only 1 in every 50 buildings was found to be completely safe. The Sampung department store was built at a time in the history of Seoul when progress was prioritized above all else. It was constructed rapidly and cheaply, and it generated a great deal of wealth. But it was wealth that was built on unstable foundations, and which was ultimately outweighed by the cost of its catastrophic failure.
And it costed lives. That's the problem. That sucks. That sucks. Wow, okay. If that many buildings are unsafe in South Korea, yeah, I would be concerned living there. I think many people in Workline don't know the work well. They got some position another way and resend it. Really the work. The store looked cute though. Yeah, it looked cute. Yeah. Emphasis on looked. That or one who do the work. Well, this was completely based on money. This was completely based on saving money. Less stabilization, right? The metal rod, like less metal rods, right? It was just completely to cut cost. Then you have right the air conditioning units dragged across the ceiling, causing cracks, and these cracks getting bigger, making the air condition units fall through. This was all just to save money. This was all really just to save money. That's the main issue. This wasn't due to bad work. This was due to I don't want to spend a lot of money. Anyways, now what do we learn from this? Avoid buildings with air conditioning units. You might get crushed by one. Anyways, like, comment, and subscribe. Okay. What do we have next? I need to look what we have next. Before I jump into the big one. Let's do this one. Yeah, this or this. I think we're gonna do this one.
Morning.
We're gonna do this one. This one sounds interesting. And after that, we do the big one for today. The really big one. The Concerning Rise of Addictive Drinks by Evasion. Yeah, we're gonna look at that. We're gonna look at that. Well, I don't drink soda at all, realistically. I do not. I just don't. I just don't any of that. I drink teas, water, juice. That's pretty much it. That's what I drink. I don't drink any of those. Like, I don't drink Coke. I don't drink Fanta. I don't drink what else there is? No do protein duck. Oh, you are so annoying. Now I have a recording that I can just throw in the trash, you annoying little shit. The lesson when learned from that shopping collapse is spend high budget shopping center in order to earn more money, not budget it. Back because I'm one of the kids who got kidnapped in the truck right now. Bye bye. Get sex trafficked. You are such an annoying shit. If this woman cannot make a decision on what she wants to see, I will nuke her. Next time I have the power to do that. Alright, yeah, now it's too late. Now I already cut the recording. Get out of here. The Protein Slop Epidemic by Cole Hastings. All of these things, all of these protein powders, all of these other stuff. There's like weird recipes, all that stuff. It's just crazy. It's just crazy. It's just to make money. At the end of the day, it's just to make money. And like when we have reached the point where people put chicken into a blender, I think it's over. I think it's over. I got to go. I need to sleep. Good night, Steve. Rest well.
If you're craving a Reese's but trying to lose fat, then you have to try my giant protein Reese's with 52 grams of protein.
Easy and delicious, high protein, chopped chip cookie dough.
This is the easiest high protein, low calorie, high volume snack idea.
What is this? This looks what the fuck? That looks gross. And that 235 calories and 51 gram protein. 15 calories, 3 grams protein per cube. High protein, low calorie marshmallows. What the fuck is that? That's no marshmallow. What the fuck is that?
Protein, low-calorie marshmallows.
Chances are you've come across one of these recipes online within the past.
Yes, I have. These are all on TikTok. I you know, watch TikTok. I use TikTok. So, well, I've seen these. I've seen these. And they're not really healthy either.
Year, and maybe you even decided to try one of them only to find out that it tastes like absolute doo-doo. But did you even really need to suffer through?
They do taste ass. Some of these do probably very much taste ass. Like really ass. See? A smart man, a smart German bodybuilder once said, doesn't need to taste good, just needs to work. Like, the bro just grab low-fat quark. Just low-fat quark, right? It has like 60, like, was it 60 grams of protein, right? It has that just in there. 500 grams, 60 grams of protein. And that fucker just ate it. Without anything in addition to that. That fucker just ate it. He did not care. We don't even have TikTok. I watched the shit on YouTube. Well, you're just short brain rot. It doesn't make any difference. Obviously not marshmallow. It's a block of cheese. It looks like a block of cheese. I made one of these low-calorie, high-protein recipes and it was horrible. I nearly threw up. Like I said, it doesn't need to taste good. It just needs to work.
Through the bad taste to get the extra protein anyway? Or have food and fitness companies programmed us to think that every single meal needs to prioritize protein over everything else? Well, yeah, they kind of have, and in this video, you'll learn about the more sinister and often gut-destroying consequences of our obsession with protein from the perspective of someone who...
Why? Don't you want to have, like, the most explosive diarrhea that makes you feel like Oppenheimer? I've become death, destroyer of my ass.
Eats quite a lot of it. We've been placing a heavy emphasis on protein, especially in the United States, ever since bodybuilding became more mainstream. Before then, athletes knew protein mattered, but it wasn't treated like a magic bullet. That started to shift in the mid to late 1960s when bodybuilding entered what is referred to as its golden era. Bodybuilders like Steve Reeves and later Arnold Schwarzenegger started crediting their muscle growth to high-protein diets and protein powders.
I always had to take protein drinks in between meals because I could never eat enough to get my 250 grams of protein.
We just ate, 4 or 5 times a day, more beef than the guys are eating today.
Around the same time, early sports nutrition research was coming out showing that nitrogen balance studies could link higher protein intake to greater muscle repair and growth. When scientists studied bodybuilders or endurance athletes, they found those groups pushed their protein needs substantially higher. One study from 1988 compared bodybuilders, endurance athletes, and sedentary people, and found that bodybuilders needed around 1.
To be fair, lots and lots of these now like bodybuilders nowadays are literally they're on gear. Like protein, you will never reach the size of these people. It's just impossible because most of them are on gear. Like most of the ones that are glorified are on gear. The Trent twins are on gear. I mean, it's literally in the name. Togi's on gear. Liver King's on gear. Pretty sure most of all the actors are probably on gear. Everyone's on gear. So never reach that mass anyways. Bodybuilders are so unattractive, I'm sorry. There is certainly a degree where it does look heinous. Especially when like you're like really low fat. When your body fat is like really low for like competitions. Like that looks heinous. Guys, my younger brother's listening to brain rap on loop and he with a speaker, only he has the controls. Room, so now I'm moving to Afghanistan. Goodbye. You are weird.
0.12 times the protein of controls. Endurance athletes needed even more, about 1.67 times the amount of sedentary controls in that experiment. But these studies weren't really mainstream around this time. If you ask anybody who was seriously into bodybuilding during this era, most of them will tell you that more protein equals better gains, and you should eat as much protein as you possibly can. Regardless, from these studies, institutional guidelines like WHO reports suggested minimum protein requirements for non-athletes, which were around 0.6 to 0.8 grams per kilogram of body weight per day, or 0.36 grams per pound of body weight. Some more recent studies suggest that even with minimal activity, you should be getting at least 1 gram of protein per kilogram of body weight. Now, I want you to remember this number as a reference point for the rest of this video, because it'll show you just how ridiculous and unnecessary some of these high protein alternatives are.
No, what's ridiculous is how quickly the storage runs out on my Mac and cloud services.
Well, dude, why didn't you just use today's sponsor, Clean My Mac? So Clean My Mac reached out to me with basically no talking points or guidelines, and I love when brands do that because it means they want an honest reaction out of me. So that's exactly what I did. I downloaded it on my Mac and used it with zero prior knowledge, and I'm shocked at what the end result produced.
Okay, so my MacBook only has 99 gigabytes left in this 1 terabyte Macintosh HD. This is my first time ever using Clean My Mac. We're going to scan it and see how much I can save. Okay, a few seconds later, and it found 31 gigabytes of junk we can just get rid of instantly. Now while that's happening, we can...
Fun fact, most of these do not work. Most of these services, I'm absolutely certain, do not work. I've seen it Zoom, but this is not the place. This is not the place. If it's really that bad, you need to get a mental health professional.
Utilize their cloud cleanup. This is the brand new feature they told me about, where I can clean up junk files in my cloud. And my iCloud is also nearing its capacity, so I'm interested to see. It finished, and it turns out I had 196 gigabytes in the trash. That is actually hilarious. Okay, I'm going to get rid of the trash items. And I just saved 196 gigabytes in my iCloud.
No longer do you have to manually find and delete all the unnecessary junk and files on your Mac or your cloud storage. If you're interested in trying it out yourself, you can go to the link that you see on screen. That's also the first link in the description. And if you use my code Hastings, you will get 20% off. For the next couple decades, bodybuilding slowly rose in popularity. And with the advent of social...
Remember, that man can't even walk anymore, though I think that's due to all the surgeries that he had on his legs that fucked it up. So that's not even due to bodybuilding. At least not all of it.
Media, it was about to get taken to the next level. I already talked about this quite a bit in my male body image crisis video, but when social media and smartphones took over, our cultural values started to change. And this is an important aspect to consider when talking about our protein obsession. The economy was and is largely based around who could get the most eyeballs on them at any given time. Therefore, in general, the more muscular you were, the more likely you were to get high engagement and the more likely people were going to listen to you. Now, what was being shoved down everyone's throat as the first...
The problem is that either they're on gear. That's that one of the problems is it's not realistic because they're on gear, or it's photoshopped. Same, by the way, for the women. Most of that stuff is photoshopped. They do not look like that.
Piece of advice in order to build muscle?
Optimize your 24-hour protein synthesis levels.
Beef is legitimately one of the best and most anabolic foods you can give your body.
Now, with that being said, we now know that protein is actually pretty damn important for building muscle, as the studies show. And this influence from these fitness influencers has undoubtedly had a net positive on young people who are starting to get into resistance and endurance training more. But then, in the past couple years, something started to shift. Suddenly, protein was no longer a primary focus for athletes. Apparently, everybody was not consuming as much protein as they should.
What would be the amount of protein that you would have everybody eat? In terms of a number of grams per pound or kilogram of body weight?
That's actually an easy question. 1 gram per pound ideal body weight. There's no
way most people would be able to pull that off. And once you're vegan or vegetarian, there's no way you're gonna pull that off. Hi Jacob, how you doing? I'm doing good. Hello. There's no way that you're gonna pull that off consistently if you're not like using the monies to do this. Otherwise, you there's no way.
Evidence that a higher protein diet is detrimental to kidney health, to bone health, And we use these terms loosely, like a high protein diet, when we have to recognize that 0.8 grams per kg is a low protein diet.
These clips instilled the idea into the average person that protein was the end-all be-all for optimal human health, extending beyond the bodybuilding realm. In other words, everything you ate needed to be centered around something high in protein, or what you were eating could not be considered that healthy. I can't give you the exact date this trend started to blow up, but I noticed it within the past 3 years or so. And this is when big companies started to take notice and take advantage of it.
With 12 grams of protein in every serving, Quaker Protein Instant Oatmeal is there for active mornings.
What is this? Protein? This is protein? What? I can't believe this is protein.
Why Cloverleaf protein snacks?
I wanted a nutritious protein.
Yeah, it's just to make money again. It's just to make money. I did 65% of that protein. I am so cooked. You are, if that's genuinely what you need, yeah, you're fucked. Straight up. You're just fucked. There's no denial you're not fucked.
Snack to help keep me going.
Great choice, Beth.
We can start by looking at the products that actually deliver on the promises they propose, at least in the protein department. For instance, a simple Quest bar. Its very first ingredient is a protein blend of milk protein isolate and whey protein isolate, and it has around 180 calories and 21 grams of protein per bar. That's a great ratio of calories to protein, and it deserves to be given the high protein label.
In addition to that, not all protein is built the same. Some protein you cannot use. Your body cannot use if you don't eat something along the way. Like some things you have to, for example, eat potatoes to be able to utilize them. Because something in potatoes makes it so that you can, like, consume it. Like use it. Your body can use it. That's the word. So even then, not all protein is built the same.
Now let's take a look at this product, Be Kind Breakfast Protein. The word protein is literally in the title of the product, but if you look at the nutrition facts, you're only getting 8 grams of protein per 220 calorie serving. That's only 4 more grams of protein than a Snickers bar at roughly the same amount of calories. The question is how? How can these companies get away with slapping the protein label on everything? Well,
manipulation. Manipulation. That's what it is. And you know what's the worst bit? I can't unfuck myself. There is a way you won't like that way.
It all has to do with FDA regulations, and the first I'd actually heard about this was in Josh Brett's video on this subject, which was really well done, by the way. You see, there actually are rules in the US for what counts as a, quote, good source of protein and a, quote, high source of protein. It's just that these companies work around these rules or exploit them in a way to personally benefit them. Under FDA guidelines, if a product wants to call itself a, quote, good source of protein, it needs to provide somewhere between 10 and 19% of the daily value of protein in a standard serving size. To call itself high or an excellent source of protein, it needs at least 20% of the daily value. The daily value for protein, by the way, is set at 50 grams per day. That means that depending on the serving size, we're often talking about products with as little as 5 to 10 grams of protein being legally able to brand themselves.
Interesting. Very interesting. Do you mean just poker? Yes, that was the word. That was the word.
As, quote, high protein. And that's where companies start to get sneaky. First, they can shrink or stretch serving sizes just enough to hit that percentage threshold. Then, instead of using high protein, they might use softer phrases like contains protein or source of protein, which only require that 10 to 19% range. They can also emphasize raw protein grams without even really addressing whether the protein is high quality or digestible. The FDA does technically require protein digestibility to be accounted for using something called the PDCAAS score, but most consumers don't know what that is, and companies know that just throwing 20 grams of protein on the label looks better than explaining how usable that protein actually is. Side note, by the way, you don't really need to worry about protein digestibility as long as you're eating a wide range of whole foods, but we'll go over that a little bit later in the video. Then there's the implied claims, things like packed with protein or using jacked up gym imagery on the packaging. These purposely blur the line between legal definitions and marketing fluff, because while explicit nutrient claims are regulated, the imagery and wording can be changed enough to the point where consumers don't realize they're eating an overhyped product. A great example.
Yep, manipulation. Like I said, it's all manipulation. It all is. Like, it really all is. Huh. It kinda has gotten out of hand. But again, they need to get that back somehow.
Example of someone who exposes this type of marketing is Matt Rosenman, who frequently rebrands unhealthy junk foods in a way that makes them sound like a health product.
Thanks to a little rebranding, Twix is now healthy and ideal for pre or post workout.
These are the same type of methods some of the biggest companies are using, and that's not even to mention some of the other stuff that's packed into these so-called healthier, high-protein alternatives. A 2024 study in nutrients looked at over 4,300 processed foods in Spain, around 13% of which...
I went the simple route. I needed my protein. I just straight up grabbed 3 low-fat quark and I just said, yep, that goes inside whether I will almost vomit or not. And I forced myself through it. And it worked. And boy, did it work. Was I happy about it? Nope. Did it taste good? Nope. Would I have almost vomited every time I did it? Yes. Do I regret it? Yes.
Had explicit protein claims, and they found that 90% of the foods with protein claims were categorized as less healthy than those who didn't make explicit claims. Now, some of those less healthy categories they outlined, we could argue about. High fat doesn't necessarily mean that something's less healthy, and if something is high in sodium, well, that's actually kind of good for athletes because when you work out, you sweat a lot and you lose a lot of electrolytes, and it's good to get in a lot of sodium after a workout. But one of the biggest culprits that absolutely deserves to be scrutinized
drink a glass of salt water, problem solved.
Are the artificial sweeteners. Sugar alcohols, also known as polyols, have been shown to cause pretty bad gastrointestinal issues like gas, bloating, and diarrhea. And the effects are especially severe for those struggling with IBS. But companies will replace their usual sugar product with this alternative to market it as low sugar and low calorie, when in reality, it might have actually just been healthier to use real sugar. Imagine someone who eats like several of these protein products per day, these protein bars just loaded with sugar alcohols. You might know somebody, you might be that somebody. They're just like asking for digestive issues later on in life. Another hilarious fact about processed high protein.
Tearing your ass apart for the gains is worth it. Tearing your ass apart for the gains is just needed, right? It just is. It just, you know, no pain, no gain. No, I don't know. No gas. No gas.
Protein items? Well, often they don't even actually have the calories or protein that they say they do. A more technical study in Nature analyzed 45 commercial high-protein sport food products in the Egyptian market, and they found that many products underreported calories, meaning the actual caloric content was higher than the label, and overreported protein content when they measured those foods in a lab. It becomes even funnier when you mention those products that I highlighted earlier. Like, does that Be Kind breakfast protein bar secretly have 240 calories and 4 grams of protein, just like a Snickers? I don't have a lab, so I guess I'll never know, but I would never buy that product to hit my protein target anyways. You also might be wondering why companies make these products in the first place. Why not just keep making the regular?
Because people are retorted. People are retorted. Doug, is that how you do your daily protein intake? No pain, no gas? True. Yep. Sorry for the random off-topic rant, but the dinner here I walk by between Friday and Sunday smells absolutely awesome. The food smells great. I might stop in soon. They're trying to lure you. It's like the fish coming to the bait
version instead of the enhanced protein one. Well, besides the fact that a good amount of consumers express a desire for these higher protein alternatives, companies can also charge a premium for their protein products. It taps into the same psychology that made low-fat and low-carb marketing so successful in past decades. Each time, companies latch onto whatever nutrient is trending and use it as a way to differentiate their products in an oversaturated market. Protein just happens to be the latest nutrient in the spotlight, so everything from chips to ice cream to pancake mix gets slapped with that label, whether or not it actually makes sense nutritionally. Alright, so the truth about those products is all taken care of, but what about the high protein meal and snack craze on social media? A lot of these reels and TikToks that I'm seeing
taste ass. All this food tastes ass. Why would you eat that? It's just painful. It's just painful. It's just a crime committed in the kitchen. It's an atrocity committed in the kitchen. This should be jailable. This should be a jailable offense. Overestimate calories and everything because I'm terrified of eating too much. I'm allowed to eat more for the bulk.
Use high quality, reputable, high protein sources that are from whole foods that do a lot more than just aid muscle repair and growth. I will say, if you're someone who struggles hitting their daily protein target as an athlete, these kind of higher protein versions of different snacks and meals are actually really useful, especially because you know that you're actually getting the amount of protein on the labels. But this is where we have to shift our focus back to, why do these even need to exist for the average person in the first place? Why do you need to make buns out of tuna? Why do you need your muffins to have cottage cheese in the wet mix? These sorts of high protein recipes only come to fruition in a culture that glorifies protein as the holy grail of nutrition, and dare I say, people teetering on an eating disorder? Because honestly, that's what it feels like in a lot of these cases. I don't think you get to the point where you consider blending Greek yogurt or cottage cheese in every single piece of food unless you're someone like the type of person who needs to track and measure every single one of their calories and obsesses over it like every hour of the day.
Yeah, pretty much. I'm not trying to bulk, I'm trying to lose, yeah, okay. I'm trying to bulk. I'm gonna say it, I hate bulking. I hate bulking, I hate it. Because I'm like, I don't want to eat more, but I have to eat this now. But I don't want to do it.
Day. So with all that being said, what do we actually know about protein? How much protein do you
I find eating less easier than eating more. I hate it.
Really need? And do you ever really need to be eating these protein slop creations? Well, the answer is a bit nuanced. Protein is an essential macronutrient. That is indisputable, and adding more can help you feel fuller for longer because it's a very satiating macronutrient, meaning it can be utilized for weight loss. But eating too much or too little will damage your health, and a lot of people just eat a ton of it without even working out. There are some studies that show younger people who eat excessively high protein diets have an increased risk of all-cause mortality, aka dying. But similar studies show that trend reverses after you get to age 65 because seniors often have more of what is called anabolic resistance. So what does that mean for you? Well, if you don't do any form of resistance or endurance training regularly, which you should by the way, you only need around half a gram of protein per pound of body weight. And chances are if you live in America,
the duality of woman. In my chat, the duality of woman. Eating more is so easy though. Eating less is always easier. The duality is crazy here. I'd say it depends. I'd say it depends. I say it depends on the person. Like somebody's like really overweight, eating less is probably harder. Somebody who's like normal weight, eating more is probably easier.
You are easily hitting that protein requirement without the need for sugar, alcohol, stuffed protein bars, or cottage cheese slop recipes. If you do, however, exercise, the latest research shows that in almost all cases, you need no more than 0.7 grams per pound of body weight, or 1.6 to 1.7 grams per kilograms of body weight. I know some people mention that when you're cutting, you should increase your protein intake to compensate for the lack of carbs and calories you're getting, but personally I found that even just staying at 0.6 grams to 0.7 grams per pound of body weight, I don't see a noticeable difference if I increase that even when I'm keeping my calories low. Speaking of carbs and calories, carbs are extremely important for athletes and for building muscle, even though they don't get put on the same pedestal as high protein stuff, because why would we market things as high carb? Most people have associated high carb things with bad, which just goes to show how programmed the average consumer and the general population is when it comes to what is actually healthy. Anyways, when you lift weights or do any intense training, your muscles rely heavily on glycogen. That's the stored form of carbohydrates.
You need the carbs regardless. You need them. So, you know, I can easily eat more. Just go out and get something sweet or oily, I guess. Oil up. You won't even need to eat a ton. The calories would just add up. I find eating less to be easier because I don't like making food. Plus, I like fasting, especially when I start getting faint. Okay. I love making food. So eating more is just I don't know. It's just, to me, it's just annoying. It's just, if you've like been on a cut for like very long and then you need to eat more again, it's just annoying. But I like making food, even though I hate it. I hate eating more.
Without enough carbs, glycogen stores run low, your training performance drops, and it's really important to have carbs post-workout because you'll be ready.
Well, there's a reason why athletes eat, like endurance athletes eat so much, so many carbs. It makes sense.
To hit your next session with full energy stores. So if you want to know what you should really be placing emphasis on, it's not just eating more protein than the average sedentary person, but also more carbs. Now for the golden question. Are all of these high protein products completely useless marketing scams? Not always. While eating a protein bar is not the absolute best choice, if you have little time, you're traveling, or in some other setting where it's difficult for you to hit your protein goal for the day, picking up a protein bar is a pretty good solution. Just make sure you're reading the label so you can actually see what macros and ingredients you're consuming, and not solely rely on these products that require fortified proteins added into them. Because as we saw, they don't always have the amount of protein or calories that the label claims. A whole food, balanced diet will always be king, no matter what fake credential influencer tells you is the best macronutrient or whatever and tries to get you to just switch up your diet a million fucking times. Whole food, balanced diet. It always works. And if your obsession with protein and fitness in your body is getting to a point where you can't even enjoy an ice cream or some chips and salsa with your friends unless it has like 10 grams of protein in it, I'm gonna make a generalization here and say that you're a little too hooked on protein, and that might
be a mental health issue, an obsession. Wait, is it 0.5 grams per... Oh, yes, or kilogram. That's a good question. Per pound or kilogram. I have no idea. Per kilogram. Yeah, well, then it should not be that hard. If that is only if bro is correct. If he's not correct, that's the question. Then they might cause some trouble.
Turn into some sort of mental health issues for you. Unless you're training for a competition or something, it's completely fine to sometimes consume foods that don't have the high protein standard. In fact, sometimes getting a side with like fruits or veggies is healthier than if you were to replace that with like a protein bar just because you want to get more protein in and you think your muscles are going to fucking deplete if you don't. Protein does not automatically equal health. Adequate, balanced macro and micronutrients do. Let me hear your thoughts about the protein craze in the comments below.
That's pretty much the end of the video. See, the question is this. I don't think protein is the solution, because what we're seeing is not the result of like high protein intake in general. When we're talking about people that work out, what we see is just people on gear constantly. And we're constantly being bombarded by people on gear. They're all just on gear. All of them. The celebrities, the influencers, they're all just, a lot of them are just on gear. And that's the problem. So it is very simple that no matter how hard you work out, you're never gonna get to the point where these people are, right? That's just not gonna happen. But kilogram seems wrong, because then I only need 29.45 grams of protein, and that seems too low. Interesting. Now I can calculate how much you weigh. Yeah, kind of. I feel like, wait a minute. Okay. If your daily needs are, for example, 2,000 calories, that's between 207 calories from protein, or 50 to 175 grams. Okay. Let's look at that. How much would a 70 kilogram person would, when I look that up, needs like 56 to 70 grams per day. The question is, how does that change when you work out? Because then the question becomes, right? How much does that change? Anyways, never use steroids. They're still gonna use steroids, all of them. You need to decalculate it. I wouldn't never ask a lady for her weight. I would never do that. I'm not that type of man. Anyways, like, comment, and subscribe. But yeah, that's what you would need. I don't know. Anyways, chat. I need a quick break. I will be right back. I'll be right back. I've returned. I am back. Alright. We got the big one, huh? Okay, wait a second. Let me catch up on chat. They're just talking about their massive weight. Anyways, okay. That's it. Okay, well. I don't see Joe anywhere. And I wouldn't want to do it without him being here. But I don't see that man. Is Joe even there? Joe, are you there? That's the question. If he's not there, I won't do it. It's not really, there's no real point. In this case. Truly massive duck. Yeah, you're a female queso. With extra weight. You're like bigger than queso. Definitely. Most certainly. It's like 45 minutes, dude. If Joe isn't there. Otherwise he would like complain. Why are you watching this without me? Right? That's the usual thing. Anyways. Queso is hot. Do you not have the 30-year-old homie to flirt with? Anyways. Well, he's not appearing. We have a really short one. I'd still eat it even if I don't feel like it, because I'd be hungry in the evening if I don't. Funnily enough, I do not eat breakfast, and I do not eat like I only eat like lunch. That's it. That's it. That's usually mostly it. Let's watch this one real quick. It's a quite short one. It's just 4 minutes, and it'll make. Queso's hot though. They are right. Yeah. Also, hi Aitsu. How you doing? Hope you're doing good. Hello. We're not together, so it's okay to find other guys hot. Not gonna lie, that would be weird. I wouldn't do that. But I'm like too loyal from the get-go. I'm committing my entire soul to it. Anyways. We got this one. This is a short one, but a good one. It is a short one, but a good one. And I feel called out. Anyways. Denim's responded. Now she's even more mad at VTubers. Yeah. We got essentially the second part of what is happening by Hero, by the way. Yeah. We got essentially the second part of what's going on. Denims is angry at VTubers because these richer women could just start. She has to put on makeup for like 4 hours. Yeah, and these richer women are making money, and also their wombs are eternal. Hers isn't. You're dry. Yeah, pretty much. Pretty much, she's just angry. She's just angry at VTubers for some really odd reason. I don't know. She's now got a beef, picked up the beef with them. It's just really odd. This woman is weird. And then basically, so the full. I don't know if he's gonna explain the full context, but the full context essentially is Denims, essentially doxed a viewer. Looked at all his follower list, and then was having a meltdown on VTubers that he follows, like Asmongold and a lot of VTubers, the Nazi rat VTuber, Kirsche, like all these people, right? And she was just having a huge meltdown. Jealousy's a drug, and she's a druggie, essentially. And like she's like basically telling like just VTube goon, right? Basically, that's what she was saying. Yet she has an OnlyFans. Yet she's an online whore. And she was crashing out regardless. It is so funny.
So the other day we were talking about the streamer Denims, who seems to be one of Hassan Piker's favorite streamers, you know, right up there with Frogan as his faves. And Denims was crashing out on one of the people in her chat, even pulling up like a Twitch tool to look at this person's Twitch following list. And then she was like raging at the people that this person follows. And she was saying that some of these VTubers are Nazis and that anyone following these...
None of these VTubers are Nazis. Not a single one of them. just made that up in her head. Again. OnlyFans women have nothing of value to say. Zero. Nothing. They have nothing of value to say. Nothing. Just nothing. Their opinions are invalid. Nobody wants to hear your criticism. They just want to beat their meat. That's it. Nobody cares what comes out of that mouth. People only care what comes into that mouth.
VTubers are just doing it because they want a goon or something like that. It was just so weird and very hypocritical because people pointed out that she has an OF. So talk about throwing stones from a glass house. Really quick, I'll play like 30 seconds of this clip for you for a quick refresher and quick context for anyone who didn't see my other video covering this in full. But if you do want to watch that video and get like see the full clip rather and all the commentary I had to say about this, I'll link that in the description. But for now, here you go. And then we'll get to her response because yeah, she's responded to the backlash just mentioned. So that'll be fun.
He's been on his VTuber grind for forever.
It's especially since like a lot of these they are not goonable. Like a lot of these don't make sexualized content. Like Neurosama, there's no sexualized content. Fallen Shadow, like Shondo, there's no sexualized content. I think Rora is a Hololive VTuber, so there is nothing happening. Chibi Doki, definitely not. Definitely not. Definitely not. Like there's none there. Like sure, I don't know what Katie Cat does, to be fair, and I mean Shy Lily, sure, yeah. K-Sol, not really.
Asian Bunny X, respect, real, recognize, real, and then was like, you know what, dude? Yeah, it's time to goon, okay? Time to just VTube goon. So true. 3D women suck. None of
3D women, most of them do suck. I'm sorry. If they're like as streamers, right? As streamers, most of them suck. That's very true. That's very very true. I agree with that. Yeah. That includes Denims, obviously.
them ever have loved me in my life, so it's okay.
Like Iron Mouse, what are you talking about?
One of these VTubers, they're the only things that can ever love me.
I mean, Banana Juju does have an NSFW account. I guess that counts. Also, Kirsche not. Okay, Lucy, sure. Pippa, definitely not VTube goon. What are you gooning to Pippa?
Goon time, goon. Oh, and he's following the Nazi gooner bait, obviously. This guy doesn't know when he's being pandered to.
So yeah, that was only 30 seconds from the extremely bizarre clip that went on for just over 2 minutes. And then we've got this. Denim's response after she went viral for calling out a VTuber fan in his following list, quoting, "The same way Rick and Morty fans storm in McDonald's for the Szechuan sauce ruined Rick and Morty, the asocial neat freaks in the VTube community are actively trying their hardest to ruin VTubers." What the kind of out-of-touch comment is this, bro? Like,
I'm about to. God, please. Please, somebody ban this whore. Not gonna lie. Ban her. Just ban her. Just get her out of here. I know you won't do that, but please, just get her out of there. I don't know, somebody has to ban her. I don't know, Mass Reporter, I don't give a rat's ass, dude. What is going on? Look at this. Asocial neat freaks in the VTuber community. Yeah, congratulations! The asocial neat freaks are the lifeblood of VTubing. Like, congratulations. Without these asocial neat freaks, there is no VTubing.
what is she even talking about? The whole clip in of itself came off really like out of touch. Like she didn't even make sense. She came off extremely insecure, just associating all these VTubers with gooning. And also, for the record, the person that she was like stalking the following list of, this chatter that she's all crashing out about in that clip, they were also following a bunch of people who are not VTubers. But for some reason, she was specifically hyper-focusing on the VTubers that person follows, and then getting all mad at that. It made her seem extremely insecure. And you might be wondering, like, where's this quote from? Well, it's from this.
Because she is. Oh no. It's Niara, don't let the kids alone. No. It's the AGP It's the AGP. It's AGP Niara. Oh no. It's the dude that doesn't want to let the kids alone.
Second part of the tweet here we can see at the bottom. So let's start with the top though, because she had a bit more to say than that. Initially saying on her alt account, make fun of gooners who only follow hot tub streamers and right-wingers. Complete silence. Make fun of gooners who only follow female VTubers and right-wingers. Intense malding. I'm not gonna lie, guys, I don't even know what she's talking about. Like, I literally don't know what her point is. To me, she just sounds extremely unhinged and like she's
just salty. That she has to use her actual body to get attention, while VTubers can just use a model, an anime woman. Oh, gets my extreme. What the fuck? What are you yapping, Sway? Are you okay? Bro, schizoing again in my chat.
He's just trying to coat post at this point. Then we got this person saying, you attacked their Oshis, so they got a white knight. Yeah, so I don't think it's white knighting for people to laugh at Denims for her terrible take.
There's literally dudes white knighting for you, even though you're a man. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? Also, wasn't it funny? Her audience is probably made up of the same gooners, bro. Isn't she on OF? Yes, she is. Denims has an OF. The guy talking. Wait, Hirohei? Your ex-streamer was somebody with almost 700k subs. Interesting. Weird. Regardless. Remember, this person, this creature here, says that kids cannot consent to puberty if they cannot consent to HRT. This person is groomer energy. Now I'm fucking with you. Yeah, I was like, what? I was like, now full on schizo. So yeah, anything that comes out of the mouth of this creature, they're an absolute freak degenerate.
That's simply common sense.
And all the gynophilic.
And we have the Szechuan quote there that we read earlier, but I guess there's actually a little more to it too, because she added right below that, the only VTubers I attacked are the two right-wingers. That's ridiculous. This is such a coat post. Now she's just trying to manipulate the conversation away from what she actually did, which was clearly making the implication.
Trying to save her ass. How can someone complain about gooners while being an internet whore? They literally pay her bills. No. The problem is that, right? It's like wrong to goon to VTubers. It's the only right way and probably moral way to goon is to a real woman. It's just it all boils down to jealousy. It really does boil down to jealousy. Especially with that lawsuit going on where she needs 100k on her GoFundMe, but she now has like barely 42k. Well, Ethan Klein is going to be happy about this one.
And sometimes more than that even, about a number of VTubers, far more than 2, on that person's following list, and essentially saying that anyone who follows them is a gooner, more or less, you know, like, it's clearly what she was getting at, and now she's just trying to, like, dial it back and be like, oh, no, I was only going after the right-wingers. But yeah, it's crazy that she's now been on a multi-day crash out, all because of some, like, random person in her chat. All of this because she went off on a chatter, like, just so immature. That's really all the time I want to spend talking about.
Especially... right? Rurigaki has 100% also more right-wing because she was harassed by Antifa in France. So that's another one. And then they wanted to make her like say that she like did the salute, right? When she was just fixing a camera and they harassed her for that too. Yeah. Sorry, not happening. In addition to that, remember, this person was very much trying her life ruination campaign, his life ruination campaign on Kirsche, and it failed miserably. And then this fucker, false allegations were made about him, right? And then he complained that people were following and posting the false allegations while he was spreading false allegations himself. Yes, I do not recognize Niara as a woman. That thing is far from a woman. Sorry.
This Denims person. So that's the follow-up. That's her response. Let me know what you think about this in the comments, and I hope you enjoyed this one. If you did, consider liking and or subscribing. I truly do appreciate you. See you in the comments.
Yeah, that's pretty much just an update on what was going on. Nothing much to talk about here. Denims is just jealous. She's just jealous that people just prefer VTubers over her. That's really it. That's really it. That's her complaint, probably. Surely it's more ethical to do it to a VTuber avatar because that's not the actual person. Yeah, surprise, surprise. That's not what these people think. They consider VTubers oftentimes a threat in many aspects because, well, when you look at, like, for example, the streamer rankings, when they do like female streamers, they always remove the VTubers because the top 8 spots would just be VTubers. If they didn't separate the VTubers. VTubers do not even count as women oftentimes, the female VTubers. They have to have a separate category. It's so weird, it's so funny. Anyways, it's just crazy. It just is. They don't even count them as women. Because VTubers are just more successful than the 3D ones, the real life ones. Though that's also due to VTubers genuinely liking their community, in comparison to some of these who are like, "Give me money. I showed you my tits." Pretty much. Oh, look at that. We got a ref video still. I'm going to do that too. And then I still have an UMA video that I also need to do.
Hey, what's up, guys?
Oh boy, we got some retarded shit going. Oh no. Is this? Oh no. Oh no. Oh no, we got some minors complaining probably. We got some minors complaining. This is probably at least some deranged Twitter users for sure. Definitely, most certainly. This is gonna come from Twitter. This is probably not gonna be the actual. Look at that like and dislike ratio for Ananta. I'm really interested about that game. Anyways, modern audience begged Sony to shut down problematic anime RPG and Nanta. It backfired horribly. RF says Desu. I hate Desu. He did bad stuff. What was his bad stuff except gooning and being apparently the worst you could give the man is that he was a heavy corn addict back in the dark ages.
Hey, what's up, guys? We're here. So just like anything else in the gaming industry, whenever there's something good and promising on the horizon, people start seething about it. They find any reason to be upset, and that's happening once again with the upcoming release of an open world RPG named Ananta. Now, despite the controversy we're going to look at today, overall, there's a lot of support. You can see the latest gameplay trailer that was uploaded 5 days ago. It has nearly 3 million views on this trailer alone. And also, you can see the like to dislike ratio. People are very...
Yeah, people are very excited because it's essentially... essentially, it's anime GTA. And it's going to look very interesting. Dark Ages never vanish. I still hate him. Yeah, surprise, surprise. Spoiler alert, according to Twitter, you're in the same category anyways, because you dropped the N-word a couple of times. So don't act like you're that much better. You are literally in the same category. You are literally in... They see you, my friend Deer, as a right-wing Nazi. I'm sorry, but you fall into the exact same category. you fall into the exact same category, even if you just drop the word as a joke. So it doesn't matter. They make no differentiation. Doesn't matter.
Impressed. And I'll let the trailer play a little bit in the background as I talk here, but basically people have labeled this the anime Grand Theft Auto.
Apparently you can have dates in it too. Never drop N-word on Twitter. It doesn't matter. but you dropped it somewhere else, and if somebody clipped it and pulls it out somewhere, you're fucked regardless. It does not matter. It does not matter.
And for good reason, but it goes beyond that. It appears that they have...
And you literally just admit that you used it, just not on Twitter. See? You're not escaping, my friend. Straight up, it doesn't matter.
Taken a lot of successful aspects of other games and mashed it into this one game, which normally sounds very exciting, right? But of course, we live in times where people want to be miserable about everything, and here you have anime girls plus fun.
Yeah, it's literally just take anime girls and shove in that stuff. Just take anime girls and shove it in that in like any game, and it's just automatic success. Well, of course, the game needs to be good, and the developers should not be greedy, but that's about it. Dropped it once, and I have the pic of the person giving me the pass. Trash. Then he is trash insulting me. I won't change anything. Size. Yeah, it doesn't matter. Still doesn't matter, dear. You're still on the same camp as him. You're still sharing the same camp as him. It does not matter. It does not matter. I'm also sharing the same camp as him. It does not matter.
Yeah, that makes the usual suspects seethe in anger, including games journalists and shills on social media who are trying to not only disparage this game, but also are encouraging Sony to try to take this down with legal action. The same type of people who cheer on Palworld and are condemning Nintendo for the lawsuit they filed against that game. But anyways, there's a lot to look at with...
So the same people that cheered on Palworld for taking stuff from Pokemon are now complaining that Ananta is taking stuff and like the same complaint. It's the same complaint here now, but reversed. No, he did weird shit with underage anime characters. Okay, and they're pixels. Like, I don't give a rat's ass. They're pixels, dude. I don't care. You're talking to the wrong person. I don't give a rat's ass. They're literally pixels. I don't care. Dude, there's people gooning to Pokemon and the female Pokemon characters. Like, dude, there's so much NSFW from underage characters. You complaining ain't gonna stop that. That's a permanent tattoo. That is every one of us. That is almost every one of us.
This game, like I said, a lot of aspects. I think a lot of people are sold alone with a cute anime girl wearing yoga pants, dropping bombs from behind the three-point line. But anyways, this has a lot of aspects. I can't go through all of them, but there's one component of the game where you can do police-like interactions, including arresting people, doing body searches, drug tests, and issuing fine tickets. A little while ago, I talked about Take Us North, which is a propaganda piece where you play the role of an illegal migrant trying to enter the United States. And I said they got it all wrong. Not just the propaganda, but they should have done a reverse where you play the Border Patrol. But it looks like Ananta is doing that reverse that I talked about. But there's also a dating system in this game. And oh boy howdy, can I not wait for the amount of people calling users and...
This has potential. You know why this has potential? You know why this has potential? Because they're gonna crash out every single time. They're gonna crash out every single time they see the romantic dates between the male and a female. They're always gonna lose it. Ref is goon to underage Pokemon characters. Congratulations. Okay, I don't care. But that collection of pixels modeled after a kid. I don't care, dude. I legit don't care. It's pixels. I don't care, dude. Call me when you actually call me when you guys save a real child. Thank you. 26 minutes. God damn it. Call me when you save a real child. Thank you. No, I never liked underage anime characters. What the fuck? that's only you. I can guarantee you saw a fictional anime character, thought they were hot until you found out their age, which technically, by your own definition, makes you a child lover. Hot take. If you want to be consistent, you need to be consistent all the way.
Participants of the system, incels, predators,
and I can guarantee you, and I can guarantee you, that's 90% of anime watchers have been in that situation before. 90%. I can guarantee you. The Poke, you said that's bad. I don't care. I'll be real. They're pixels. I don't give a rat's ass.
Fascists. And you go, how would they call them fascists? Well, it's 2025, okay? They'll find a way to call people fascists for playing a dating sim aspect of this game. But anyways, good news for a lot of people. This is a free-to-play game. And a lot of people assumed...
It's not just free-to-play. It's not just free-to-play. They're essentially just giving you characters for free. They're only giving us cosmetics and furniture, which is interesting. Who wants to buy furniture? Interestingly enough, not having a hero complex duck. It's just calling out weird behavior, but it is so ingrained into anime culture that you will not escape it. They're pixel, but still weird, especially if you know the character's meant to be underage. Yeah, but still, it's pixels. I don't give a fuck. I just don't care. There's bigger problems. Fun fact: I've saved the kid on Roblox, not just kids. Yeah, on Roblox, but with fictional characters, you're not saving anybody. Then actually, there, put your efforts there. Like legit, I don't care. I don't care.
Without any sort of confirmation that this was a gacha game. They never came out and said this was going to be a gacha game, but a lot of journalists and users on social media assumed based on, you know, the anime characters and the open world concept. But no, it is not your traditional gacha game. It's going to have in-game purchases with just cosmetic stuff like furniture, cars, outfits, stuff like that. So
Isn't that the Chinese game? Isn't this a Chinese... Is this allowed? This is a Chinese game. Is this allowed? Yo, CCP, what is this? They censor all the other games. This is gonna end up censored. There's no way. They're gonna change that. The moment the CCP sees that, they're gonna pull the plug. They're immediately gonna pull the plug. Right there. And this one too. The moment the CCP sees that, they're like, yep, nope.
I'm sure they're going to make a gorgillion dollars on this game, to be honest with you. And the hype is definitely there. At this point, I believe there's over 11 or 12 million pre-registered users who are waiting for this game to come out after the latest trailer. There's a lot of hype surrounding this game. But of course, like I said, nothing good can come to the gaming industry without getting the usual suspect.
10 million pre-registrations. I've not pre-registered, and there's a good chance. I need to pre-register still, and until I want to play it, anime version of GTA. Yeah, I probably won't be able to run it, but I will look. I will pre-register at least to get the bonuses, and maybe manage to log in. I just need to manage to log in to get the pre-registration. Imagine people uploading weird pics of Anya. Won't that be messed up? It's weird as shit. I'm not denying that, but at the same time, you won't be able to stop them. There's probably Anya Rule 34, and there's nothing you can do about it. That's the problem. So I won't care much.
Very upset, including journalists at The Gamer, who have said Ananta isn't anime GTA 6. It's a creatively bankrupt gacha game. Now, of course, like I said, people are calling...
But it's not a gacha game. It's not... You wouldn't call Warframe a gacha game. It is essentially anime. It's also like anime. It's like the same as Duet Night Abyss. It's essentially anime Warframe. GTA style. It's just anime Warframe. It's not even a gacha. What are we talking about? Also, I wouldn't complain if it's like repurposed. All the stuff is repurposed, but what's the word? Just put well to use. I don't care. Like all games are built on something a previous game has done. Who's Anya? Spike's family, Anya.
Calling it the anime GTA, but that's not all it is. It's kind of a funny joke, but there's a lot of other aspects to this that people are discovering and they see being pulled from other games and put into one setting, which normally is a very good thing. But of course, they're calling it a gacha game as well. They assumed, without any confirmation, this was a gacha game. It never was being sold.
Guys, we need to realize the worst, also partially fun, but also the worst part of any gacha game is the gacha. The only game that I like the gacha system in is Punishing Grey Raven, because if you do all the content, you can get every single character on its release. There's barely any gacha where you can do that. There's barely any gacha where you can do that.
As a gacha game, so isn't it great to see a journalist in their own title, not corrected by the way, it has not been edited, calling this a gacha game to hate on it when it was never confirmed to be one in the first place. And it's even more ironic coming from the gamer who on their best pick, their staff pick of 2024 for the best games, they ranked Pale World.
Wait. So, Ananta is creatively bankrupt, but you rank Pal World at number 3. What? Congratulations, you're a hypocrite now.
Number 3 of all games. This is the exact type of thing they're condemning. They took obviously a lot of aspects and inspiration from Pokemon, and they cheer this on, but with Ananta, they're very, very upset and condemning it. Very, very ironic. But anyways, they call this game, Ananta, something that feels hollow. It sucks. Games can look this good and feel so hollow. And they mention that they're taking swinging and parkour mechanics from Insomniac's Spider-Man.
You wanna play a hollow game? Any Ubisoft game. You wanna play a hollow game? Any Ubisoft game. You wanna play a hollow game? Play Ghost of Yote. There you get a hollow game. That is a hollow game. You wanna have a hollow game? That is a hollow game.
Titles. Oh boy. We'll see a lot more posts about that right now, where we have viral posts like this with 27,000 likes, nearly 7 million views saying, "Hey Insomniac, can I copy your homework looking game? How do these gacha games get away with straight up ripping off Spider-Man, not saying swinging mechanics shouldn't be done, but these are literally the Spider-Man 2 animations?" Yeah, leave the billion-dollar company alone. There's a lot to unpack here. I mean, number one, like we already talked about, this is not a gacha game. So they're using gacha in an inflammatory way to try to, try to insult the game, but it's just not true. It's not a gacha game. So also people are saying Sony lawyers looking at the new Ananta gameplay footage, like there's something there that they should file a law.
The thing is, like, these same people in the same sentence call Nintendo an evil company for copywriting game mechanics. But in the same vein, you want Sony to copyright game mechanics? I thought we all agreed on the terms that copywriting game mechanics is bad. We know where that went, right? The Nemesis system from the Shadow of War that we'll never see again because they will never make a Lord of the Rings game like that ever again. Like, hello? Anybody? The lights are on, but nobody's home.
Lawsuit over, and then you have people saying you're effing joking, referring to other similar mechanics. And this person says, "I hope Insomniac sues the ever-living F out of them." Now, this might seem stupid without an explanation, but I'll give you a brief reason why this is so dumb. They published the official gameplay trailer on the PlayStation YouTube channel. So if Sony had an issue with anything to do with this game, why would they not only support it, but...
That's also the ironic part, right? Sony is essentially the publisher, so it's not really right? They're okay with this, so I don't know why people are losing it.
But promote it and publish it. I literally cannot believe these are sentient human beings saying these things. And if you keep breaking it down, you can also see that NetEase is a part of this. And of course, they work closely with Sony, and Marvel Rivals made them a huge stack of cash. And then we're getting into a more detailed explanation. I think this does a really good job, so I'm going to read through this really quick. To answer your question in the second paragraph, Ananta is heavily advertised and marketed by Sony. Sony owns Insomniac Games. NetEase published Ananta and is also partnered with Marvel and produces arguably the most popular Marvel game of recent years. NetEase and Sony...
We know why that's popular, though. Have y'all seen the skins of that game? We know why it is popular.
Sony had a high-profile partnership back in 2021. Likely their partnership roles have expanded over the years. So if it really was a problem, Sony would have been the one to sue. Evidently, Sony is just fine with it. Not only fine with it, but supportive of it. Sony likely gave NetEase their explicit permission to use the Spider-Man mechanics, probably even asked some Insomniac devs to help with the implementation. You can now have your opinion about how it's one-to-one. It looks, and I agree, but it's a nothing burger. The parties involved, based on available facts, likely consented to it. I mean, if these partners here had any issues, if Sony had any issue, they would have done something. They wouldn't have allowed this to happen. So I don't understand the amount of bootlicking for Sony and people encouraging them to sue, or Insomniac, which of course is owned by Sony, to take some sort of legal action against Ananta is just absolutely silly. It would be completely self-defeating to sue someone.
You're essentially almost suing yourself? Why would you do that? Why would you do that?
Someone that you're working with. It makes no sense, especially when there's a positive result going. But people are seeing these slight comparisons and freaking out as if this never existed in any other game. Every person who is whining about Ananta, especially when it comes to the Spider-Man 2 references and the swinging motions, these are likely the same people who condemn Nintendo's lawsuit against Palworld. So I think there's a lot of hypocrisy. I would just assume if you saw someone mad at Ananta for this, you should also assume that they're cool with Nintendo. Otherwise, they're a massive hypocrite. So it's just very, very weird. But of course, you have these very aggressive posts we looked at encouraging lawsuits against Ananta, and you have posts like this describing very clearly the stakes that we're talking about here and how ridiculous these posts really are.
We should somebody should send some memes to ban for the ban milk. Yes, ban milk. That's a meme.
How do these people respond who have been attacking Ananta? Oh, they don't want to have a real discussion. They say,
the lights are on, but nobody's at home. It's like a vacuum. Like, you can literally, like, show them proof. And they're like, I don't see shit. Or maybe the lights are not on and somebody's home. Either way, what are we doing?
This is the most copium post I've ever seen, LOL. There's no reason to even try and argue with these people. They've made their minds up. This is the average social media user. They make their mind up about something, and they just don't want to hear something that conflicts with their own opinion. And this is really a prime example of that. But of course, we have some other people confirming what was previously stated in that long post. This user saying, can confirm today I asked the Ananta devs about this at Tokyo.
Tokyo Game. Why would it be? Wait, or is it actually? Wait, is it a Japanese game? I'm not sure. Is like we got so many Chinese gacha games, then I don't even know where that one's coming from. Wait a minute. Now I gotta check. Wait. Where's NetEase from? Where's NetEase from? No, it is Chinese. It is Chinese. I was like, wait a minute. Yeah, it is Chinese. Oh yeah, there's gonna be some clouds randomly happening, chat. Because for Chinese gacha games, so what the Chinese do is that on close-up shots, they will just like put clouds in front of like sensitive parts. They did this for Snowbreak, where essentially you have like in like the close-up shots for the characters, essentially like the menu when like equip them, give them guns and shit. They have like the clouds there, so that you don't see anything, or like you know, just the sensitive woman parts.
Game show and possible conflicts with Spider-Man plagiarism complaints, they told me there's no issue for similar reasons. And here's Mark Kern, an OG WoW dev, saying OG Blizzard was never original. Our formula was to take what works from other games and combine them, then add some unique flavoring on top, just a sprinkle. It works. Ananta is just doing what Blizzard did, and also what I would assume a lot of other developers are doing as well. It is perfectly normal to take inspiration from other games, to see what's working for them and try to incorporate it in your own game. As long as you're not completely copying the entire thing one-to-one, start to finish, every aspect of the game, I think you're going to be okay. And again,
I think it's fine using mechanics from others. I think it's totally fine. I see no issue. I want to watch true crime. That true crime video is too long. I cannot throw that in here today anymore. It's too long. Also, Joe isn't here and he would complain.
And a lot of the people whining about Ananta are the same ones who are whining about Nintendo suing Pal World, so very ironic. Also, as pointed out here too, we're going to have a tourist issue. I guarantee there's going to be a big...
We have a tourist. Oh, it's a Genshin... Oh, of course, it's a Genshin profile. Yeah. No, I'm not surprised. Oh, wow. Wow. It's a Genshin fan. Wow. Who would have guessed?
Tourist issue. As with any anime-themed game or any anime-themed piece of media these days, it's going to get a lot of attention, and the tourists are going to be out in full force. You can see some posts already starting to show up. This user's
it's a Genshin fan. Never take anything serious that comes from a Genshin player. Their opinions are not valid. Most of the time. Most of the time, their opinions are not valid, and here they're not valid. As usual.
Basically saying, can we talk about the fact that there's too many characters getting fan serviced? Saying, is this character even wearing a suit? Oh, and this character has revealing spots, and they're wearing plastic instead of a real suit. Please tell me y'all's opinion, and we should be respectful towards each other, okay? Thanks for reading. We're not doing this here. We're not going to start whining about fan service in a I'm
going to say it. Fan service is a part, since this is basically, it is, all gacha games are somewhat anime games, right? They're pretty much that, right? Fan service is an innate part of anime. If you cannot accept that, get the fuck out. It is a part of anime. It will always be a part of anime. It just is. You will never escape that. Congratulations. Mine are. Depends. If you're a tourist, then no. Like, shut the fuck up. Get out of here.
Okay? I think it's very obvious they're trying to play into that at least a little bit. We're not doing this. We're not going to have the same repeats of other popular games, whether it's actual gacha games like, let's say, Genshin Impact, for example. We're not going to have people coming in and trying to alter how things are going to be presented for everyone else, the vast majority of people who might be playing this game who do not have an issue with these things. And if they do have an issue, they'll be normal enough to just, I don't know, not engage with it. And even in the game, it sounds like a lot of the outfits, that's what you're going to be paying for in terms of microtransactions.
Well, And the best way to get the goat running is to get the goat horny. And that's what these outfits will be. As long as the fan service is away from the lollies, then it's good. Oh yeah, this is gonna hit this game, by the way, for sure. There's gonna be some fan service lolly. Very certain. I'm very certain. I can absolutely guarantee that.
And so, if you don't want to buy revealing outfits, then literally close your wallet and don't do it. But anyways, that's going to do it for this video. As always, feel free to share your thoughts about today's topics in the comment section down below. Hope you guys enjoyed the video, and I'll see you next time.
Pause. I still haven't turned off autoplay, and I never will.
Hey, what's up, guys? We're here.
Because I'm retarded. Anyways, what did we learn from this? They can never be happy with anything. For years, we've been crying for an anime GTA, right? For years, we've been crying for an anime GTA. Now we're getting it, and the people cry anyways. Chronically Online people, that is. Anyways, like, comment, and subscribe. I'm scared fan service is gonna ruin the cop movie coming out. They're gonna fuck up the guys for the fangirls. Yeah, that's definitely also gonna... Yeah. Then this game will suffer. Not really. ZZZ loots everyone. Yes, even the furries. It does not matter. That game loots everyone. Straight up. And that game is doing much better than Genshin Impact. When it comes to at least people being happy about the game. So yeah, it doesn't matter. If they're gonna loot everyone equally, including the dudes, then you're not gonna stop that. And they're also definitely gonna loot the dudes, considering that outfits are a thing. You're not gonna escape that. If there's a flat-chested woman in there, doesn't matter. She's still getting looted. And by default, you then have a looted lolly. What game? Zenless Zone Zero, also a Hoyo game. With now Genshin with Honkai Impact, then Genshin Impact, then Honkai Star Rail, and Zenless Zone Zero. Anyways, what else do I still have? No, I'm not gonna do that 45-minute hellhole. You know what? We'll do some memes towards... I think we'll do some memes. Or Uma. I don't know yet. I need to decide. Uma or memes? We're gonna do the Uma tomorrow. Flat chest doesn't mean lolly, does it? Also. You have a flat-chested short woman. She's a lolly. Automatically. I don't know if you've seen Cyberpunk, but Rebecca from Cyberpunk is, for example, a lolly. Technically, Kale from Dragon Ball Super is also a lolly. Thought lollies had to look completely like kids. Nope. They don't have to. They can, but they don't have to. A lolly can also just be a short, flat-chested woman. The terminology has changed over the years too. At least here in the West. I don't know how it is in Japan. We'll do the Uma. I don't care. We'll do the Uma. As like a chill one towards the end. Horses. We're gonna do horses. Otherwise, Shadow Clips could be annoyed. We don't want that. No, do we? But yeah, if it's a short, flat-chested woman, then lolly. They don't have to necessarily look like kids. And then obviously, yeah, makes sense. Alright, final one for today. Cesario. Was it Cesario? Cesario, I think. The Shining Star of Uma Musume by Pyrex. Another horse, another day. Or another day, another horse. We'll jump in. I have no idea who this one is, which one this is. I don't think she has even dropped on global. I don't think she has dropped on global.
Even long after a racehorse's career, their accomplishments act to solidify their presence in the extensive history of the sport. For some, decades and even centuries pass with their names still immortalized in horse racing history. For one Uma, she'd intend to follow this exact path, pursuing a dream that would
Wait, this is in English. Wait, she has dropped already? When? Did I run past? Did I miss that? I don't look at this at the racing screen when I like at the summon screen if I say 4 characters. So well,
far outlive her time racing, acting as a guiding light to those who would be inspired and follow in her footsteps. A legacy that would not only make history, but will also carry on to
I like the like purplish eyes. I like that, and then the gems up here. I like that. That looks cool.
future generations to come. This is the story of Cesario, the Japanese superstar.
Cesario, okay. I haven't seen her on global. I don't think she has dropped on global.
Cesario was a mare born on March 31st, 2002 at Northern Farm in Hokkaido. Before we can fully dive into Cesario's history, we need to first refer to her extensive pedigree. As Uma Musume fans, one name will clearly stand out. In addition to notable names present in her pedigree, such as Alma Mound, Northern Dancer, Hail to Reason, and Sunday Silence, Cesario will be sired by Special Week. Special Week, the main character of Uma Musume's first season, would make history, claiming victory at the 1999 Japan Cup against a roster of strong international competitors. Cesario's dam was Kirov Premier.
I did like one career. I did like one career with Special Week. Two. I did two. I did like one really bad one where I just like got like a C, and then I got like almost an A, and that was it. I have not touched her since. Maybe I need to do that. Maybe I need to do that.
Bay filly from Great Britain. Premier had a fairly good history on turf-based tracks, only adding to the strong pedigree already present from Cesario's side.
So it's a Japanese British horse. Interesting.
Side. Cesario's name refers to a character from the Shakespearean play Twelfth Night, in which the lead character, Viola, must adopt the identity of a man for an extended period of time, using the alias Cesario. This would also be personified in Uma Musume, where Cesario presents two versions of herself. Her seriousness while training and racing are depicted as a more masculine tone, while her relaxed side is displayed as being more feminine. This isn't an instance like Still in Love, with two completely different.
Yeah, this is like, right? This is like Still in Love is more so like completely like split personalities, right? For Cesario, that's not the case. Britain. So yeah, interesting. She's just like, right? You play like a different role under certain circumstances, like actual humans do, right? We're not the same person towards everyone, right? We act differently towards other people depending on the situation, right? You act differently to a friend than you do to like your parents, right?
Different personalities, but instead, as the game describes, is treated as something more along the lines of an on and off switch. Cesario is aware of when she needs to be more serious or relax in certain scenarios, with her lax side emerging most when she's with the trainer. Speaking of relaxing, when I'm not making these videos, I normally enjoy taking a break by playing various games that test my tactical capabilities and patience. And that leads into today's sponsor, Ethereum.
Ethereum Restart. Yeah, for once I'm gonna skip that because I don't think the game is that good. And yeah, that's pretty much it. Well, I'm skipping that.
Despite being born at the Northern Farm, ownership of Cesario would soon be passed on to a collective of horse racing owners and trainers known as the Carrot Farm. This acquisition of Cesario would bring her directly into contact with Katsuhiko Sumi, who would act as her trainer for the duration of her career that followed. Katsuhiko, compared to other trainers we've covered in past videos, was a relatively new trainer.
I like the pink hat. I like the pink hat. Look at that pink hat. I'm gonna get a pink hat. And somehow it very much and somehow it fits with his lips. I don't know. It's just a weird coincidence. I don't know. This guy capable of expressing emotion through his voice at all. He's so flat. I think that's purposefully chosen. When he originally started, a lot of overseas fans complained about the way the style of his videos. So maybe that's the reason why he like presents it this way, to be more respectful, I guess. I don't know.
Acquiring his certification in the year 2000 and officially becoming a trainer the next year. Prior to establishing his own stable, Katsuhiko was an assistant trainer who had joined the JRA in 1986. Despite only recently—
Now the hat looks red. I don't know. What's going on? What's going on? Don't get a pink hat, you twink. I must show off my flamboyancy. I must join the woke cult.
Becoming a trainer in the last few years, Katsuhiko quickly became a notable name at the Rito Training Center. Unsurprisingly, due to Cesario's monstrous pedigree, expectations were high for her to perform in her racing career that followed. Cesario's trainer had originally planned for her to make—
Damn, that must suck. That must always suck, right? If you're like, your parents are like these like giga chads, right? Every single time for these horses, and then you don't live up to that standard. That must suck as the trainer and as the jockey. That must really, like, that feeling must suck if that happens.
Make her debut in the summer. However, early on in her career, she developed a sudden presence of ligamentitis. Instead of pressing onward, it was decided to have Cesario remain at the stable to undergo treatment in order to prevent any further complications. After resting for several months, Cesario was scheduled to race in the 2-year-old newcomer race, which would be held on December 25, 2004. Cesario will be paired with Yuichi Fukunaga, the jockey who would be Cesario's main rider for all but one race. Yuichi is the son of Yoichi Fukunaga, a jockey whom many regarded as a genius on the racecourse. Yoichi would claim his first—
Pink hat. pink helmet. Hi Jaggy, how you doing? Hope you're doing good. Uma Musume documentary. Yes, it's a video about a horse.
G1 victory in 1971, and by 1978, he'd secured 131 total victories in his career.
Over 130? Not bad. Over 130 victories. Yeah, okay, well, that just puts more stress on the horse.
In 1979, Yoichi would suffer an injury after falling off a Mary Joy in the Mainichi Cup on March 4th. He was rushed to the hospital, and though made a full recovery, he decided to retire in 1981. With big shoes to fill, it was time for Yuichi to follow in his father's footsteps. To no one's surprise, Cesario was amongst the top 2 fan favorites to win her debut. Cesario would pull ahead of her competitors in the final homestretch, claiming her first victory on the track despite a rough start to her 2-year-old year. Cesario will win this race by 1.5 lengths over the second place recipient Dantsu Queen. After completing their first race together, Fukunaga recounted that Cesario was a natural runner.
Again, the white part, right, is like implemented into the Uma again. I like that.
Horse. She was incredibly comfortable to ride, and he had faced no issues alongside her with this victory debut. With this, Cesario would end her first year of racing undefeated, preparing for her greatest challenge to come in her 3-year-old year. Not even a month after her debut, Cesario would compete in the Kanchiku Show, an ungraded race which would take place on January 5th, 2005.
I need like a good shot of her complete outfit. I need a good shot so I can see all the stuff.
Cesario will be the 4th fan favorite to win this race, with the number 1 slot belonging to Admire Fuji. Fuji was a descendant of Admire Vega, only adding to boost the horse's reputation. On top of that, for this race, Fuji would be jockeyed by Yutaka Take. As the race began, Cesario would quickly—
Well, this might be the closest I might get So first of all, I like the blue hair, obviously. We can tell it's girly because of like this stuff, right? This golden ring, whatever it is. Yeah, Google it. I could do that too, who cares? Like the golden ring, I like that, right? The eyes match with the jewels here. I generally like, she kind of looks like, she kind of has this, again, a kind of military outfit style. I like that. I generally like that. The gold, right? Unlike the other things. Then the green in like the middle part. The gloves look interesting. It's like they look like they barely, like they don't really, right? They don't go to the wrist. That's really interesting.
He advanced near the front of the pack, chasing down the current third place position. Maintaining her pace, Cesario would advance once more in the final leg of the race, closing the wide distance that was formed between her and Admire Fuji. Pushing ahead of Fuji, Cesario would ultimately claim victory with the neck over the fan favorite. Being a race of a longer distance, winning the Kanchikusho would only raise the expectations for Cesario when the time came for her to compete in the Triple Tiara. There was a lot of time between then and that point.
Also cool, like, right? That random strand is just going like on its own. I like that as well, right? I like the details of these usually. Like this random blue hair strand just like going on its own. I like that.
And seeing this opportunity, once more, Cesario would be allowed to rest for a short period between January 10th and March 18th, 2005. On March 19th, Cesario will compete in her first state-graded race, the GG Press High Flower Cup. Cesario was an overwhelming fan favorite to win her first graded race, sitting at a 1-4 odds. Unlike her previous races, there was a lot on the line when competing at the Flower Cup. With intent to compete in the Triple Tiara races in the coming months, this would be Cesario's gateway to facing serious competition on the track. Just like before, Cesario would hang near the front of the pack for this race as well, leading the race in second and third place. As the contenders approach the final homestretch, Cesario once more would display a monstrous strength in her final spurt. Closing the gap rapidly, she'd easily pass the leading horse, Slew Rate, and distance this horse by several lengths, claiming her third victory at the Flower Cup by 2.5 lengths over Slew Rate. Not only has she remained undefeated, but Cesario continued to display these strong capabilities backed by her extensive pedigree. Both Cesario and Fukunaga had been together since her debut, and a clear bond had been formed from each victory they seized together. A sudden roadblock would form for Cesario on April 10, 2005, as she entered the gate for the first leg of the Triple Tiara, the Oka Show. Fukunaga had not only jockeyed Cesario in 2004 and 2005, but also was a main jockey for Rhinecraft, one of 3 horses.
Rhinecraft? Interesting. Rhinecraft? Interesting. Well, it's not, it's technically Rhinecraft. Is that a... Wait a minute. No, I got it. No, I'm curious. Wait a minute. Why does that sound so German? This sounds very... Why does that... Why the heck does that sound so German? Because that's technically not how you would pronounce it. It's definitely Japanese. Can I maybe look for the name origin? Interesting. I have no idea, but it sounds weirdly, I mean, it could just be a coincidence. Maybe it is German. Maybe the parents had something to do with it, because Rhein is usually referred to as a river here in Germany, and Kraft is technically power. Very interesting where that name came from. Huh. I'm curious now. I can't find anything.
Who would be Cesario's main rivals. Fukunaga had ridden Rhinecraft in the 2004 Fantasy Stakes and the Phillies Review in 2005. Due to his history with Rhinecraft, Fukunaga was set to be the designated jockey for the Oka show, a prior obligation that Fukunaga had to uphold. It is not uncommon in Japanese horse racing for a jockey to have multiple horses he rides during a specific season. If said jockey is the stable's primary pick or a dedicated jockey for a certain horse, they must uphold that title. Due to this, Cesario will be jockeyed by Minoru Yoshida. Yoshida notably jockeyed Tokai Pulsar, a descendant of
So yeah, she was sired by N-Sweep. I can't really, I can't in fact not really find anything interesting. I wonder where that came from.
Tokai Teo in 2002. Despite the sudden change in jockeys, Cesario was still the fan favorite to win this race, with Rhinecraft being the second pick overall. Alongside Rhinecraft stood two others who would be seen as fierce competitors to race against Cesario. These would be Daring Heart and Air Messiah. These three horses are depicted in Uma Musume as Cesario's main rivals, and the main thing standing between her and the Triple Tiara. Cesario would start the race and slowly settle mid-pack for a majority of the race that followed. Unlike her previous races, she wasn't leading straight out of the gate. Passing the final corner in 10th place, Cesario would chase after Rhinecraft, displaying the fastest acceleration time of any other horse. Despite Cesario's strong acceleration and her ability to catch up to Rhinecraft, she'd ultimately lose by a head, both to her rival and her main jockey. Following this race, Yoshida would
Yeah, I googled. It's literally just it's probably just a coincidence because are you completely German? No, my grandpa is Italian. Though I don't know where that man is. Okay, it's just a coincidence. Probably just to make it either sound more exotic or like, yeah, just throw in German. But those two are definitely, most certainly German words.
later admit that his positioning when riding Cesario was entirely off, and that he wasn't able to get into the flow of the race at the Oka show. He blamed the loss on his inability to properly pace and position Cesario, and commanding her to spurt far too late in the race. Despite the unfortunate circumstances which led to her first loss, Cesario would find herself reunited with Fukunaga from this point onward, and her trajectory for her legacy would take a sharp shift.
Yeah, I'm not surprised. Also, interesting, she has those... First of all, there's her tears. I think she's crying. That's the first thing. I think these are tears. This looks like tears or sweat. Actually, sweat. I think it's sweat, not tears. It could be tears. I think it's sweat. She has these weird eye thingies, right? On both sides. Interesting.
From here. Losing the Oka show, the ability to become a Triple Tiara winner was now out of reach. Just like the classic Triple Crown, a filly can only participate in the Oka show, Japanese Oaks, also known as a Yushin Himba, and Shuka show in their 3-year-old year. In Uma Musume, this is Cesario's dream, to be a Triple Tiara winner and cement herself in history, aiding to train other young and aspiring Umas who follow in her footsteps. Cesario truly feels
Wait, she's also cute. Wait a minute.
aiding to train other young.
She's also cute. Her eyes make me think of donuts. Donuts. She's also super cute. Like this right? Like this white part, and then like the badge here. She's also super cute. Wow, she's also really cute. And then the green eyes, and then like stars in there. I don't know if these are permanent, but this is also super cute.
Young and aspiring Umas who follow in her footsteps. Cesario truly feels that with such a strong reputation, she will be able to act as a guiding light for generations that'll come long after her. Uma Musume's version of Cesario also comes from a family of trainers and racers, only acting to motivate her drive to achieve her dream further. Not only will she be remembered, but by extension, her parents as well for raising such an outstanding Uma Musume like herself. Ironically enough, following in Special Week's footsteps, Cesario wouldn't leave her mark by winning the tiara, but by doing something much greater. On May 22nd, 2005, Cesario participated
What is greater than a tiara?
in the Japanese Oaks, the second leg of the Triple Tiara series. Unlike the Oka show, the stage was set for Cesario to be a top contender to win this race. Her main rival, Rhinecraft, as per her owner's decisions, withdrew from the Japanese Oaks due to the distance of the race. The Oka show was a 1600-meter race, and all of Craft's previous races would range from 1400 to 1600 meters. The 2400-meter distance of the Japanese Oaks.
It does stay. That's cute. Look at that. She even got the star necklace. Look how cute that is. Look how cute that is. That's cute. Okay, she's just cute. Also, Cesari died in 2021. Born March 31st, 2002. But look at that. That's so. She's also like really cute with like the stars and stuff. Like overall, just the star theme.
Led her owners to instead register Rhinecraft for the NHK Mile Cup, which would be held on May 8, 2005. This allowed Fukunaga to both fulfill his obligation to Rhinecraft while still being able to jockey Cesario at the Oaks. Unlike Rhinecraft, Cesario's pedigree made her a top contender to win this race. Even with the absence of Rhinecraft, Cesario still needed to beat Air Messiah to claim victory. As the race began, Cesario found herself at the back of the pack, being third from dead last at the start of the race. Unsurprisingly, being a fan favorite to win, Cesario was quickly marked and many competitors acted to advance and block her as the race continued. There was an opening from the far outside, and seeing no other option, Fukunaga commanded Cesario to advance near the final corner. Down the final straight, just like with the Oka show, Cesario would display a monstrous spurt, advancing from 12th place all the way to the front of the pack. Contesting Air Messiah and Aishin Tender, Cesario would break away and squeeze a victory at the Japanese Oaks. This would not only be a monumental accomplishment,
Damn, that's close!
Break away and squeeze a victory at the Japanese Oaks. This would not only be a
Like, look, like that was the difference just there. That's crazy. That is super close. Basically a horse head apart.
monumental accomplishment, with the Oaks being Cesario's first G1 victory, but also because it would be the first time an offspring of Special Week would secure a G1 win. Cesario could
First time an offspring of Special Week. Oh, very interesting.
quickly became a rising star in Japanese horse racing, and seeing the prospect to display her capabilities, Cesario's owners would plan to have her compete on a global scale. Carrot Farm, after the victory at the Japanese Oaks, decided to register Cesario to compete in the American Oaks. At this time, Japan wanted to continue expanding their international influence, showing the world that horses bred and trained in Japan could be fierce competitors against the most elite horses worldwide. In 2004, another attempt was made to have Japan seize victory at the American Oaks. However, the horse participating, Dance in the Mood, would place second overall. Though this was a crushing defeat and a very close chance for Japan to have claimed victory, it would serve as a stepping stone to pave the way for Cesario. Information was gathered from the staff of Kazuo Fujisawa, Dancer's trainer. Japan was serious on making a statement on a global scale, and through previous
I always wonder how these are transported, how horses are transported. Is it per ship? Is it per flight? Probably per ship, I would assume.
defeats, their intent was set to do as much as they could to ensure a Japanese victory. Initially, Cesario was set to race alongside Dia de la Novia, the horse who would place third at the Japanese Oaks. Cesario and Dia were very close, so hopes were high that the transit to America and the training that followed would go smoothly. Sadly, before both horses were set to depart, a fracture was discovered on Dia, causing her to pull from the American expedition. This left Cesario to travel solo.
Actually by air or sea. Interesting. I wonder how the horse feels now. If I literally run by head, probably a ferry, yeah. Like, if I don't want to go into step into a plane, What would a horse feel like? I always feel like transporting a horse to another place always, like, if like when I watched all of these videos for now, right? I've watched all of these videos. It always never result in a win. Maybe that's the reason. They never win because probably the jet lag.
And surprisingly, she behaved very well during the trip to America and the brief quarantine that followed. Arriving at the end of June, Cesario was given the opportunity to acclimate herself to unfamiliar surroundings. Cesario's arrival and training garnered a lot of attention from—
What the? I just noticed that. Why is that up there? This looks like it's winter. Like one of these hats you wear in winter. That's what it looks like. That's funny.
From the Japanese media. Several photographers and reporters had also ventured to the States in order to potentially cover a historical race should Cesario come out on top. The American Oaks would pit Cesario against the strongest group of horses that she'd ever faced in her career. The leading American horse was Melhor Ainda, an undefeated turf mare who would be nicknamed Super Filly. Alongside Ainda was 3 Degrees, who had set a victory in a previous G2 graded race. On July 3, 2005, Cesario entered the racecourse with the entirety of Japan waiting to see her performance. Despite the odds being stacked against her, the Japanese people held hope that Cesario could bring Japan their first G1 victory on American soil. As the race began, Cesario exited the gate smoothly. Much like the early races of her career, Cesario was able to navigate to the front of the pack, hanging in 3rd place following the first corner. After the 3rd corner, Cesario took the lead, once more displaying a strong spurt as they entered the final homestretch. The interesting thing about this race is the fact that Cesario wasn't going to win by a head, not by a nose or by mere centimeters. This time, Cesario would break away fully, and as the world watched her, she would make history.
That's what I mean. Melhor Ainda is 8 lengths from the Japanese superstar, Cesario. Cesario past mid-stretch. She's running them off their feet. 5 lengths in front of Singhalese. Melhor Ainda might get into second, but no way does she catch the winner, Cesario.
That's a win. That's a win. Don't mock the bobble. I know. It's so interesting there. That it's on top of that helmet. Interestingly enough, I really wonder if there's ever gonna be an opportunity to add non-Japanese horses, or not just like horses who are not Japan. That would be really interesting to see. It's probably not, because it does focus heavily on Japanese horse racing, and also like it'd be a licensing nightmare, right? It would be licensing hell, but I don't know. It would have maybe been interesting, right? I don't know. Would have been cool.
Cesario wins the 4th American Oaks. Melhor Ainda solidly defeated in second. Singhalese 3rd, and 3 Degrees finished 4th.
Domo arigato. Cesario takes the 4th running of the American Oaks, and for the first time since 1959, a Japanese horse comes to the United States and wins.
1959. So almost. Not entirely, but over 40 years is crazy.
A stakes race, and not just any stakes race, the Grade 1 American Oaks.
Cesario had not only broken away from the pack, but she'd won the race by 4 lengths over Ainda, setting a record time of 1 minute and 59 seconds. Cesario hadn't left her mark on the racing world by winning the Triple Tiara in Japan, but instead, she had done something even greater. She had brought home the first G1 victory on American soil, something that hadn't been done in the last 50 years of Japanese attempts. Her dreams had been realized, and through this race, as commentators had announced, she had been deemed as Japan's superstar racehorse. Many American fans initially disregarded Cesario due to her running off at full speed in the pre-race prior to the American Oaks. Though this was normal in Japanese racing, it wasn't seen too often in America. To many, it seemed like Cesario would just be fast out of the gate, and eventually be passed up as the race continued. However, as shown in this historic victory, that wouldn't be the case. One attendee of the American Oaks stated the following when recounting Cesario's victory. No one had ever seen a Japanese horse who looked like her. She was a magnificent specimen, just a powerhouse of a horse who seemed to dwarf her opponents. I've never seen a horse run off that fast and for that long. I immediately tossed her as I would any horse who ran off like that. But when she blew by the leaders and coasted home to win by 4 lengths, I was convinced. We were looking at something special, and this changed my perspective of Japanese horses competing in America. Unsurprisingly, this victory led Cesario to be named as the best 3-year-old mare in the year 2005, and with this international victory,
obviously that makes sense. I mean, having this win obviously makes sense. Now we're going into the retirement. I wonder how many offspring, and well, it won't be that many, because she's a mare, but if there are any interesting there that could be an Uma Musume.
plans were quickly made to have Cesario continue her dominant chain in future races around the world. The original plan was to have her race in the Breeders' Cup filly and mare turf. However, past injury came back to dismantle that plan. After returning to Japan, once more, Cesario was diagnosed with ligamentitis. Due to this, Cesario's plans to race were cancelled, and she was allowed to take a long rest at Northern Farm. In the months that followed, the prospect was there to have her race again. She was showing promising progress in recovery, so plans were made to have her race in the Victoria Mile and Asia Mile Challengers in Hong Kong. The Asia Challenge is a series of races held throughout the first half of the year. Needless to say, Cesario had a lot of races to prepare for. During the process of conditioning Cesario for these races, her
Oh, interesting. She only turned out to be 19, right? And then pass away. Huh.
condition was sharply worsened. Instead of pushing Cesario to race internationally, like we've seen many horses do in past videos, Cesario's trainer and handler would instead decide to allow Cesario to retire. This not only left a lot of Japanese fans devastated at the sudden retirement, but also made a lot of American fans wonder how far Cesario would have gone. To many American viewers who had witnessed the Oaks victory, Cesario was just getting started, and had so much potential.
I mean, it's better to not, right, it makes sense to not strain her. She had achieved already something that was far more greater than most people had, that most people would have expected, that most horses do. I guess it's fair to retire here, especially with her sickness always coming back, apparently. And before things get worse, I see no issue. That's a good decision.
To show her strength in future international races. Cesario's retirement not only prevented further injury for the filly, but also allowed her final race to be a historic victory, ending her career at the American Oaks. In retirement, Cesario became a broodmare, producing 12 total foals. One of the most notable of Cesario's offspring would be Epiphanea, a Japan Cup and Kika show winner, who will go on to sire Daring Tack.
Oh, she's also cute. She's also cute. I like the blue thingies there, and the blue insides. But that's obviously not her full outfit. Is it not full outfit not available, or is there no PNG for that?
A mare who would claim the Triple Tiara undefeated in 2020.
Damn, straight up.
Sadly, during her 13th pregnancy on February 27, 2021, Cesario would pass away from a ruptured uterine artery.
Aww, so she loses her life and the baby. Well, since there's 12, right? Aw, sad.
At the time of passing, Cesario was 18 years old. Due to the sheer amount of successful offspring she produced, Cesario was a renowned broodmare in the time of her retirement, carrying on her legacy to future generations to come. In Uma Musume, this is personified by Cesario's dream of inspiring other Umas through her accomplishments, and teaching them all she knew about the world of racing. Cesario would not only make history herself, but would also start a new generation that would cement their presence in the racing world. A racehorse whose original dream was shattered, but through the ashes would strive to achieve something much greater, bringing a historic victory that Japan will never forget. This was the story of Cesario, the Japanese superstar whose light shined brighter than anyone else, personified in Uma Musume as an Uma with a clear goal and the determination to leave her mark in this world. Did you enjoy this video, and who should I cover next?
Who have you not? Have you covered Maruzensky? How old Maruzensky? I mean, she's already getting apparently a summer outfit. Might as well. That seems like a good position. Just saying. Yeah. That was Cesario. A very legendary horse, right? Very much so. That's a great win. Ended on a great win. Ended on a rather good note, right? Again, always when I watch these, I'm always afraid that the horse is gonna straight up die on the track or die really, really young. I mean, 18 is still very young, technically, right? I think they go like 25 to 30. But yeah. Anyways, like, comment, and subscribe. Alright. That's gonna be it for today. Let me switch to this screen. Yep, perfect. I will end here today. Thank you so much for watching. We will be back tomorrow with more reactions. I need to gather some videos, but I will find some stuff. I guess I will. Anyways, I'll see you tomorrow. Have a good day or night. And, yeah. Bye-bye. Stream over.